At the moment when he got older, he began to achieve more. He began to think, it's not my life. What should I do? He analyzed his whole life and realized that he had been looking for a new option all his life, and he began to talk about his life in a nursing home. He began to tell his stories about how every day he faced what problems, how he solved the issues that needed to be worked out. And he became like an epiphany for the whole nursing home. He always told everyone, never listen to negative people. You have to listen to those who are constantly buzzing. You have to do what you thought yourself and treat it positively, and so on. The Chinese also conducted a bunch of studies, major studies, and found out that every 10% of adaptability reduces mortality. Every 10% allows you to maintain consciousness and the ability to enjoy life and be satisfied with life.
And results for women are about similar for centenarian females.
This is really very important. It was about men. Here is another example of what the stages were for women. All I'm talking about is science-based cases, research. Be positive. A sense of purpose is the meaning of life.
You see here, for example, Tao Portion Lynch. She was 100.
It's very important to have meaning in life. Tao Portion Lynch was the name of a woman who turned 100 years old in 14. She opened the institute when she was 70 years old. She became the oldest yoga teacher at 98.5 years old.
Учитель йоги, которым 98 лет. То есть возраст — это, короче, в общем, не дело совсем. Если у тебя есть страсть, главное идти до конца. Вот у человека сколько энергии. Вот смотрите, она выглядит намного моложе, чем свой возраст.
That is, age is not a sentence. If you have a passion, a goal, you need to go to the end. That how much energy a person has. Look, she looks much younger than her age. What did she say? Is something not working? The oldest in our society should teach and guide with their experience, life experience. That's in this way we can all become active and healthy. That we can extend our life by 10, 15, 20 years if we study it. The most important thing in psychology to be positive. For example, Salmaplan received a diploma at the age of 78. Look, the goal in life is how important it is to achieve, to be active. More than 4,200 people over the age of 65 in this study show that if there is a meaning to life, then the chance of survival doubles, or prolonging life. It means the purpose of life, and so further. All of this is covered by these studies. Being active is very important. There is a goal, it's good, but we need to move. Brains are more intelligent and they also need to move. This US study showed that they remain active for several hours a day. On average, 4 hours a day. Of course, you need to move. Movement, exercise, it all needs to be done intensively, and physical activity is needed. For example, they work as volunteers. These people come to take care of old people who are younger than them but are sick. That is, they act as an example for these people. Here is Beatrice Wood, a magnificent woman. She's 100 years old. She started acting at the age of 40. At the age of 99, she boarded a plane to fly to a farm. She studied it and she flew by plane to some exhibitions in Sweden. More than 10,500 people, men and women, have been tracked for 14 years. It turned out that those who often go to all sorts of events, for example to a museum, their survival rate is 1.4 times higher, and those who attend concerts, their survival rate is 1.2 times higher. And those who attend some art-related events have a 1.14 times higher survival rate.
Более 10,5 тысяч людей, мужчин и женщин, их отслеживали где-то 14 лет. Выяснили, что те, которые часто ходят на всякие мероприятия, например, в музей, у них выживаемость на 1,4 раза больше. А кино, концерты посещают, это 1,2 раза выживаемость больше, продлевает свою жизнь. 1,14 раз больше, если они ходят на какие-то мероприятия, связанные с искусством.
Stress. They have a strong new method of dealing with stress. They struggle with it, but if they can't anything, just relax. They don't get into trouble. They don't try to go against something. They are not conflicted people. They get away from everything that creates stress for them. They don't strain if something bothers them. Florence G. Riddle. Well, as she's on the lawn, she's absolutely relaxed. Well, he sits quietly and enjoys life. In Kuwait, both sexes of their century-old people were also examined. These choose their friends and surroundings very carefully. They are not introduced with aggressive, difficult, farcical such people. They avoid such people. They avoid conflicts and they adapt. They don't try to change people, of course. There are a lot of studies that note the importance of this moment, the moment of stress management, willpower. These are very confident people. You can't change them. They have the power to do something. They remain strong in various difficult situations. They know what they want, and they will do it.
Они знают, чего они хотят, и они это сделают. Как личности это сильные люди. Вот, например,
These are strong people. For example, 120 old people between 80 and 100 years of life, the more willpower they have, the higher their psychological thinking. They are strong comrades. This is also surveyed by various studies. The greater the power, the more life is expected. The duration of life especially applies to women. Be yourself. Rest assured. Have willpower and you will go far in this life, including years. These people are also very sociable. They communicate with family, with friends. Usually, these are people who have a lot of friends, families constantly with them. Look how emotional they are and just boiling. Here is Helen, 100 years old, Kevin, celebrating a life filled with love. She says that's a very important point that simply cannot be hidden, as the constant desire to be with others, to communicate, to be social, to have communication with friends, with relatives. Indeed, if you have friends, you want to live a long life. Many of them are from these people. They have lost spouses and children, and therefore they must have the ability to communicate with someone. And so, if they are, say, in a nursing home, they are constantly the center of something. There is an old book that was written in 95th year, and in which such important points are indicated. He examined many people who are over 100 years old. They enjoy family life, they live in a family, they are more focused on social communication, which gives them comfort. A survey was conducted 104 people aged 100 years, and such a survey showed that they mostly live at home with their family and not in a nursing home. If they can take care of someone, this is an additional plus, the basis of their activity. They are less dependent, and their consciousness works better for those people who live in their own family. If the family is interested in you, then you live longer. No, those who are interested in family live longer. They have a reason to care about someone. There is such a moment here. Communication with a family improves health. Health allows you to communicate more closely with your family. Those people who have lived a long, healthy life, they communicate with their family more often, and they are not just interested in communicating. They communicate with their family more often. And there is a moment of intimacy. They touch each other. They are close. Their relationship is close. There are a number of studies that note the importance of social communication. These people, they are loving. Many of them, on average, get married more than others. Now I'm going to try to show you men and women. Here are marriages. Women get married, then husbands die, and so on. The indicator of men is higher after a certain period of time, which ends because one spouse dies. That's while they were young, they were quite on the chart, and therefore their brains are more open in terms of sex. They are not suppressed in this regard. What can be done? This is a very strong factor. For these people, spirituality, religion, it occupies a fairly central part.
У них мозги более открытые, более в плане секса, более способны, не подавляют себя в этом плане. Там чего можно натворить. Религиозный аспект.
A lot of these people grew up in religious families. They believe in God. They believe that it is God's willpower, that they will live so long. Their faith is precisely that God has given them this purpose in this life.
Will that they live so long, so if they have to live long, they have to give the example. And through faith, they find the strength to carry out God's purpose, whatever they perceive that to be. They have a belief in the afterlife, strengthens their resolve to that. And you will see in the session I will give in the second day that it's very easy to feel afterlife more than believe. And so they probably have had went to this stage where you feel that there's actually no barrier between the two. We'll try to make you feel that in the second day at the end of the sessions. So the staff of nursing home, what they say from them is that when they are going to die, these centenarians accept dying. And they tend to take the time to die so they can say goodbye to their family and their friends. And so the examples of their religious faith is, for example, Tampa Robinson, 101, says, spirituality to me is the feeling a person has not being alone in the world, to feel you're connected actually with the rest of the world. And if we have time, we'll try to make you feel this connection on Friday. Cora Alice Park says, every morning when I was a kid, my father read the Bible, and the religious Christian book, and my mother also did not go about her work, but sat still and listened, and then they all knelt while he prayed before our day's course. So there was really a religious environment in her. Reverend Sidney Powell says, religion has been everything to me. My Sunday school teacher got me interested in religion at the age of 10. And Don Nafe says, at age 100, still reads the Bible every day and never misses church on Sunday. And it's not the Christian religion, it's the Islam religion, the Hindu religion. They all have value to live long, actually. And so religious practice, many studies, really many studies, show that the more you have religious practice, the better it is. But actually behind the religious practice is practice of spirituality. And you don't need to belong to religion to practice spirituality. So, spiritually involved here, you have, it's really central. So spirituality is really a key factor in these centenarians. And I believe that we as physicians are gifted for spirituality. We have been healers in ancient times, and before the ancient times we were healers of the body, the mind, and the soul. And that's something you can do in a very acceptable way for your patients in your practice. So spirituality maintains continuity of the life course of these centenarians. Spirituality, by the way, is not something you can understand, but you can feel it. You feel the spirituality. And I believe that these centenarians to feel the spirituality. and provide a framework for helping other animals make sense of having lived a long life, a very long life. So those very old adults, aged 85 and plus or more years, they continue on progressing spiritually. They just don't stay on the same stage. They continue by becoming better people with increased need for deep reflection, positive solitude, where they isolate themselves and meditate or pray, and they have meaningful relationships with life, actually. The ways of being themselves, of having a relationship with others. They go to the essential. They don't lose their time with accessory things. You have more essential talking. And then they feel better once placed in the world. So you have here a study here, prospective study on AIDS patients, and those patients with this very advanced AIDS, actually, you could see that spirituality influenced the outcome. 17 years follow-up, and actually it doubled or fourfold increased their survival. That means they can live up to 15 to 20 years longer by spirituality. And different sorts of spirituality, like positive spirituality, coping with adverse events that almost doubles your life, practicing spirituality like meditation sessions, 4 times more chance of surviving, and spiritual reframing, really changing your set of mind and attitude towards life, almost 4 or 5 times more chance of surviving, overcoming spiritual guilt that you had AIDS because you maybe had some sexual relationship with some people. Well, 4 times more chance of surviving. You look at positively, look, this is my spiritual experience, I will cope with it. And spiritual gratitude, thanking of being alive, for example, will more than double your chance of surviving. And spiritual empowerment, when you feel the power, and we'll try to feel that on Friday, the session I give at the end, doubles your chance of surviving. And so on, and so on. And they also have a feeling of freedom. They feel free, actually. And, they don't have to justify themselves anymore. So they can wear the clothes that they want. They don't have their spouse saying you have to dress differently. They go and do some activities that they would, other people might not do, like going to sports events, even at their age. They are actually free to do what they want. They don't have to justify themselves. They have done their job on earth already. So it's interesting and fun to do what you want to do and to behave like you like to do. They are not conformity. They are themselves. And so they do it in unusual ways. We saw Beatrice Wood that does pottery. Bill Early, 105, she wears a purple sweatshirt and basket shoes, and so on. So, for example, here, I really like this woman here, Dr. Helen Langer. And she's a psychiatrist, and she says that in old age there's often a sense of personal freedom because there's less pressure of a career or the responsibility of work or raising a family. And so they just have time to enjoy that. And she actually still works as a psychiatrist at 100 in age 1. And so it's an opportunity to do new things and resume an interest that she might have not done before because of lack of time and a hobby. And so she says it's not only enjoyable and fulfilling to live so long, it's also very good for mental health and good prescription for age 1 to have this freedom that you get when you're very old. All study shows that emotional freedom is associated with better health. And then there's a feeling of youth. They are young at heart. They feel young at heart. And many people who are centenarian say they don't feel old. I had a patient who was 85 years old, and she had a lover of age 40. And she said, look, my body is old, but I feel so young inside. I feel so enlightened. And we'll probably have more of those love relations between very differences of ages, because with hormone therapy, with a lot of what we have now, we're able to rectify the aging process a lot and reverse physical aging. I have a whole book written on, that's there, the Reversing Physical Aging textbook, that reverses the aging of the face and the hair and the senses. And there's a second volume that should come out in a year or two about the reversing the aging of the rest of the body. And that has a lot of very valuable information for that. And etc. So basically, and then there's what is called the centenarian spirit. There's humor, eccentricity, and the spirit of centenarians is really something that gives a sparkle of life. And it enables to make the most of the days and nights. When you look at the eyes and the way they look as centenarians, they have a sparkle more in their eyes. And I feel that through the eyes you can see the soul of a person. So part of your job as a physician, if you want to also know something about the soul of a person, look into the eyes. Not too long, so that it still remains respectful. But if you have a centenarian, you will see a sparkle more than in other people. And so it creates their more life than other people. And in everything they do, they're more creative with it, they're unexpected, they're full of surprises. For example, Myrtle Little goes to see a baseball game team and supporter. She goes to a country singer that's Ollie Pike, 103 years. And then Jeanne Calment, which is the oldest person ever recorded, she has humor. And for example, Jean-Louis Calment, 120 years old, I think 134 days, and the question was asked to Jean Calment, why do you live so long? And she answers, because a good God has forgotten me. And what do you think of your wrinkles? Well, she says, I only have no wrinkles, just one wrinkle, and I'm sitting on it. And then, how do you consider your future life? Then she answers, very, very short. So they can joke with themselves and their life. That's the centenarian spirit. So we've seen actually the importance of all these psychological attitudes. And that makes you also ready for a patient to follow better therapies that can help them be in better health. And so, what are the hormone levels of centenarians? Are there differences in their hormone levels with other people? Well, without these psychological features of centenarians that we saw all, and these beneficial psychological attributes are probably also associated with higher hormone levels. And when you have higher hormone levels, you're tended to be more positive because you feel better. And so they usually have higher augmentin T3 levels. That makes them this fully alive and intelligent that they are. And so, for example, in autopsy studies, these thyroid nodules are found in non-centenarians. About 90% of non-centenarians have when they die, thyroid nodules, abnormalities of the thyroid gland, but only 26% in centenarians. You see here, this is studied Danish studies, and only 26% have significant morphological thyroid alternations, nodules. So the thyroid gland remains in better health. And a lot of Italian adult centenarians were checked here, and also semi-supercentenarians. Semi-supercentenarians are between age 100 and 105. No, between 105 and 106 and 110. And with aging, it is known that you progressively have decreases in free T3 and in free T3 to free T4 ratio. But T3 is the most important thyroid hormone, the most active one. And you have a progressive increase in serum free T4 and a progressive increase in serum TSH. And what you see is that centenarians and semi-supercentenarians have lower free T3 with to T4 ratio, a lower serum TSH, and a higher serum free T4. And actually, the more you have this, a low free T4, T3, and the pro-hormone T4 being higher and TSH lower, the worse their health is, the better, the more mortality they have. So it's not healthy for them to have low free T3 levels. And then on the contrary, if they had a higher free T3 to T4 ratio and lower free T4, they had lower mortality and a better functional status. So you really need to have the T3 being high enough to live long. And again, this study in Danish centenarians showed that actually those who had low free T3 had more other diseases than the thyroid gland, like cardiac diseases, etc. And I don't think I have the slide here, but centenarians have on the average 10 to 20 times less, 10 to 20 times less disease. Cancer, for example, extremely rare in the centenarians. And probably due to better T3 levels. And so the lower the T3 was and the more they had thyroid autoantibodies, the more they were dependent for others for activity of daily living. Meaning that they had a better capacity to take care of themselves without being helped by others if they had higher T3 levels. So it's very important to have enough T3, meaning that if you give to a patient thyroid hormones, ideally is to give a preparation that contains both T3 and T4 in it, and not just T4. And here, for example, the serum autoantibodies, you see the healthy, young, healthy woman. In older, healthy women, they have slightly higher thyroid antibodies, but in centenarian women, extremely low. You would expect it would increase. No, it decreases. Actually, it doesn't decrease in them. They never had a lot of autoantibodies. And you know that people with thyroid antibodies, they have more disease in general. They have more cardiac diseases. They have more higher cholesterol levels, for example. And so centenarian women have less thyroid antibodies than non-centenarian women. So it's only those who don't have autoantibodies or less that live longer. And so the T3 molecule that you see here depicted helps centenarians to live and to live a fully alive life because it wakens them up. And so they have a higher mood, they're happier, more positive, they have a higher mental status, intelligence, and then the centenarian spirit is probably due to their higher T3 levels also. And they have more energy, remain active thanks to this tea tree. So it really has a word to give tea tree. It also boosts the immune system, so having higher tea tree levels is interesting. And less age-related diseases generally. And I've done so many studies and lectures on it that can really confirm this is really true. High tea tree, if you have a high enough tea tree, above the average or at the average, you're in a better health than at lower values. And they have maintained cortisol levels. And that probably, if you still have cortisol levels at a high enough level, you have energy. And it makes that there's more sugar in your blood to give energy. So you adapt also to new situations. Cortisol is the hormone that makes us adapt to stress. We feel good with stress if we have a lot of cortisol. And for example, this study with morning serum cortisol levels, you see that they don't have different levels between centenarians, young and old controls here. So the centenarians don't have decrease of cortisol. And so cortisol here, that's the cortisol molecule depicted, helps them to adapt to stressful situations. And it improves their mood, gives them sort of energy punch, so you remain active. It also can, short-term, not long-term, increase your immune system. So if you have a cold, you take a little bit more cortisol. I'm a cortisol-deficient patient. If I have a flu, I take a little bit more cortisol, and within 2 hours, the flu is gone, finished. If I'm very quick, it goes away. The first 6 hours of the disease process goes away if you increase the cortisol levels. So strong, it boosts the immune system. It puts sugar in the immune cells. It also decreases inflammation and inflammatory disorders. And there are studies that show that centenarians actually have less inflammation than 70-year-olds. So it's important to be able to not have too much inflammation. And here you see these long-living persons, they have better attitudes to stress, and they tend to vary physical activities to avoid exhaustion so they don't deplete their cortisol. And they pray, and they have long walks at the end of the day. They play to relax. So they have a sort of positive attitudes that makes them cope with stress better, and that does not aggravate but attenuates emotional and physical stresses. And you see this in her. You see she has power thanks to the cortisol she has. Because if you're low in cortisol, you're completely apathetic. And then they seem to have higher DHA levels. And that can also help them adapt to safely to new situations, because it's an upbuilding anabolic hormone. And when you look here at the study in Okinawa, Okinawa is an island below Japan, and that is Japanese, but has 3 to 4 times more centenarians than in other places of the world. And what you see is that the Okinawa men have this level at 70 years of age, compared to US men. They have higher levels. And Okinawa women even higher comparatively than women in the US. Okay? So it's not a surprise that they can become very old, because DHA is an anabolic hormone. So anabolic hormones are longevity hormones in general. Serum DHA of women of the United States of 70 years. In Okinawa, it's higher, and 36% higher, but then at very old age, it does collapse as a secretion. And that's why probably they will die then also. Serum DHA here also of men, that was for women. You see that men have more, and it's at here 60% less than 100 years, but it was better before. So it's only those that have those higher levels in general that live longer. When it's too low, probably you will die sooner. And there are studies showing that for men, for example, you can almost have a double cardiovascular mortality when DHA levels are lower. So DHA helps to adapt to stressful situations, improves the mood. It protects also against tissue breakdown that is so frequent at older age. And so if they have higher cortisol levels, by having higher DHA levels, they protect themselves against cortisol. And so on inflammation, when you give cortisol plus DHA, it works better to decrease inflammation. So it's synergetic effect. And then they also have maintained, at least in men, testosterone levels. And that can give their stronger, determined personality, and maybe also firmer body, because testosterone does that. And so, for example, this is Forja Singh, that at 101 years runs 10-kilometer race. But at age 100, he ran a marathon. The London Marathon, which is not such an easy marathon. And so centenarians, many continue activities for several hours a day, and they continue moving activity where it's not used is rest, and probably the testosterone behind that remains probably high is helping them. So when you look at those Okinawa men, you see that at age 70, they have higher levels than US men. And Okinawa woman, it's not so clear difference at age 70. Now, interesting, you see the men of USA higher at 70 years, then it decreases afterwards, but at least it was during a long time higher. So testosterone probably is a health lengthening hormone, and we'll see many more studies later in the day. So it may also explain why centenarians have more sexual activity in their younger years, because if you have more testosterone, you're more likely to have more libido and potency. And can explain why they are more sexually involved. So the testosterone molecule helps those centenarians to be firmer, and so it gives them this sort of power in the mind. The mind is firmer, and the body is firmer too. And the freedom-seeking love may be due to the testosterone. So power to the body, increase the body activity, the muscles, the cardiovascular system is better with more testosterone and sexual function, the hormone of the muscles. And improves their energy too. And may also decrease age-related diseases. Many studies show that. Decrease diabetes, obesity, cardiovascular diseases, stomach cancer, and things like that. So, also in women it's very important as testosterone, because if women have high testosterone, they have a strong personality and a firmer body. And so, for example, long-living persons have a strong willpower. You see that in the eyes of this centenarian. They're simply obstinate with strong willpower. Can be explained by their higher testosterone levels in these women. They have positive emotions of fighting rather than let the arms down and losing the willpower. And so when you look here, you see that the testosterone levels of women of the United States at age 70 are this. Women of Okinawa is more, but look at what happens in women at 100 years, it's higher. So it's only those women who had high levels of testosterone that became centenarians. One of the characteristics of living long is being able to be autonomous, to walk up on stairs, be intelligent, doing your shopping and things like that, and that testosterone can help a lot. But it makes the body firmer, so you don't have to have help when you walk, you can walk. Only the woman with high testosterone levels live long. That's what could be concluded from this study of Suzuki. Suzuki was one who followed up a lot the centenarians in Okinawa. He's the world's expert on these Okinawa studies. And he has a study in China on Chinese female centenarians, an older woman, less than 100 years. And so then women had, each time they had 10 minutes daily activities more, the more higher the testosterone levels was. So you could also put it, the higher testosterone levels are, the more they had daily activities. And another study in Chinese female centenarians is that the high testosterone levels were, the lower the Bartle index is. The Bartle index is an index of dysfunction, of not being able to take care of yourself, etc. So actually, this means the more they could take good care of themselves with higher testosterone. And so the better the performance was in activities of daily living. And what about the female hormone levels? Well, in centenarians, both men and women, they are higher estradiol levels. Now, estradiol is the hormone that gives in women excitement, femininity, energy. You feel that some women have fire in them. Well, that's the estradiol effect. And so when you look here at older women, 758 centenarians and other were aged 80 to 99 years. What was seen is that the centenarian women had actually higher levels than their younger counterparts between age 80 and 99 years. This means that's only the women with high estradiol levels that become centenarians. But you as a physician can do that in your patient. You can keep those hormone levels high enough so they have more possibility of becoming centenarians. Here, again, one of the studies on centenarian Chinese women. And centenarian women compared to women younger than 100 years had 75% higher serum estradiol levels and 6 times more serum progesterone. So having more female hormones for women is good. They will live longer. And here's a study on the higher the estradiol and progesterone levels in the serum are in women, the lower the Bartle index is, so the more they have performance and activities of daily living too. So these hormones help explain why centenarians become centenarians. Again, the study on those Chinese centenarians showed that the higher the serum estradiol was, the longer the life expectancy is, the better it is. More longevity at higher serum estradiol levels. And we'll see all of this confirmed by this other studies I will show, and I'll also give you the practical dosing you should do to obtain longevity hormone levels in your patients. So estradiol helps centenarian women to be mentally and physically better in the mind, better mood. It's a great antidepressant molecule. And the excitement and love is good. The more energy, they remain active. And then you see there's more sexual function it will provide. It's better for the bones, less risk of osteoporosis, and less age-related diseases. Now, what about growth hormone, and especially the hormone that exerts most of the activity of growth hormone, IGF-1, or insulin-like growth factor 1, which is made by the liver, mostly by the liver, under stimulation of growth hormone. Well, they also have higher or maintained IGF-1 levels than centenarians. And IGF-1 is, for me, the most potent reversing aging hormone. I take IGF-1, many of my patients take IGF-1. So it gives you a peaceful mind, relaxes your body, but it also makes your body younger, more muscles, less fat. And when you look here, you would say it's not so good. You look here, for example, serum, you see the centenarians have lower levels of IGF-1 than aged persons that are younger, have lower age than 100 years. The IGF-PP3, which is the binding protein, strangely is very low in centenarians. What does this mean? This means that after centenarians, the situation is better than in older adults. Because in centenarians, there's low binding protein compared to a lower hormone. There's actually a high level of IGF-1 to the IGF-PP3. That means that the bioavailable IGF-1, the one that goes in the target cells, is higher. They have higher levels than older age people in IGF-1 in the cells. That's what it means. So these 19 healthy centenarians, the higher the ratio of IGF-1 to IGF-PP3 is, the more there's free IGF-1 that goes in target cells, the higher there's fat-free mass in centenarians. The lower the body mass index is, the lower the body fat is. And the lower the serum leptin is, which is a marker of obesity. And so the fat-free mass you see with IGF-1, fat-free mass is like muscles, like here. The lower the IGF-1, IGF-P is, the more fat there is and less fat-free mass, but the fat-free mass, or the muscle mass mostly, is higher at higher levels of this ratio. And you see, for example, that the BMI is also lower at higher IGF-1 to IGF-PP3 ratios. And the body fat is less, and leptin is less, also at higher levels. Also, the mental state is better at higher IGF-1 to IGF-PP3 levels, so more bioavailable IGF-1, the better the fundamental test to see if you have Alzheimer or not, the mini-mental state examination is. So they have a better mental function. And this is a study on older Italian adults, among those 22 healthy centenarians. And what you see is that at higher IGF-1 to IGF-PP ratios, the lower the blood pressure is, the forearm blood flow is better, so there's better blood flow actually in the limbs and in probably the whole body. And they also have higher total nitrate and nitrate. The better the magnesium levels are also at these levels. So there's really a healthier centenarian at these levels. So here you see that the higher IGF-1 levels are, the more strength they have in the muscles. There's a special test where you hand grip strength. You check that it's better at higher IGF-1 levels. So when you look here at James Holy Eagle, age 102 years, he was a phenomenon in the Indian world and North America. What you see is that he has a large nose and large jawbones, typical characteristics of having a lot of growth hormone and IGF-1. There's a lot of growth hormone and IGF-1. So it makes them probably live longer because of these higher levels. You can see on the face of people their hormone levels. It's part of my work is to teach you how to recognize the physical signs of hormone deficiency or hormone excess. You have all this information also in the Atlas of Endocrinology for Hormone Therapy. You have pictures for 20 hormone deficiencies and 19 hormone excesses. So you really are able to recognize that in your patient. Gives you a good idea of how intense there is a deficiency or not in the patient, for example. So this is a study on older adults, very old adults. When you talk about oldest old adults, it's 80 years or 85 years or above. And the higher the IGF-1 levels are, if they are in the upper tertile compared to the lower two tertiles, so up to 32% of families patient, what you see is that there's better walking speed, so they're able to walk on a normally better, and they have less atherosclerosis in the carotid intima thickness and less atherosclerotic plaques, so they are healthier. And so the IGF-1 in growth hormone actually helps centenarians to be calmer. It gives you inner peace. And you're actually younger looking because your whole body is younger. All the organs are younger. If you want to reverse atherosclerosis, it's possible, but you have to do it with growth hormone IGF-1. Those work well. So it gives power to the mind. It gives you actually, when I started growth hormone, I started being much more spiritual. I felt a reality more. It's not like a drug. It feels like you feel life more in depth. Because it calms your whole body, so you have a straighter body, a straighter posture, so you look the world before you better, you're not looking at the ground. And you're also much more relaxed, so you can feel spiritual energy much better. And so there's also power to the body because it's really rejuvenating, decrease age-related disease, of course, and makes it remain active, having those levels. And then what about oxytocin levels? I wrote a whole book on oxytocin, and it's actually one of my favorite books because oxytocin changed my life. It's much more pleasant to live in a world of oxytocin. And so there's friendliness, affectionate, you make contacts with others easier, and that's for centenarians. However, I didn't find a test where they tested oxytocin levels in centenarians. But the fact that they remain sociable, that they remain having romantic love easier are characteristics of having a lot of oxytocin. And we saw the slide where they give the witness that they still need to remain connected with others, intimately or through social contacts and things like that. Centenarians, like Walter and Lisa Kimmel, who both are 100 years old, they're celebrating their 75th wedding anniversary. And so they maintain the need to have a loving relationship, to have someone who cares, keeps alive. If you have zero oxytocin, you're autistic. You don't want to have contact with other people. You remain at a distance. You find others disturbing. But when you're full of oxytocin, you like to have contact with other people. Completely the opposite. You're warm-hearted. You want a romantic love. And so oxytocin helps centenarians to be friendly, to be more sociable, and give affection. It's almost certainly, this is how the structure looks like. It's a circle forming a molecule with some attachments. And you have also easier orgasm and things like that. So you want to have more sexual activity. And what about melatonin? Well, melatonin is, sleep inducing, and long-living persons have regular and satisfying sleep, so you may suspect they have higher melatonin levels. And the study in French centenarians, and we know that the oldest person in the world is a French woman, and the fourth oldest ever woman in the world is also a French woman who just died recently, I think in January. She was almost 119 years old. And so French, they know what to do to live long, and they do have restored sleep actually. 80% of them had a good sleep. And 52 centenarians, another study, very old study in 1899, there were 85% were considered as excellent sleepers by their family. Most had about 8 hours of sleep, and that's about what is good for longevity, 8 hours of sleep. And so centenarians, what they have is that they actually keep on, they have lower melatonin metabolite levels in urines, but they still keep a circadian rhythm, which is surprising because most people around age 80, for example, who are younger, don't keep a circadian rhythm. So they have a higher urinary hydroxymelatonin sulfate levels, this metabolite. When you have a metabolite of hormone, it means a hormone becomes a metabolite when it has an impact on a person. And so it reflects hormone activity. So in this case, melatonin activity. And so it's kept in centenarians and younger adults, but you don't have detectable or urinary 6-hydroxymelatonin levels in older adults around age 70, 80 years. And so you see here that there's chronic insomnia, and patients have lower levels of nocturnal serum melatonin levels, and when you have more than 5 years of chronic insomnia, it's even 38% lower. So people with sleep disorders usually have lower melatonin levels. So in summary, what we can say is that centenarians have globally higher hormone activities or hormone levels. And they relatively maintain their melatonin activity because they maintain a circadian rhythm, the higher levels at night and lower levels during the day. While in old adults, age 70, that want to live long, it's not maintained. All the levels are flat. And I personally, I come from a family where we all had sleep disorders. I can say to you that this night I slept like a baby, and most of my nights I sleep like a baby, but I do take melatonin before sleeping. That makes a difference. And so they also have a better thyroid activity in the sense that they have higher free T3 levels. Also, the fact that the TSH is lower can reflect a better thyroid function. And they usually don't have thyroid antibodies, so that's better actually. And so the cortisol activity is maintained. They have average morning serum cortisol, not excessive, but it's maintained. It's not too low. So that's really good. And they have higher or maintained DHA activity. So they usually have high or normal or good levels of serum DHA. It is lower, but it's not as low as you would expect it would be at their age. They also have higher growth hormone IGF-1 activities because the ratio between IGF-1 and IGF-BB3 is higher. That means there's more IGF-1 in the target cells. They also, on oxytocin activity, we don't have any levels, but we can suspect they have higher oxytocin levels. And then there's higher or maintained testosterone activity, and they have higher or maintained serum testosterone because they have that. And they seem to also have higher estrogen and progesterone activity because the levels of estrogen and progesterone are higher. So this should stimulate you to correct hormone levels in older adults so they can become healthy and happy centenarians. So, in the way to become centenarians and hormone therapists, in the morning, you should get thyroid hormones, and the best is desiccated thyroid. Thyroid normally from pork, but even if you have a religion like Islam religion, or you can take Jewish religion, you can take desiccated thyroid. It's for medication from pork. That's the best. That's what I take. Most of my patients take. At low physiological dose, you don't need to overdose. And hydrocortisone might be necessary in those who are burned out, because that's a typical consequence of low cortisol. And it would be in women, for example, 15, 20 milligrams per day. In men, it would be 30 milligrams. You need 5 times higher levels than with synthetic derivatives, but it's better than natural ones. And then DHEA is comparable doses, women on the average 20 to 30 milligrams, men 20 to 50 milligrams. Testosterone should be, if it's given transdermal, in injection actually, it's 50 milligrams per month in women, and in men it's 400 milligrams per month if it's injected. And so that's not once a day, it's once a month for testosterone here, but you can also take transdermal or pellets. Pellets is 4 months or 6 months. It's also a very good treatment. Women, estradiol, you should give 1 to 2 milligrams transdermal, and so on. And what's the dosing? There are low physiological doses to give. It's 5 to 10 international units a day. Sublingual, which is better. If not, you can give the intranasals 8 to 24 international units to have good effect. For hydrocortisone, a second time hydrocortisone may be necessary. But generally then you give less in the morning. So it's twice a day. You give. You don't go more than per day 20 milligrams. So you give in the morning 10 to 20 milligrams, depending if the patient's a woman or a male. And then lunch is 5 to 10 milligrams. So you split the dose. And Rotamil is given at bedtime. Its doses are between 0.1 to 0.4 milligrams a day. And IGF-1 is also can be supplementary given 0.5 to 2 milligrams, but it's very difficult to get IGF-1. You usually get long-acting IGF-1 here. And then progesterone is given at bedtime in women, 100 milligrams per day. But I, as a man, take also progesterone at night. Sleep better with it, calmer, and protects my heart from coronary vasospasm and the prostate from prostate hypertrophy. So can we predict who will become centenarian? Well, centenarians have better health, less comorbidities, and look at these studies. This is really, really fundamental. Centenarians compared to people 80 years old, what you see is 25% less risk of atrial fibrillation, 48% less risk of heart failure, 10 times less hypertension. They are less in disease. 12 times less stroke, 30 times less chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, 72 times less kidney failure, 24 times less cancer, 28 times less diabetes, much less disease. And centenarians compared to 90-year-olds, it's the same but less impressive, because 90-year-olds are actually people who have better health than 80-year-olds on average. But it's still 4 times less atrial fibrillation, 4 times less malignancy, cancer, etc. So they are healthier people. The diets of centenarians is that they usually have a low-calorie diet, and you have a lot of diets like in France. It's usually they eat less calories per day, so they don't inflame their body too much. So all the longevity studies show that. So centenarians also have a healthy diet in the sense that they eat supper earlier, and they have a sort of intermittent fasting. They eat 2 meals a day, not 3. And so they have a sort of 16 hours where they don't eat. They don't eat processed meat that you can get, at breakfast. And many have a regular diet. Most of them don't drink alcohol. They eat a lot of fruit and vegetables, and they have a sort of Mediterranean diet. There's a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables, and low glycemic index foods. They don't eat sugar easily. They may eat some honey in their tea. So 89% eat vegetables every day. And they don't like fried foods. Fried foods is a lot of toxic fats. And they have a high dietary fiber intake. So they eat a lot of citrus fruits, cauliflowers, and things like that. And what is interesting, they have a better microbiota in the gut. Richer. So when you compare to young people, in this study in 2022 that are about 20 to 30 years of age, they have a better gut microbiota than people who are now 20 to 30 years of age. This is a recent study, 2022. Better richness and diversity of the microbiota. There are more abundance of microbes and eat more potatoes and cereal products. They let butyrate producing bacteria and bacteria that characterize an high animal based Western diet. And they have more exposure to farm animals also, etc., because they lived in a more healthier environment. And then when you're more exposed, like in farms, you catch up the bacteria that there's full of abundant bacteria, and it also helps to have a better microbiota. We have here about, I think it's 100 million bacteria per cubic meter in the air. But in a farm, even more. And that makes part of your microbiota. And then they have also lower free radical damage. You see that centenarians, for example, very interesting. This is the total lipid peroxides, so the oxidation of lipids that are at the outside of the membranes of the cells. You see that it's a certain level, but there's a lower level at compared to the highest level here, for example, at age 30. So they have less free radical damage. And here's the level actually. Here it is. You see how low it is here compared. It's the best ever of all these age categories. You would expect that with age it would increase, and it does not, because high levels of free radical damage means that you're prematurely aging and you'll die soon. So here we finished about centenarians, and I just will give you some information about medical education that I present. I have books like The Hormone Habit. This is The Hormone Habit. This book has for 18 hormone therapies. You have everything: diagnosis, how to diagnose, what is medical history, what is the lab test you should do, how to interpret the lab test, how to give a treatment. This is really a very valuable book. If you want to do hormone therapy, and there's one book to buy this, you can do 200 workshops, and you still will not have the information like this classified, very easy to understand, in a very easy to understand English, what to do in the follow-up, and how, also very important, how to solve the problems. If you have this and this and this problem, what are the problems you can have? Well, you have then the solutions. It's well explained here in a very practical way for 18 hormone therapies. It goes from growth hormone, from melatonin, from thyroid, from female hormones, progesterone in men, for example, calcitonin, vasopressin, oxytocin. You have all the information here. And then the second half of the book is all references. Shows you that within the reference range of laboratories, you can have pathologies at that level or that level. So it gives you a justification for treatment even in a patient with hormone levels within reference ranges. Because the reference ranges, in the reference range, there's only 95% of all patients go to laboratory there. If they're sick or not, doesn't matter. And there's only 2.5% below the reference range, 2.5% above. So you already have pathologies within those statistical ranges. So reference ranges are statistical ranges, not health ranges. So we have all that information. Also, if you want to know references with diabetes and melatonin or testosterone, or you want to know depression or fatigue, and hormone, if it's associated with low hormone levels, or is the treatment working, you have references justifying the treatment. So this is really extremely helpful, very easy, and I know that many come also from Russia, and so they won't be able to, we cannot for the moment send it there, so you can buy it here. So it's better to buy it here. We have limited stock, but we'll probably be able to help you. Then you have the Atlas of Hormone Therapy, which is really important because you can see the hormone signs, and then you can see the signs of hormone deficiency, improve with treatment, and you have this information here. There are many slides on the head, the body, the feet, the nails, the skin, the eyes, and things like that. So that is really helpful. Then I have a third book, which is the Reversing Physical Aging book.
Да, нет у нас таких книг, но это книга, которую можно только мечтать.
We don't have many samples here, but this book has everything you ever dreamed of. Now, all these books, I thought when I made these books that they would be copied. I mean, some other people will make a better book, but there's no better book. I think I can say that, not even far from it. So it's really, so this is a textbook. It also gives you what to do. For example, if you have a forehead wrinkle, or you have gray hair, or you have lack of firmness in the face, swollen face, puffy eyes, or you cannot see well, what are the therapies that do have some efficacy? You see that everything is perfect in the sense that always can be improved, that if you have tinnitus, vitamin D can help, C can help, but also there are treatments that can totally reverse tinnitus and hearing loss if you put drops of IGF and aldosterone in your ears. So that helps also the eyesight, you can improve your eyesight, etc. There's a lot of different touch, you don't touch, or you have paresthesias. It all has information with, of course, at the end, also the scientific references of many of what I said. And this is also very practical, it's also based on my practice. So I give always in my books what is more important, like in the hormone handbook, if you have to choose between testing in a yellow background, you have actually the information of what is the most important test or most important science. A yellow background. You don't have time to go, you just look at the yellow background. That really helps you to get right to the most important thing. And this is also true for the reversing aging book, etc. If you want to train more, because it's really worth training,
Go on the slides. I will show you with the slides better.
Я очень хотел бы, чтобы слайды были лучше.
I have a whole education, so let's go on the slides. I will show you with the slides better.
Reverse prostate hypertrophy.
See how it is. There's also
Дисфункция, гипертрофия
my latest book, and it's extremely complete, how to reverse prostate hypertrophy, erectile dysfunction, and listen to how it starts out to save your heart, or that of your patients for
Я не
decreased
думаю,
bleeding,
что
etc. You have all the information.
единственная
Again,
книга,
be very
но я не
practically,
думаю, что
because
есть
I don't
лучше.
think there's one book on testosterone with more and better scientific
Есть еще
references
вот
for the moment.
список
So these are, then there's the e-learning. You can go
медицинская
on our
школа,
HERTOP
она на
Medical School
английском,
training
есть
website.
на русском,
It is
есть
in
перевод на
English,
украинский.
but we do have Ukrainian, I
Можно
think
получить
Russian,
брошюру, которая
and some
есть там все.
Ukrainian
Наверное,
translations.
здесь не
And you
настолько,
see,
но
you can get a brochure that
есть
explains you. I
программы,
don't know if you probably may have had
образовательные
the
программы,
details, but you get
например,
all the different
гормональная
training
терапия
programs you can follow. You can follow a training program
с
on, for
последние
example,
данные. Очень
hormone
легко,
therapy. The
там все
evidence-based
понимается.
hormone
Там
therapy is fantastic. They're really very updated and very easy to understand, but fundamental information. And you have also
лечение, процесс
anti-aging medicine,
лечения
or
старения и так
called
далее.
longevity and quality of life medicine. That is really
На одну
helpful. So
лекцию
you get
можно
all that
подписаться, которая вам
information
нужна,
here. You can also just
на один модуль.
subscribe to
Например,
one
если
lecture that you
сосудистый
really
модуль,
want, or to the one model. For example, I'm working now on a cardiovascular model. I can say this is absolutely revolutionary. Show the studies that show you when you give a hormone, it improves collateral circulation, capillary density around, etc. So can reverse or avoid vasospasm. So we have a lot of information. If I have a recommendation for you to do, is to subscribe in the hormone therapy consultation. The hormone consultation, that's 8 sessions. You have everything from A to Z, from the very basics, but very easy to understand and very updated intervention. Really interesting. The hormone, that one. If you are interested in longevity, we have a whole longevity model, extremely interesting, which I'm giving part of this today. And there is also many others like fatigue or burnout, or you can take growth hormone and IGF-1 models. It's really interesting. So I just wanted to show you before we'll stop at the break, is that this is the website that you can hertopmedicalschool.eu, and you have courses in Russian. Some are already translated. With this lecture, we'll learn everything on health, yoga, appearance, diet changes, nutritional therapies, and so lecture 1 and lecture 2 of model 3, which is the reversing physical aging. That's the most sold model that we have. And so you have also with the basics, reverse physical aging, basic hormone therapies. So you have easy go on this sign, and you can get onto the Russian part that will probably be more developed in the future. Maybe we have 2-3 minutes for questions. Is there any question? I don't know if you have a microphone. No microphone for the audience now. Otherwise, we'll do the questions later because we started with a delay, and I'm sorry for that. And you can maybe, if they don't have a microphone for the public, write down your questions, and I'll be able to answer your questions later. I think now we have probably a press conference that will be there just in front, and you have the booth that is there. So thank you for your attention, and see you back.
So, okay. So we're going to talk about life extension with hormone therapies. When you give supplements, how much longer can you live? And can you live longer with these hormone supplements?
So there's melatonin, DHEA, estrogen, progesterone, testosterone that we're going to see. Tomorrow I will look on one of the most important therapies to live longer, growth hormone and IGF-1, in the main session in the afternoon. So let's go and look. So you can have life-extending effects with the sex hormones, certainly with testosterone. Insulin, thyroid also can help, DHEA and cortisol, and what is it? And growth hormone and IGF-1. and actually melatonin. And so we're going to see some of these effects now. So how can you show that hormone therapies can help extend life? Well, the question is, you can see it by two ways. Either you have high hormone levels are linked to longer life, or you give a hormone therapy and then life is lengthened in the animal or the human to whom it's given. So we can check hormone deficiency syndromes like thyroid, testosterone deficiency, Chian syndrome. We can check mortality statistics based on the hormone levels and longevity. And you can check also hormone therapies, their effect on mortality when you give it. You can also do it in other ways. You can try to check people who have a short time to live normally with their pathology, with heart failure, critical ill AIDS patients, so you don't have to wait 70, 100 years to check life, but you know that in general they will die within 2 or 5 years. Well, if you can then prolong life with them, or they have hormone levels related to their shorter life expectancy, you can make conclusions. You can also use animals with short life when you do experiments, like a mice lives about 2 years, a rat 3 years, so that makes that the study is not too long. In humans, it would be too long. So let's look at melatonin supplementation. A cheap supplement, but extremely powerful, you will see. If ever you have a medical emergency like a stroke or whatever, melatonin can make wonders to decrease the stroke by up to 80% on average if you give a high enough dose. So here's the pineal gland, here depicted here, and at night it makes higher levels of melatonin. And you see here that the melatonin levels steadily decline with years. So even at 100 years, you should normally have a lower level than at 60, 70 years. And when you don't have enough melatonin, what do you have as a problem? Well, you have sleep difficulties. You have, you worry, you think over. You don't want to sleep, you're always thinking a bit too much. It's a hard time to fall asleep, and if you wake up at night, it's a hard time to fall back asleep. And melatonin can correct all that. You're easily woken up, and you have difficulties to fall back asleep, and you also have not much dreams. If you don't mind having dreams, you're probably low melatonin. For example, because of the jet lag, I took more melatonin yesterday before sleep. I had very strong dreams. And even when you take too much, you can get too strong dreams, like nightmares are very intense. So higher melatonin levels have been found to be linked with longer life. Now, in medicine, for one reason or another, we don't talk too much about longevity. We talk about reducing mortality. And when you reduce mortality, you increase longevity, it's the same. So I'll try to use the more positive words of increasing longevity. And you look here, the centenarians, as we showed, maintain a circadian melatonin rhythm. Here, when you look here, you see that all the adults that are demented or not, they actually have a flat melatonin curve, meaning that they don't secrete much melatonin at night. It doesn't increase in them. And so they have a very low sulfatoxin melatonin levels in urines. But when you look at centenarians in this study, this is another study, I showed you already a study on that, but this is another one. They have significantly increased levels of 6-sulfatoxin melatonin, and they have actually a maintained, so they have more higher levels at night than during the day, which you don't find in 70-year-olds on average. So that's probably a reason why they live longer. And so when you give melatonin to humans with short life expectancy, with a disease that can make them die sooner, you see that they have, for stroke survival, for example, and you see here that you have hemorrhagic stroke patients, and they receive 30 milligrams per day melatonin. It's safe, you cannot die with melatonin. There's no lethal dose ever shown. Well, what you see is that actually, compared to other stroke patients also with hemorrhagic stroke, they marginally have less necessity for mechanical ventilation, and they stay less long in intensive care unit. It does decrease mortality, but it's considered as non-significant, but it does decrease by 50% the mortality. And there are other studies like that that show the improvement in survival thanks to. So I had a terrible accident with my first vaccine. 4 days later, I had stroke. I was difficulty to talk, and it was a stroke in the cerebellum, in a vascular system that was perfect. So because I knew that, I took huge doses of melatonin, 40 milligrams per day, up to 80 milligrams per day, and I have almost no lesions. There's a little lesion in my cerebellum, but I covered everything, and one of the three therapies that really saved my motor function was melatonin. I've applied it to other people with stroke. It really makes wonders. You can decrease by 80 to 90% the stroke infarct size by melatonin. So it's really a very helpful substance. And so rats with ischemic stroke by middle cerebral artery occlusion, what you see is that if you give them a single dose, they have 54% decrease in brain infarction volume. And it decreased by 51% if you give more the brain infarction volume in those who had more, and then at 50 milligrams you had a 45 increase in brain infarction volume. So basically it works up to 5 milligrams per kilo, but 5 milligrams per kilo, if you're 70 kilos, it's 350 milligrams of melatonin. So it's quite a high dose, because the dose I take now for melatonin on average is 0.1 milligram sublingual. It's much less. But in pathological conditions, you can take more. And you see, this is about 350 milligrams for 70 kilos. So that's about the right dose that may help. Higher will not help more because you don't have better figures. So melatonin can work for stroke on many, many aspects. It can maintain the brain volume. There's a decrease with stroke, but it's lesser decrease with melatonin. It preserves the blood-brain barrier permeability. It also decreases the brain damage from oxidative stress by ischemic stroke in mice. So every damage done by too much free radicals, it helps. And it also decreases inflammation, as you see here, and it decreases the risk of hemorrhagic transformation with fibrous tissue. It decreases fibrosis of tissues. It decreases the biobehavioral deficits of ischemic stroke, and it increases the electrophysiological and neurobehavioral recoveries after stroke. So very, very potent. And again, I repeat, there's no lethal dose with melatonin. So the only inconvenience by taking too much is that it can increase the cortisol levels. But you can always add cortisol. So in prevention of stroke, these are the doses you should take daily in general, or give to your patients, is sublingual melatonin 0.1 to 0.4 milligrams per day under the tongue are doses that can help prevent stroke. It is, for example, prevents blood clots at night because it prevents aggregation of platelets. And you see here, the first 7 to 10 days of stroke, I would say limited damage and give 110 to 200 milligrams per day divided doses. This is what I use. I think it's enough to have full efficacy. So I took up to 80 milligrams per day, but in more severe stroke, you would probably give more. And it really, really helps. I learned about that actually many years ago. A pharmacist, I went to give a seminar in Germany, and the pharmacist who organized it told about that one of his physicians actually had a stroke, took high dose of melatonin, and recovered miraculously from it. And so half a month to 3 years after the stroke, you go to a more physiological dose that are probably a little bit higher than here. It all depends the vascular health state of the patient. But it gives you an idea of doses, and for prevention, sublingual melatonin works best, 0.1 to 0.4 milligrams. And what about COVID survival? Interesting study here in the Philippines. They did a study by Castillo and colleagues. And there were 7 confirmed cases of COVID, 3 tested negative, but had all the complaints of COVID that were considered as being COVID positive too. And what you see here is that a high melatonin dose at a dose of 36 to 72 milligrams per day in 4 divided doses, so they took doses of 9 milligrams up to 18 milligrams 4 times a day. What it helped is that it stabilized quicker. After 4 or 5 days, they were stabilized, didn't aggravate anymore. And it began, and all 10 patients who took that survived. Well, you know there's about a 30% mortality when they arrive in intensive care, and none of them had necessity of mechanical ventilation. And they have a quicker recovery, actually, in about 8 days after they were okay, they could get out of the hospital, I believe, and no significant side effect except that it can give them being too much sleepy. But you're anyway in a bed in the hospital room, so that's okay to be a little sleepy. It didn't really bother. So no melatonin patients who were admitted during the same period. So those who did not receive melatonin, there were another group. I think it's about 30 or 40 patients. They had an average hospital stay and recovery that was 13 days. That is more than the 4 or 5 days here. Okay. So 35% of these COVID patients died. So 1 in 3 died, while none died. And 20% needed mechanical ventilation. Otherwise, they were similar originally. 40% had probably COVID pneumonia tested negative, required ventilation. 30% died. So they also had patients who had not tested positive for COVID, but had all the signs. 40% of them died because probably they didn't receive melatonin. Shows you how potent melatonin can be at supra-physiological doses. And you see this is one of the chest rays of a patient treated with melatonin before and with melatonin. You see it's much better picture, much less pneumonia with the melatonin. There was regression of the ground glass opacities. Here there's still some opacity, but it shows you anyway, interesting picture, healthier person. What about cancer survival? Can you live longer if you have advanced cancer, terminal cancer, if you take melatonin? You see here, these are all the studies that were done, I think, mostly by Lisoni. Lisoni is an Italian oncologist who worked a lot with melatonin, made more than 60 studies, I think 68 studies were published. And among the studies where he published something about life duration, I took them here and put them on a graph. So he treated only terminal cancer patients, brain glioma, blastomas, and metastasis. You see with radiotherapy alone and radiotherapy with melatonin, 7 times more persons were alive at 1 year. You know how fatal that can be, that brain glioma, especially with metastasis. And then you have here solid tumors. You see here the solid tumors. You have interleukin 2 only given, interleukin 2 plus melatonin, 3 times more survival at 1 year. In all these patients with metastasis. And then non-small cell lung cancer, chemotherapy alone, but when you give melatonin, you double the survival at 1 year. Of course, it doesn't mean that after 5 years they're all still alive with melatonin, but at least it prolongs, it doubles their survival time and probably improves their quality of life by better sleep and more energy. Solid tumors, supportive care alone, and interleukin 2 plus melatonin, 4 times more survival. And then colon tumors, supportive care alone, and you have about 2 to 4 times more survival with melatonin. So it shows you healthy studies showing you accurate improvement, also decrease of cancer metastasis, decrease of cancer with melatonin. It seems to be quite helpful. Now, what can melatonin do on the lifespan of animals with short life expectancy and on their disease outcome? So here's a young mouse and an old mouse. And when you look at the survival of these, a control old mice lives 23.8 months, while a mice with melatonin lives 18% longer. But the melatonin may be not started too early. They usually give high doses of melatonin in animals, too high for humans actually. But basically, if you start at those supraphysiological dose too early, it doesn't work. But if you start later, around the middle age for humans, then it's okay, it will prolong the life. So I take melatonin since age 38. That was starting to be in the middle age. That's the right time actually to take. But if you have sleep disorders before, you should take it because that means you have a deficiency and you need melatonin sooner. And low-calorie diets. Interesting, we know that low-calorie diets make rodents live longer and many other animal species. But did you know that when you give to an old rat, this is young rats and this is old rats, they usually have a lower melatonin level, okay? And but that's the old rats with low-calorie diet, actually. Lives relatively longer than an old rat without a low-calorie diet. And actually, you see that serum melatonin levels are better well, in those who have a low-calorie diet. So, in general, what you can give is, for your patient, is sublingual tablets of melatonin is for me the best, because 10 minutes later, half of that is already absorbed, and they can fall asleep quicker. If you take an oral one, it's usually, they have to absorb it, And it takes 30 minutes before it starts working. And if you have digestive unrest, it doesn't work so well. So the sublingual melatonin is better, but it has to be a low dose. A low dose, 0.05 to 0.2 milligrams per day. There's a good brand, for example, you can send it, I think, to here, easily all over the world, called EuroHealth. That's probably, I think, the best brand. That's what I take in general. At bedtime, you take mild deficiency 0.05, 0.1 milligram. I take 0.1 milligram. And moderate deficiency, you go a little bit higher. And severe deficiency or poor absorption, you might to go higher on sublingual. You can also take oral tablets, but they don't work as consistently and as stable. And generally, the doses that are sold are too high. You should take between 0.5 to 3 milligrams to get physiological dose. At bedtime, a mild deficiency should be 0.5 to 1 milligrams, for example. Moderate deficiency, a little bit more, 1 to 2 milligrams. And 3 milligrams is generally only for severe deficiencies, or if the patient absorbs not too well. Patients with a bloated upper belly will probably not absorb well. Bloated belly means they have digestive trouble. So in a fatal disease, myocardial infarction, stroke, or sepsis, you might have to go much higher. And for example, oral tablets is then okay. Mild disease, you take 2 to 3 10 milligrams a day. But when you have a severe disease, here, for example, you can go up to 100 milligrams in total, but in 2 times. Don't take in the morning if they're still active, but usually when they have a dangerous disease, they're lying on their bed, and it's okay to give it twice a day. And totally okay, and really can save the life of a person with myocardial infarction and reduce the infarctions very much. So that's how you can make people survive. Now, what about thyroid therapy? Giving thyroid hormones. It's life extending, but not at supraphysiological doses, at the right dose, the personalized dose, physiological dose. So don't give too much. It's life-shortening at excessive doses. And so this is my great-grandfather who started the treatment with thyroid therapy in 1892, I believe, or 1893. He was the second or third in the world, and the first in the world to start with a hormone therapy. It was thyroid therapy. It was Dr. Murray from England. So my great-grandfather went over to meet him and learned everything from him, and then published a lot of books that made it more known about hypothyroidism, and he was the first physician to introduce it, in my belief, in the United States. So you find in publications in the United States at that time, articles of my great-grandfather, showing pictures before and after thyroid therapy. So he wrote many books, and this book is even republished in English, in German, not necessarily Russian. And that was his book. I have still some exemplars at home like this. And actually he was fascinated because he looked at patients and he could tell how they were. And what we will do, if we have time at the end of my lectures, we'll do some physical examination. He did that too when he went to the United States, said to the physician, look, you look hypothyroid, come over, I'll show you what you have, I'll tell you what you have, what sort of complaints you have, and that was mostly thyroid, and what you can do about it. Now I do the same, but I do it not only for thyroid therapy, I do it for all the other deficiencies to get a better way. Davis Coma was another book, etc. Published first in French, some in English. And you see here that with aging, we decrease with the T3. And that decline is at age 20, you already have a decline of 7%. And at age 90, it's about 45% decrease. Sorry, I'm not pushing on the right button here. And for the serum T4, as you see here, it's minus 5% already at 20 years. So children have higher amounts of thyroid hormones in their blood because they have higher metabolism. And then it declines, and you see they have a 40% decline compared to age 10 and of T4. So it gradually declines. And not only have you decline of the levels, but the receptors for thyroid hormones also decline already. For example, at age 31 and 60 years, 41% decline in T3 receptors, the most important receptors inside the nucleus for thyroid hormones. So even if you have normal lab tests, the receptors are less. Patient can have symptoms of thyroid deficiency because of a lack of receptors. So this means that most people need to be treated for thyroid deficiency latest between age 31 and 40 years, for example. So it's not just an exception to treat hypothyroidism. There are a lot of smaller forms, intermittent deficiencies that need to be treated. And this is true for many of the other hormones. So don't wait 50 years, age 50 or age 60 to treat with thyroid deficiency. You can start earlier. And we have, in my hormone handbook, a lot of scientific studies justifying that. So here you have trophic lesions of the hair that you can get. The hair is very dry and you lose hair in hypothyroidism, and you have the third of the eyebrow loss. That is actually called the sign of Dr. Eugene Hertog, because it was my great-grandfather was the first to find that sign. And swollen lower eyelids is typical here, and puffy cheeks. You see here, puffy cheeks. And we all love, I hope so, at least, Mona Lisa for this beautiful picture. But the Mona Lisa is hypothyroid. She has thin and coarse hair. You see this? And hair loss. She has absent eyebrows. She has some thalassemia that you can see there, and also on her hand. And she has an absence of, she doesn't have a total arthropathy, but she has a suborbital edema, which is a sign of low thyroid function, especially more frequent in the morning. And she has a puffy face globally, and she's overall a yellowish tint. You accumulate beta-carotene in your skin when you don't have enough thyroid hormones. So, she's a possible virtue that's a little thicker in the region of the thyroid. And this is a picture of a patient before. It's one of my patients of my great-grandfather. And you see extensive lesions of the hair and eyebrows. And look at the change with therapy. You see more hair, and looks like it's a little bit better here, but the face is better, much better, slimmer. So in hypothyroidism, you also have more fatigue, morning fatigue, in 96% of hypothyroid patients. In a study I published many years ago, in 2003. And so, what now with longevity? Well, there are many studies showing that lower T3 levels, sometimes lower T4 levels, are linked to decreased longevity. I'll try to talk everything positively here. And you see self-reported, those who report they have a thyroid disease, for example, and most of that is hypothyroidism, have actually a significant better mortality during the follow-up of 16 years that there was there. So having a thyroid disease is not good. Of course, if you treat it, it's better, but you need at least to treat it. And here you have older to very old adults that were examined, and many of them had a low T3, 62%, hereditary 6 syndrome. And that is anyway linked to more mortality.
Also, if you have a higher free T3, then they have a doubling of their survival. So actually having a higher free T3 in all the patients make them live longer. So if they have a low T3, that's not good. And so low free T3 is a powerful predictor of mortality. So you need to check not only D4 in your patients, but also the T3 to know if they're going to live long or not. And so here are lab tests, blood levels here. And if you're at the lowest quartile of the blood levels, that's the higher, that's lower. You have and you have a marked decrease in COT4. You increase the probability of dying, and there are several studies showing that. And so if you're below the 4 micrograms per day, which is around the lower range of the reference, probability of death is 50% compared to if you're not. If it's very low here, for example, then you have 80% chances of dying. So what happens when you give thyroid supplements? There are not many studies showing the efficacy on lifespan of thyroid therapies. Here's one of those in patients with having received radioactive iodine. So patients had over the hypothyroidism and they received radioactive iodine to treat that, which is not a good idea. There's many other ways you can do it better. And they had significantly increased all-cause mortality and circulatory deaths, probably because they became hypothyroid because of the radioactive iodine. And patients that don't receive treatment have a 14% increase in all-cause mortality compared to patients who actually are healthy. And then they also have more risk of dying from ischemic heart disease. And if they were found to have mild hypothyroidism, that doubled their mortality. So you need to treat them with thyroid therapy. So here you okay, so when we look here, and if they received thyroxine therapy, that significantly decreased all-cause mortality. It decreased the risk of dying by vascular diseases like stroke, blood clots. It also, there was no significant difference before getting, but once you get T4, you improve the situation. And very difficult, this marker. So what about then patients with short life expectancy? Can it do something on cardiovascular disease, for example? And what you see here is that, and this study on more than 70,000 patients, is that the higher the serum TSH was, above 1.4, that's within the reference range, compared to those who were at a lower one. It's really difficult to follow during 8 years of follow-up. You see that there were more coronary heart disease mortality. So, for example, if you have a TSH that is 1.5 to 2.4, you have 40% increase in coronary heart disease death. And if it's the high category, 70% more increase of coronary heart disease. So it's not good to have a TSH that is 1.4 or above. And so it really, you're within the reference range, but you're above the 1.4, not good. So that means that's already a form, a certain degree of low thyroid function. And again, here, cardiac patients here, with a low free T3 below the 3.3, the reference is 2 to 7, so it's still within the reference range here. When you follow up, 72% less risk of surviving. So it's 3.6 times less survival. And a low free T3 was really, they checked a lot of
information in these cardiac patients. But the low FeT2 is the most important independent predictor of all cost there. So when you consider other factors like dyslipidemia, like high cholesterol, it's less risky to have that than to have a low FeT3 within the reference range. High age was much less significant here, and low ventricular fraction means a certain degree of heart failure, also not much problems compared to low FeT3. Low FeT3 is not good. So how can you understand that the T3 is so important? Well, thyroid hormones stimulate the secretion at the right dose of all the hormones in the body that are necessary. Sex hormones are stimulated in their production by thyroid hormones. Even adrenal hormones like cortisol and DHA are better. Growth hormone and IGF-1 is better. So you have to consider that one of the effects of the thyroid hormone is not only to eliminate the waste products, the mucopolysaccharides, the eczema all over, but also to stimulate the secretion of other hormones. So you do a sort of multiple hormone therapy when you provide a non-thyroid therapy. And so thyroid treatment, what it does on cardiovascular diseases, you have brain dead patients. They use brain dead patients who are clinically dead in the brain to actually for organ transplantations and keep them alive. How can you keep them alive longer? By giving them supplements of cortisol T3, because they're very low in T3 and cortisol, these patients. Oh. Okay. So what you see here is when you give T3 and hydrocortisone, you almost triple their survival. Normally it's 4 days, and here it becomes something between 10.5 days. So they are 11 days. So that's better. Do you have a separate pointer? For the. Do you have a separate pointer? No? Okay, this it would be better. We would have less problems with the slides. So in hypothyroidism, can it help for AIDS patients to survive longer? This is an AIDS patient, and diffuse hair loss he seems to have, and paleness in the face due to low thyroid. And also low thyroid can be swollen lower eyelids. When you look at the eyelids, they're a little swollen here. And you see this diffuse hair loss. And so these patients are hypothyroid in certain degree. Clinically, when you look at them. So if a person is affected by HIV, they have a lot of thyroid function abnormalities. They don't really have the best lab test for thyroid. 18% have a low free T3, below the lower limit, while they should only be 2.5%. And 20% have a low serum free T4 level. And 24% have higher serum TSH. So that gives a lot of abnormalities that point to that many of them must be at least borderline low thyroid, hypothyroid. And so when you look here, 26 inpatients that have AIDS but have had pneumonia. Pneumocystis carinii is infecting them. What you see is that if the higher the serum T3 is that they find when they arrive in the hospital, the higher their chances are of survival. And survivors have about 80% more serum T3 levels. Can you put the lights on a little bit more? The lights, because it's getting a little dark and people are going to fall asleep here. And they will miss information. Is it possible to put some more lights? Nobody understands English? No? Some more lights, please. All right. So, mortality is associated in these patients with lower T3 levels, lower T4 levels, and lower other values. But the most important indicator was you get a T3 level that is below the 0.7 nanomoles, which is quite a low level, but that's not good on these patients. If you have that, shake the T3. That's better. You are getting better. Because otherwise, you might be getting a lot of melatonin. You cannot make melatonin during the day. Thank you. Okay, so here, tuberculosis patients with low serum T3 level is linked to more mortality. You see here, for example, people with a low T3 syndrome is called euthyroid 6 syndrome. They act on non-euthyroid because they have easier tuberculosis, and the mortality is then much increased here with if they have no detectable 53 levels, 75%. If they have 6 syndrome, it's 48% of it's really very, very difficult. You need to have extremely small fingers with this to hard it. Yeah, and I have to put it there. So you do see that mortality is stronger. Can I stop just one moment because I'm not seeing here my computer case, and I just want to be sure that they have my computer case. Just a moment. Okay, everything is okay. What about dying from respiratory disease? Well, there's an influence. The lower the T3 is, the more there's a risk of people with respiratory failure to die. And we know that the COVID patients died often from respiratory failure. So it's probably a good treatment against infections with the COVID. You see that 53 is below normal, and 4 patients who died had very low 53 levels, and that's the only factor that was really associated with death among all these patients with acute or chronic respiratory failure. And 64% increase in mortality if you have a T3 level below the lower reference. 64 times more. To show you how important it is. Hypothyroidism may also increase critical illness mortality. And you see, for example, here the highest quartile of serum T3 and T4 levels, 3 times more survival if you 30% highest level. So I'm bombarding you with figures, but just to show you how important it is to have enough free T4, T3 levels. So highest quartile. Here again, lower serum T4, more mortality, critical ill patients. Oh. Very difficult to manipulate this. So you see we're at lower T4 level here, more mortality. If the level is below 3 micrograms per deciliter, 84% mortality. And the reference range is 6 to 11, so this is well below the lower reference limit. Between 3 and 5, it's 50% mortality, and above 5, there's just 15% mortality. So it's really gradual. The lower the thyroid hormones are, the more mortality there is, and there's high correlation between the two. And what about Werner syndrome? Werner syndrome is sort of premature aging syndrome, okay? and they have, in Werner syndrome, actually, you have two major premature aging syndrome. The first is progeria, that's in children. And the other starts later in adulthood, around age 30. And then they prematurely age like 2 times quicker. And so this is Werner syndrome patients before and then after. Age 15, age 48 clearly looks like an 80-year-old. And it's often caused by family where cousins married together. Okay? And so they have actually thyroid abnormalities. There's low free serum TSH response to TRH. Serum T3 tended to be lower. And so they have thyroid abnormalities. The only information we have, there's not much information about hormones in premature aging syndrome, but each time it's really checked, you do have lower values of the hormones, also sex hormones lower, growth hormone lower, things like that. So what about longevity in animals with short life? Can that do something? Well, if you put a clamping of the liver, so there's a liver triads, there's the hepatic artery, the portal vein, and the bile conduct, which are actually given, and 7 control dogs with low T3 syndrome, and 7 dogs with T3 deficiency. So, and what we see is that if you do this clamping of liver triads, that will give a high mortality. So all the dogs with the low T3 syndrome are going to die because they are low in T3. And they have major surgical complications. And you have then the blood flow in the liver is not good, not much oxygen, saturation of hemoglobin with oxygen is not good, and etc. And not much ketones. So all will die on those dogs. But if they are supplemented with T3, like here, there, supplemented here, you actually have all will survive and none have major complications with the liver surgery. It was intermittent clamping, of course, it was relieved after some time, but so that's much better. So the T3 administration really made those animals survive this strong pathology. You kept the blood flow good, things like that. Okay? So there are some controversial studies showing that lower serum free T4 linked to more survival, so you'd rather have lower levels. And the research thing is sort of adaptive mechanism. Lower free T4 is linked to better physical function, and lower serum reverse T3 actually may be behind that. So there's some controversial information, but it's the T3 you need to check, not the T4. Because often the T4, there can be a slow conversion of T4 to T3, so you can have low T3, which is not good, and a high T4, and that's linked to more mortality. And that's probably behind these studies. They didn't check the T3. So, in a study of more than 1,000 patients not taking thyroid therapy, those who had low serum TSH had more mortality. A lower serum TSH would say that you would have actually a better thyroid function. However, a low serum TSH can also be a sign you have a pituitary insufficiency. And so that might explain the higher mortality of these patients. More mortality from vascular diseases than more overall mortality from cardiovascular disease. So the explanation is the adverse effects of a better thyroid function, of a so-called better thyroid function in old age, may be eventually that there's more catabolism. You need always to have a balance of the thyroid hormones with the anabolic hormones. And if there's none of anabolic hormones, better not to have too much thyroid hormones, which can have a catabolic effect. But basically, low serum TSH, like I said, was pituitary deficiency. So there's an explanation enough. Doesn't mean that thyroid hormones are bad, but you need to give T3 with a thyroid preparation. Giving thyroxine alone might not do the job. And so if you give a thyroid therapy, you should choose the best thyroid therapy. And they are the T3 and T4 preparations, usually better than T3 or T4 alone. So you really need these preparations, synthetic T3 or desiccated thyroid. But desiccated thyroid works better and has a more persisting efficacy. So pork desiccated thyroid is the best, and even if you have a religion that forbids you pork meat, it nevertheless is authorized for medical purpose, and it really works better with pork desiccated thyroid. And so you have ERFA thyroid, ARMA thyroid, nature thyroid, pharmacy compounded thyroid. They all can have good efficacy and interesting. Although the two best, I think, is ERFA and ARMA, and I think even ERFA is the best. So we have in Belgium, we get that imported. And doses are between 30 and 240 milligrams a day, and you should always take it in the morning and always start at a low dose. You don't go quickly. Very slowly increase the dose. And you can also have synthetic formations like T4 or T3, like T4, or synthetic ULA, synthetic T3 and T4. And you see here, for example, these can have efficacy, but not as good as the T3 and T4 combinations. Of these combinations, you take about half a tablet to 3 tablets a day in 2 divided doses, a bigger dose in the morning and a smaller dose at lunch. If it's synthetic T3 alone, you have to divide the dose in 4 to 5 times, even 6 times is the recommended by Dr. Wilson in the United States, who gives T3 only as a treatment. But that's difficult for many patients to take it 6 times a day, but it might have some efficacy. Synthetic T4 alone is here, and that dose is 300 micrograms a day, depending on severity of deficiency of the patient. But generally, you need at least 100 micrograms per day to have efficacy. And don't forget to chew the tablets before swallowing. They have to be chewed or let it melt under the tongue. That is better absorbed this way. And what about DHA supplementation? It can be life-extending at physiological doses. I'm looking a bit at the time. We still have about an hour. So I wrote a book and I have an article on DHA that is very informative, but it's in French. So it was really one of the first books on DHA. It gives you a lot of information. So men actually produce in their adrenal glands, these glands, and it's the outer part of the adrenal glands, this part, where you have here production of DHA. And it's in this small layer that is near the medulla where the DHA is produced. So in the zona here, is the reticulata. And so it's adrenal cortex, the zona reticularis, and it makes DHA, but it also makes other adrenal androgens. So DHA is the major one, but not the only one. Androstenedione, testosterone, even dihydrotestosterone are made there. And you produce in a man about 30 milligrams per day in a man, 20 milligrams in a woman, for example. And when you look at the levels, the men have higher levels, but around age 70, they have the same levels as women. See, 70 years or above. So it means that you need also to give more levels to a man. The optimal level would be that, and as soon as you have a lower level, it's not optimal. The body is still the same size as it was, and you need to add DHA. So if a patient is problem somewhere here, you need to supplement what is lacking. And so deficiency is all that is below the optimal point.
And higher DHA levels have been linked to more longevity. You see, these are in U.S. Army veterans. And what you see is that you follow them during 15 years, prospective study. And the lower the serum DHA sulfate is, which is the main test to do in blood, and the serum DHA sulfate cortisol ratio, actually, the more they have chances of dying from whatever cause, or from dying from cancer or other medical mortalities. So it seems really something important to protect you against dying. And here's in all the Taiwanese patients, you see that if they have a low DHA sulfate, and it's very low, this is below, far below the low reference of young adults. But it's a level you can find easily at age 8 or 16. Okay? This level, very low level. This is here. See? And what you can see after 2 years of follow-up is that actually those who had that low level had a 64% more risk of dying. So DHA is also important. DHA is the most abundant hormone we produce at age 20 to 25, together with cortisol. Other hormones are less produced in milligrams expressed. So it must be there for some reason. And we have here studies confirming this association of DHA with dying at these low levels. So when you give DHA supplementation to patients with a short life expectancy, cardiovascular disease, for example, you probably could help. For example, the lower the serum DHA sulfate they have, the more they have a risk of dying from coronary heart disease. So women need DHA to protect them from coronary heart disease. What about disabled older women? Well, women with a low DHA sulfate, actually in the lowest 25% of their category, have actually a tendency to increase cardiovascular mortality. So really for the blood vessels and the heart, it's important to have enough DHA sulfate. So if you give DHA supplementation, gives physiological dose, and oral is the best, better than sublingual, etc. Why? Because when you take it orally, it is absorbed and goes to the liver, and the liver converts DHA to DHA sulfate, and that's a more stable form of DHA. And so you have capsules, or tablets, or brands, and even if you buy them, for example, in the United States, you ever go, they have health food stores that buy them, they work. Even usually they're good. You can buy them through internet also, or at the pharmacy. We make it prepared by the pharmacy. So we're sure about the quality. And oral DHA tablets have, when you take it by mouth, you have longer 24 action. While if you take a sublingual, it goes 50% of it goes directly in the blood. It doesn't remain in the blood long enough. It's better that it goes in the liver, and the liver binds a sulfate to it, called DHA sulfate. That's more stable form in blood. You have a 24-hour effect. Also, when you take it by mouth, it will convert into estradiol in the gut, where it will stimulate the immune system. So there's many reasons why oral forms work better than transdermal or other. So, average dose is about 20 milligrams in a woman, 35 milligrams per day. Now, in Asia, many people are smaller and need less. So you need a little bit lower doses in shorter stature people than in taller people. These are for an average Caucasian, but Asians need slightly less, and you take it almost in the morning. Thyroid hormones also in the morning, melatonin at night. And so you should adjust also DHA dose to the possible glucocorticoid treatment you give. And in disease, you should probably give high amounts.
So if you give, for example, intravenous hydrocortisone for sepsis, you should normally add for 2 to 7 days also with the hydrocortisone you would give 4 times, for example, 4 times 10 to 40 milligrams DHA. If it's hydrocortisone that is given, it's about the same dose of DHA that should be given to disease. Then you will block catabolism, unfavorable catabolism. So that's one of the things that really should be added to glucocorticoid treatments. Now, about estrogen and progesterone supplementation, I have 1 hour of the month also to talk about that. If you permit, I will propose you to do some clinical exams, some practical, that will wake you up a bit also, and change a bit the drink. Are there any candidates? Is there somebody who wants to be examined? You come forward. And okay, first person, yes? Yeah. No, yes. Works now? Okay, good. Perfect. So, okay, is there somebody writing for her? That would be easier for you. Can somebody write down for her? No? The information I will give, because I will give some treatment tips. Okay, are you writing down? Yes? Okay, perfect. Good. Can you sit here? And first of all, can you tell me your name and your age?
Ayşegül, and my age is 53.
Ayşegül, and your age is 53. Ayşegül, are you taking any hormone treatment?
No, mostly supplements.
These supplements are vitamins, probably.
Yes.
Hormones also?
No, if you call melatonin as a hormone, I take melatonin and vitamin D, but not
How much melatonin are you taking?
3 or 5 milligrams.
So relatively high dose. So high dose when it's the only hormone treatment is okay, but generally when you take a multiple hormone treatment, you might not tolerate the higher dose. Well, once you take. So do you have any? Is she good? Do you have any part of complaint you want to improve?
Yeah, I don't like to do exercise, and I have complained about my muscle weakness and skin laxity after menopause. It's a bit dry and sometimes itchy and creepy. I hate creepy skin. So what's the solution for creepy skin?
It's very easy. You need to take the hormones. So you're menopausal, but you don't take any female hormones. So the first thing is, of course, to take female hormones, but we'll see what those after I examine you did. So what you see here is that the hair is a little flat. Maybe it's by technique, but it's still flat. That's normally typical for lack of estrogen. Estrogen gives volume. So if you take female hormones, you'll have more volume in your hair. If I touch your hair on the back, it's very dry. It's dry and rough. It's not thin on the back. And dry and rough and thick hair is a lack of which hormone deficiency? Thyroid. Thyroid deficiency. So there's certainly probably thyroid deficiency. Now, when you look at the eyebrows, you see the outer third of the eyebrow is somewhat missing. You did color there, but otherwise it's missing. You didn't take it away. So that's typical. The sign of Dr. Eugene Hertog, the sign of outer third of the eyebrow missing. That's a lack of thyroid hormones. So
Blood test says the otherwise.
no, your blood test says you're within reference range. But you have to be high T4 in the reference range to have an optimal level. So your levels are not optimal. You have to be average level for T3, and the TSH should be below 1.3. Otherwise, there's a certain degree of hypothyroidism. Okay? So we also see that the eyebrows are somewhat missing in the middle, but not so much in there. So middle eyebrow is a lack of growth hormone IGF-1. So that means that when Ishigata is going to take the treatment, in 1 or 2 years, it will grow back normally if the dose is sufficient of growth hormone IGF-1 you take. Okay,
Now, I don't see really puffy eyes. Did you do an operation for your eyelids? Yes, you did, because they were swollen. Yeah, so swollen lower eyelids is a lack of thyroid hormones. Okay? And it goes away then, that morning swelling. If you give a high enough dose, of course, it could be other problems like digestive problems, so you need to treat everything. So when I look at the eyes, their conjunctivitis is inflamed. So that's probably due to a lack of cortisol. It also can be a lack of omega-3 fatty acids, which are anti-inflammatory for fish oil. The linseed oil is not very anti-inflammatory. It's also an omega-3 rich oil. You have to give fish oil to decrease that. If the two eyelids are inflamed, so it really means that there is a global lack, and in 3 hours, if you take, for example, 4 grams of fish oil, but you may not take that every day, otherwise your blood bleeds too easily. With 4 grams, in 3 hours, the conjunctivitis will decrease, but then the inflammation in all the body will also decrease. So it's very, very efficient. So when we look here, it looks like, but I think you put some makeup, but there's dark circles under the eyes. So dark circles on the eyes is typical sign of a lack of cortisol. Yes, we have an expert there. And because of the makeup, it's difficult to see, but I wonder if you don't have black spots on your face.
I don't have black.
You don't have black spots. You do?
Myself.
Okay, but otherwise you would have.
Easily black spot.
So black spots. Why do people get dark circles and black pigment spots? Because of low cortisol. It's because when there's low cortisol, the pituitary gland reacts by making more ACTH. And adrenocorticotropium comes from propylmelanocortin, from the great molecule that makes MSH, melanin-stimulating hormone. So ACTH gives a brown color, more brown color of the body, and with pigment spots if there's cortisol deficiency. If you correct the cortisol deficiency, the black spots will go away. So aging spots are generally Addison's spots, lack of cortisol from Addison's disease. And then when you look at the nose, okay, the lips, yeah. Did you make your lips swell? Or they're, no, they're good, okay. So I cannot say anything about your lips. If you swallow, the thyroid gland is slightly enlarged, very slightly, and that's typical when there's hypothyroidism. The gland reacts by increasing its size to capture more iodine. So you will have a little decrease in size. When I touch the tip of the nose, it's good, it's warm, so you do have warm extreme. Good. Now, the hand is very interesting. When we look at the hand, what do we see is that when we touch here, it's soft, softish atrophy of the muscle. And that's due to a lack of which type of hormone? IGF-1. Wow, we do have an expert there. So mostly IGF-1. IGF-1 is the most potent hormone to thicken the tissues. Also, if you have brain atrophy, you can reverse that by IGF-1 treatment, okay? So what we see here is there's a little hyperlaxicity. And that hyperlaxicity is since childhood, and that's due to thyroid deficiencies in childhood. Did you have, as a child, difficulties to wake up out of your bed a little bit?
No, but I feel less energetic always. Nothing?
But when you move, you feel better?
Yeah.
So, because when you low thyroid, your blood supply is slow blood flow. So basically what happens when you move, you accelerate the blood flow, you feel better. So people who feel better in movement than sitting or laying down are people with thyroid deficiency in general.
So cold before menopause, I was always cold.
And once your female hormones that slow down the thyroid function are gone, then you have more thyroid hormones. But not 100%, otherwise your hair will be less dry. So, if we look here, it could a little bit be a little firmer here, so that's lack maybe of testosterone or IGF-1, we'll see. The breasts are probably droopy because there's lack of estrogen, but they will be uplifted with estrogen. Droopy breasts don't need breast prosthesis. They need estrogen treatment. When you give estrogen, always give progesterone, even if there's hysterectomy. Okay?
When I was having my periods, before every period,
The breast.
that's too much enlarged.
So tender breath, I'm going to take my wallet because we have to be on time for the other speaker also. Good. So premenstrual syndrome with tender breast is due to lack of progesterone. So if she had premenstrual syndrome before with breast tenderness, you certainly have to give more estrogen, more progesterone, and a little bit less estrogen. So I would say here, if you take, for example, would be 1.5 milligram of estradiol that she needs transdermal of a brand like Estrogel, or I don't know what you have in Germany, it's Genocatin, I don't know what you have here, but good transdermal brand, 1.5 milligrams to 2 milligrams maximum. If she's very active sportsly, it will be 2 milligrams, but for the moment it's not so. And then that's from the first day of the month in the morning to the 25th day of the month. And from the first day of the month to the 25th, 100 milligrams of micronized progesterone orally or vaginally. Okay? That's would be her good treatment. You need also testosterone is she good? You need probably transdermal testosterone, and the transdermal will be something between 3 and 5 milligrams transdermal to give, but it all depends if you have a good pharmacy that can compound it correctly, because otherwise you need to increase the dose if it's not well absorbed. And transdermal estrogen should be put on the arm, inner and outer part. Don't be afraid of breast cancer, no problem. And you go all over, 10 times over and over the arm. Here also, 10 times over for a second pump. So let's say 0.75 milligrams here, 0.75 milligrams there. And you go over the shoulder also. The more you spread, the more it will diffuse over 24 hours. Okay? Well, cellulite is more due to lack of testosterone. Can also be around food, that increase the insulin, like the sugars and sweets. So you need to do too. Don't take caffeine. That's also not good. It increases insulin, coffee intake. So you should put, ideal, if you really want to get a fantastic result, you give her supraphysiological dose of testosterone with a blocker, like testosterone enanthate injections, intramuscular, once a month, 50 to 100 milligrams a day, a month, and you have to give finasteride, 2.5 to 5 milligrams with it. But then you unbelievable, these women are often depressed, no energy. They can become the new prime minister of your state. They really become so more determined, more energetic. They know what they want, and they will do it. They don't hesitate anymore. There's a lack of testosterone, there's a lot of hesitation when you're full of testosterone. And they still remain feminine as long as a level in blood, dihydrotestosterone, or better, it's metabolite, androstenediol gluconide does not exceed the 3 nanograms per milliliter. So you need to check androstenediol gluconide in blood when you're intramuscular once a month. Testosterone will give you a good result. You will be happy, but you will be brilliant with testosterone injections. So you choose a happy person or a happy and brilliant person. Yeah, that's why you have to take finasteride, that is sort of progesterone, that blocks partially the conversion of dihydrotestosterone, finasteride. Okay, they give it for men. So that's really helpful, but you have to check the levels. You have information in my hormone handbook if you need more, or the courses that's really well. You have a course of two times 2 hours on testosterone treatment. There you learn everything, because you can pick up the courses that you want. It's always better to do, and it always will change your destiny. Huh? It won't change your life only, it will change your destiny. It's like being a person who does much more. Now you're a person who's going to retire at 65 years of age, But after that, you will not want to retire. Maybe at 100, 110, but not before. If it's well treated, it has to be in good balance.
Once you answer this question like that, I asked you at A4M, what about skin dryness? I drink lots of water, but I can keep it inside, and you said you take vasopressin.
Vasopressin, but that's to keep the water. And for example, when I look at your skin, it's still quite good, but you have little lines here, little folds. That's dehydration signs, lack of water in the skin, and then you take vasopressin. For example, I took an extra dose of vasopressin so I don't have to go to the bathroom all the time. So it keeps water in my body, but it also unwrinkles my face. If you have a person with sharp wrinkles, that's dehydration. Reverse that by vasopressin. It works better than Botox because it's very natural. And it also improves your memory.
No blood.
Now, hypertension is only in very people are very predisposed to hypertension. Normally, you don't have hypertension, and you're better. You may not have small little folds on your skin. If that, you're dehydrated. That's not healthy. Because to live long, you need water in your body. People at age 70 have 50% of their body is water. A younger person is 65 to 70%. So it's a longevity factor also, and you feel better with more water. So we all need a little vasopressin. Most of us need a little vasopressin with aging. And the treatment then is desmopressin, and it's between 2 times 50 to 2 times 100 micrograms orally, but you use it sublingual. Those tablets, you put them sublingual, is better. 50 to 100 micrograms twice a day. What I take, for example, 50 micrograms in the morning, I take 100 micrograms in the evening. You need more at night normally than in the day. Okay? And it will be a fantastic anti-wrinkle, very small wrinkles, the very small folds you can have skin. Okay, can you show your thumb? The tongue is not coated, so it's good, and I don't see it yet. Yeah, when you show it, there's a little split in the tongue. That's typical for vitamin A deficiency. But in thyroid deficient patients are always a little bit lower in vitamin A because they cannot convert beta-carotene to iron. And so when I look at your hands, can you show me a hand palm? It's difficult to see, but it could be that it's a little bit yellowish here, and that's the accumulation of beta-carotene. Then the soles are much dry. I need a chair. I had asked a chair. Can I have that chair? Yes. Is it possible for you to take out one of your shoes? Yes. So can you come here, and first you stand up and show the back of your calf, the back of the calf. It's a little thicker, slightly thicker, that can be mixed edema. And what I see is a dry, flaky skin. A dry, flaky skin is a lack of omega-6 fatty acids.
Normally, 1 per day is a bit less.
Evening primrose oil or birch oil?
No, high DHA omega.
That's an omega-3 fatty acids, and that anti-inflammatory. But for dryness of the skin and the hair, your hair is very dry, it's a lack of omega-6 fatty acids. And you need 5 grams of birch oil or evening primrose oil during 3 months, and then go to 3 capsules. And okay, can you now go on your knees? Here, like here, both knees, here. And what we see here, it's a little yellowish here. Beta-carotene accumulation because of thyroid deficiency. It's a little atrophy here, slightly. That's lack of IGF-1 and growth hormone. What you see here, you see also fissures on the heels with the dry skin. The fissures on the heels is due to low vitamin A and low thyroid. Okay? And it feels warm. And then if we check the reflex, just relax, check the reflexes. There's no real reflex, so I cannot say anything, but I expect otherwise it will be slow. But when there's no reflex, you cannot say. So when you look at the general morphology, there's probably some, something like here, low testosterone, also low growth hormone, that can help. How is your belly? Good or no? Is it swollen somewhere? It doesn't look swollen.
During travel, always swollen.
Normally not too much, because for the moment it looks flat, so that's good.
Skin laxity there too.
Okay, now we're going to do another test, is the dryness of your skin. So you can also check in your patients, you have to make the hands flat, like here, you have to see it. And then we pinch horizontally, and it goes back in 2 seconds, that's good. But some people have 15 seconds. There's a lack of elasticity that can be countered by growth hormone. So growth hormone treatment in you will be a dose between 0.15 and 0.2 milligrams, but you have to start low. Injected at bedtime. Growth hormone, yes. And if you can have IGF-1, they usually only sell it for children. There's IGF-1 it's called Increlex from the firm Ipsen. The dose would be at least 0.05 milligrams a day. No, 0.5 milligrams a day. It's 0.05 milliliters of the solution. If you take a long-acting IGF-1, which can be found on some websites, but I don't know how it is with importation in you, it is, so if you're, for example, in European Union, you can take it from Poland, they have websites. The long-acting IGF-1 is 10 times more potent. So you take actually, you put 1 milliliter in the 1 milligram vials, and you have also 0.06 or 0.05 milliliter to give to that, and that's actually 10 times lower in milligrams, but it's in potency the same. And that might be good. So the melatonin probably is better to take a sublingual, and you probably need 0.2 milligrams if it's sublingual. If you take the rest, you take the percent in the evening, that will also make you sleep better. The thyroid one, the best would take desiccated thyroid to start with 50 milligrams a day. And you take during 10 days, then you go to 30 milligrams a day. During 10 days, you go slowly to 60 up to 90 milligrams a day. You need a little hydrocortisone. So the hydrocortisone is minimum 50 milligrams a day. In you, it will be 2 times 10 milligrams because you're really tall and etc. 2 times morning and lunch. And you will take DHEA, will be about 20 milligrams a day. Do you have low blood pressure?
Yeah, always.
So you will have problems not tolerating hydrocortisone because it will lower the aldosterone, your blood pressure will drop. What do you say? So you need to take aldosterone, and what you have in the pharmacy is fludrocortisone in micrograms. Yeah? Fludro. There's fluor in it. It's the only one you can get. It's very safe. And the dose would be 0.1 milligram to take. Okay? So it's 100 micrograms, not 1 milligram. That would be extremely low. And that will keep the water in the body. Because I think now, when you drink water, don't you have to go quickly to the bathroom?
Yeah, that's why I'm using too much salt.
Yeah. And then, so, because the fludrocortisone, the aldosterone retains salt in the water, and water, because it retains salt, you don't need to take so much salt, otherwise your blood pressure will increase. I have a low blood pressure, so I take fludrocortisone, so that's okay, but I found that my blood pressure was still low, so I took a lot of salt. I got high blood pressure because I was taking fludo plus the salt. Don't take too much salt, you don't need much salt if you take fludo.
According to you, I have to swim in a hormone pool.
Yes.
Let's choose 2 of them and most effective. Which one should I choose?
I would take not 2, but more. I would take at least the female hormones and the thyroid hormones. Okay? But the thyroid hormones, if you don't take hydrocortisone, you'll have to go much slower. You will also not tolerate the growth hormone because you don't take hydrocortisone. So I would take the thyroid hormones have to be increased every 14 days, and you have to stay on a lower dose than optimal because you will otherwise not tolerate it. Because you need hydrocortisone, otherwise you convert too much T4 to T3, and then you don't tolerate it. So basically, thyroid hormones, you go every 14 days, and you stay on the dose to 60 milligrams, probably not more, and the female hormones, estrogen and progesterone. That would be the minimum. So what I do with patients who hesitate, no problems, I say, I'll give you the shortest program and longer program, so you can choose. And they're determined to do the shorter program. 2 weeks later, almost 100% do the long program. Because then thought it over and the things, so you give it, but you have to give them the choice. And a good choice between low treatment or high treatment. But everybody wants to get the best out of life, so sooner or later you get. And sometimes you have a patient who starts with the low program, but I always give it to them. And then it's confident, it works well, tolerated well, then you can add the treatments. But it works always better, the more hormones you give, the better the tolerance is and efficacy of the treatment. So it's safer to give many hormones than one or two. Might give more imbalance. But with what I give it more or less okay, but we have to take into account no hydrocortisone, you have to give lower thyroid. In your case, I would probably be very hesitating of giving growth hormone and thyroid hormones because of the low cortisol. Yeah. You will tolerate certain doses of thyroid hormones, but the growth hormone maybe not. And the IGF-1 is no problem. If you have low cortisol, it regenerates your adrenal glands.
DHA instead of IGF-1 or growth hormone, I can.
It's not the same, huh? It's like you have a meal and you take a little piece or big piece. Growth hormone is major treatment, huh? It changes your life, huh? It changed. When I started to take growth hormone, I thought, wow, what is this? I took the growth hormone because I had a patient who was dying, and I said, maybe this is the treatment, so I'll try first. And I took the growth hormone, and I suddenly was fresh all the time. I didn't know that I was tired. I took it at age 38. I should take it at age 31. I needed 6 hours of sleep, even I could sleep 4 hours. And I was better than before it was 8 hours. And then I was calm and my body was relaxed. I had a high attitude and I saw all the solutions. You're much more intelligent with growth. Yeah? It's the hormone of the big boss who doesn't panic, sees the solutions all the time. So,
Use growth hormone, or as a doctor, patient doesn't want to use every time, so
it's very difficult for a patient to be opposed when the doctor takes the treatment. I say, I take it. I think it's in so many years that they all want to take it. But also we have so many studies showing the anti-cancer effects of growth hormone. There's a study showed that it decreased by half the risk of cancer in patients with severely growth hormone deficient. But the patient who are severely growth hormone deficient with a pituitary tumor taken away, they have 2 to 4 times the risk of cancer. So you decrease by 50% this risk, you normalize the situation, don't do it better. So it doesn't cause cancer. It's a lot of things they think growth hormone, so it gives cancer. No, in laboratory, growth hormone makes cancer cells live longer, but it makes immune cells live longer. And so the balance is better. It stimulates the immune system more than it would. So you don't have to be afraid. But you have to stay on physiological doses, not overdose. And you have to be sure there's no cortisol deficiency, etc. Okay? Are there any questions here?
I'm just wondering, is it possible to get off the hormones once you started the treatment? If you stop the treatment, what will happen next? And for how long do you usually?
For how long do you use hormone therapy? Till the moment you decide to die, okay? So till the end. No problems. You might have to adapt. So if you decide I want to die, now it's finished, and you stop the hormone treatment. Now, if you take the hormone treatments, you're not damaging the glands. So if you take for 8 months, for example, and then you stop, you probably have to stop slowly in 1 or 2 month time. You come back to the same situation as before. It won't be worse. So it can be tried for, I say for patients, they take it 4 months, okay? And then we make a decision. And then they say, wow, this is good. But you have to be, if there's any imbalance, you have to be able to intervene quickly. That's very easy. If you really want to balance your patient well, have to know symptoms of deficiency and of excess. And then you can ask the question, have you swollen breast for the progesterone, or are your breasts droopy? Then you know what to do, because it's a symptom of estrogen deficiency or progesterone deficiency, and you can balance the treatment. So it's very safe to take the treatments because it's natural hormones. For example, for thyroid function, they give them to 20 to 30 years thyroid hormones, then they stop the treatment. In 3 weeks' time, everything normalized compared to the previous lab test. It was the same. 3 weeks' time, 2 weeks for some tests, 3 weeks, and it was the same as before. It wasn't worse, which is not normal, because there's a decline with aging, which didn't happen. For example, in rats, they give testosterone in extremely high dose from almost birth. Abnormal high dose. Once they were, let's say, young adults, they received high doses, and then they stopped at older age, the testosterone that suppressed any other secretion of the body, of testosterone. And the rats, older rats, had the same spermatogenesis and the same testosterone levels as young rats at old age, which is not normal. So it completely preserved the situation. It's safe, but you may not have in your patients overdose signs. That's not good. So you have to avoid overdosing and have the right balance. That's important. Okay.
I think it will be difficult to find Armor thyroid supplement here also. In Turkey, we don't have. So how bad is using the synthetic ones?
If you have synthetic T3 and T4, it's still good, but take it a little bit more in the morning, like double dose in the morning and a half dose at lunch of the synthetic T3 and T4. If you only have T4, you generally have, to decrease the cholesterol, to lower the TSH below the lower limit. Otherwise, it's not efficient enough. But of course, the patient may not be overdosed. Any overdose signs say you have to decrease the dose. But
patient helps to convert T4 to T3.
There's supplements that stimulate the conversion. Selenium very weakly. Iron much better. Iron stimulates the conversion of T4 to T3. So women who are iron deficient, they generally have low thyroid function because of low T3 and a high T4. And you have to, iron is much more, selenium not much. And then there's a fantastic hormone supplement that increases the conversion of T4 to T3. That's growth hormone. That you have 40% more T3 or 50% more T3. If you give the right treatment, then it's adequate. Okay? I think we're mostly on time here. I think we have to stop because there's a dinner, I think, that is offered or given somewhere. I don't know where, but I suppose it's in the room below the lobby. Okay? And we'll be back then at, I think it's at 2 o'clock, eh? Thank you. Okay, we're going to start, so please take your seats. And the people will come from dinner, then we will probably be on time. So the second part is on the female hormones. And it's about estrogen and progesterone supplementation. So I use the word supplementation to stress that we're correcting a deficiency. So, and when you provide female hormones to a woman, she will most probably live longer. That's what most of the studies seem to show. So when you look, you see that the female hormones are produced in the ovaries. That's the ovaries, that's the uterine tube, uterus. And when you look at the levels, you see that progesterone levels fall quite a lot. Estrogen production also falls. This is around menopause, but there still is some production that still declines later on because the androgens that women continue on making are transformed into estrogens. So here, estradiol is a dominant estrogen. Here becomes estrone that comes from the fat tissues that converts male hormones to female hormones. So this is a study done in Australia in women before the menopause. And when that there are 3 groups. age groups, 20, 29, 30, 39, 40, 49 years. And what do you see is that there's in the luteal phase, the second phase of the cycle where women make more hormones, there is a deficiency in hormones at age 30 already. You see, for example, FSH, LH decrease, but estradiol and progesterone fall slowly from age 30 on in all these women. So a woman starts to be female hormone deficient. So there's a progressive loss of female physical appearance due to that lack of female hormones that can be avoided. And some women do a lot of aesthetical treatments, but that doesn't treat the cause, treats the consequences. We still need so that a woman feels better and her arteries, her heart, all her organs are better in better health state. So this is how a woman ages actually. And part of that is due to female hormone deficiency. See here, for example, this woman, she is actually female hormone deficient. She has a pale face, she has dry hair, she has dry eyes, and she has small little wrinkles above the upper lip that are due to the lack of female hormones, the lack of estrogen. And she's a more hollow face and tired look. So that may exaggerate during the menstruations because in the menstruation there's a drop of estrogen. So women may be a little bit menopausal during the menstruation because of the lack of estrogen. And also droopy breast is very typical due to that. You see? So if there's a lack of estrogen, estrogen is water retaining. There's a lack of water in the tissues, so it gives also droopy breast. If on the other side there's progesterone deficiency, there's a painful swollen breast, and maybe a painful swollen breast because of water retention in that area. The natural progesterone is diuretic. It makes you lose water. Enlarged breast and excessive lubrication also, while in lack of estrogen, there's a dry vagina. So it's easy to know which symptom to what it is due once you know this. So, and as a physician, you need to know all these physical signs of hormone deficiency or hormone excess. So the aggravate before the menstruation when it's progesterone, while when it's a lack of estrogens, they actually aggravate during menstruation. So what happens when you give estrogen and progesterone supplementation on postmenopausal women? And it is when you give a combined treatment, estrogen and progesterone therapies, it increases your life expectancy. And there are many studies showing that. So I'm not going to all the details. But women who have taken estrogens, for example, compared to women never have taken. So the women who have taken are women who have taken at some time in time, but not necessarily at the moment of. Well, they have a 20% all-cause mortality decrease. They have a decrease also of mortality of all types of specific causes like cardiovascular disease. See that 50% more cardiovascular mortality, lower, and a decrease of mortality from accidents, suicide, homicide, because women feel better when they receive hormones than when they do not. So they make less accidents and suicide themselves. And let's look again at the humans, patients with short life expectancy because of their disease. Cardiovascular, for example. What is shown is that the relative risk of dying for women who were actually or previously treated with estrogens is all declined. The risk of dying from an acute myocardial infarction, 28% risk. If you had a treatment that is recent, like 0.1 to 1 years, And also chronic ischemic heart disease, much decline short-term treatments, and then other heart disease, 65%. And so many specific causes are decreasing, and also stroke, getting stroke, ischemic stroke due to ischemia, 64% increase this risk. So it really is helpful to give women female hormones to live long. And what about progesterone? Well, there is for adult trauma patients, men or women, it's also valid for men. If they receive progesterone, several studies have shown if they receive when they're in the emergency room, progesterone decrease. You see, intravenous progesterone, 57% decrease of mortality. Progesterone decreased mortality by head injury patients. So that's really remarkable. Progesterone is really a remarkable molecule because it can relieve coronary vasospasma. Most heart attacks in women are caused by a spasm of the coronary arteries, which is completely blocked by micronized progesterone, not by the synthetic derivatives. Hydroxyprogesterone acetate, on the contrary, aggravates that. We really need to take the natural one. And you see several studies showing that it's better in traumatic brain injury patients if they receive progesterone. Now, breast cancer survival. You see here 210 premenopausal women with breast cancer. And they were, most of them, or many of them had, half of them, more or less, and other with negative notes. Well, if the serum progesterone levels are above 1.5 nanogram per milliliter in the luteal phase, which is not a high level because ideal is to have 12 nanograms per milliliter, and in women with positive axillary nodes, that increase the survival to half. And in women with negative axillary nodes, no problem. So the women who have a less differentiated cancer because they still have receptors that are positive, those women their survival if they have progesterone levels higher at the moment of operation. What about the breast cancer survival? Estrogen and progesterone deficiency. If you had cancer, what happens? Well, I think this is a meta-analysis of the studies have shown actually that it decreased the life expectancy. The woman who use hormone therapy before having breast cancer and they get breast cancer will have more chances of surviving the cancer. So it's safe to give to them. Breast cancer who use hormone replacement after having breast cancer also will improve their survival. I checked all the studies I could find. I find 14 studies about giving female hormones to women after breast cancer. And most of the studies, more than half of the studies showed protective effects of giving female hormones after breast cancer. It decreases the recurrence of breast cancer and decreases the breast cancer mortality. And there were some neutral studies, but there was only one study showing an adverse effect, and it was with using as a progesterone hydroxyprogesterone acetate. That's toxic. Hydroxyprogesterone acetate is like Provera. Maybe you heard about Provera. That's progesterone acetate. That's you should not use. It's also not good for the heart, not good for cancer. And then you have here estrogens before breast cancer. Used, we already saw this. This another study, 555 women. Those who hormone replacement therapy or having cancer, 56% decrease in risk of death. And estrogens alone and combined treatments given increased survival rates. So there are several studies showing that you much better survival rate if you take female hormones and get breast cancer. And you see that the mortality here in non-hormone users in women with breast cancer is not so good, while women who have used female hormone before diagnosis of breast cancer, 22% less risk of dying, and ever users of hormone replacement therapy before diagnosis. Another study showed you 27% decrease in cancer. This really helps women to live longer. After breast cancer, we'll look more in details. You see here, what you see there is the female hormone replacement users compared to non-users. They all have a lower breast cancer recurrence, a primary tumor mortality much lower, all-cause mortality, if they have using female hormones after breast cancer. And then you see if the survival in general is really good in these patients with breast cancer with female hormones after. So really interesting and reassuring. All cancer survival, all types of cancer, there's a study showing that women who were treated with female hormones have a lower mortality of dying from a cancer, whatever it is, 14% lower. But they do have an increased risk of endometrial cancer if they do not receive progesterone. So you need to provide next to estrogen, progesterone. And the mortality from breast cancer is also decreased, as we see in studies. So you need to give sufficient progesterone in order not to have endometrial cancer. There are some controversial studies, and that was the Women Health Index study that showed you more cardiovascular diseases and stroke and pulmonary embols and invasive breast cancer but less endometrial cancer, etc. But this was with toxic female hormones, conjugated estrogens orally, which were not so bad after all. That's the horse. It comes from horse urine, these female hormones. And it has medroxyprogesterone acetate in this use. That was the reason. That's really the bad one. The overall mortality were not so bad in those studies. Not due to another cause. Total mortality minus 2%, minus 8%. And so mortality was not in danger there with this wrong treatment. And here's a study shows you that in adult patients, men or women, if they have the non-survivors have higher estradiol levels, and especially those who are in the highest 25% of values have 3 times more mortality rates. So it's not good to have high estrogens in adult patients, but that's because there's a sort of wrong metabolism. The testosterone that is so protective for these patients converts too much to estradiol. And so it is not good to have a estradiol level that 100 picograms per ml. The average estradiol level in men is 25. That's healthy. 100 is too much. That blocks then the receptors of testosterone. And so basically you can be assured when you give female hormones to women, you can slide. And when should you start giving female hormones? I was probably one of the first who said you need to give estrogens from age 30 years on. And I've done that since more than 20 years, and I can say to you that it's all reassuring. You don't get more breast cancer, you get probably less breast cancer and less cancer overall. Because in my patients, we have about 35% less breast cancer, new breast cancer, than in the overall population in Belgium, United States, or in France, for example. So for estrogen deficiency, the best is to give estradiol. A brand works often better, 1 to 3 milligrams a day. If you have to give it to a menopausal woman, but I think we have information on that, but it's basically from the 5th to 25th day of menstrual cycle, or if it's the menopause, from the first day of the menstrual cycle of the month to the 25th day of the month. So you stop some days per month. And then you can also give it compounded, but often you have to give a higher amount. So you need to go to 4 milligrams, sometimes higher amounts, because they don't penetrate always so good. Once you have a good brand and good pharmacy, and go on those higher levels without a problem, and it works. Implants, pellets. The doctor after me will talk about implants, pellets, the technique also that can help women. They give 20 to 40 milligrams every 4 months. Probably need to adapt the dose to the patients. You need to have levels in the blood that are about 80 picograms per ml or more, or it's not enough. So you should always combine estrogen therapy with progesterone. Even if a woman has hysterectomy, still needs the micronized progesterone for protection of her breasts. And also that they don't swell too much up, and also protection of the brain, because if a woman only has estrogens, she gets nervous, and the progesterone has a calming effect. So what I propose is take micronized progesterone. That's the bioidentical progesterone that has the same structure as the progesterone in our body. There also are liposomal creams that can be made. Liposomal is a fatty cream that enhances penetration. And you need a 10% in that case, and you put it on the upper chest or on the forehead. Where you blush, you get a red face. There are more blood vessels, so that's better places. And then you have implants. That can be given. Several grams are for months. More difficult to give progesterone in an implant because you need very high amounts in this implant. Probably need 4 grams or something, and so it's not enough. You have to see it's 68 milligrams per 4 months should almost be given. So that's really relatively high amounts, but it's what would be necessary. Estradiol and progesterone supplementation. What would you give in women who have had breast cancer? You have to avoid them having breast pain. A woman who has breast pain has 2 to 4 times more risk of breast cancer because of the edema, and when there's edema, the blood flow in the breast goes slower, and then the toxic molecules that you take from burned food in your diet will accumulate there and cause cancer. So you need to be careful to avoid mastalgia. So you give to those who are a little bit lower estradiol or more progesterone. So premenopausal woman, what I do is I wait actually at least half a year to 1 year after breast cancer, and I can give, then I start eventually with micronized progesterone. It depends if the woman still has her menstrual cycle, because she's still young with breast cancer, she probably needs some progesterone to avoid having this mastalgia that can increase the risk of recurrence. So the dose would be like 100 to 150 milligrams a day from the 18th to 26th day of the menstrual cycle. If you have to give to postmenopausal woman, I wait often 2 to 5 years after breast cancer. And I give a pharmaceutical or compounded transdermal estradiol. If you do it compound, you might give also estriol. That's another estrogen that is okay. And you give low dose. In place of 2 milligrams, you give 1 milligram per day, low dose transdermal from the 1st to 25th day of the month. And the micronized progesterone, you provide it in the second half. No, you don't. You give it at the same time from the 1st to 25th day of the month, but you give it at bedtime, the estrogen in the morning. Because progesterone calms you down, makes you sleep, while the estrogen wakes you up and gives you energy. And then you stop some days per month. The women do not get menstruation with this. If they get menstruation, that means that they have too much estrogens. If they get breast pain, it means they have too much estrogen. You need to lower further the dose. But generally, this is completely okay and safe to give. Now, what about testosterone in men? Testosterone is a life-extending therapy. at physiological doses. And when you look at aging in men, there's a testicle. Every 4 seconds, a man in this audience, including me, is losing netto a Leydig cell that produces testosterone. So during the day, all men will have age quicker because they are losing testosterone and they need to supply it. And so you have an irreversible loss of 1 Leydig cell. Of course, there are many Leydig cells. So per hour, a man loses 900 Leydig cells netto, okay? So when you look at the serum total testosterone levels, as the Leydig cells that produce them are in lower number, and those that remain are not so young anymore, they secrete less testosterone, there's a slow decline of the total testosterone levels during aging. Lean men without comorbidities, they are higher and lose less, but men who had more fat tissue have more easy comorbidities and lower testosterone levels. So what men need, they need the level they had at age 20, 25. They don't need the level they have, for example, I'm at age 65 here. They need that level. So I supplement my deficiency, of course, okay? And there are numerous testosterone deficits. All these levels here are testosterone deficient. The only good level is probably here, what a man had at age 25. Peak level at age 20 to 25. And so you start aging between age 25 and 30 due to hormone decline, and this is something as a physician you can change. And you see here, testosterone sufficient man, masculinized face, and then testosterone deficient man, you see that his eyes become drier, he has a thinning of inner third of the eyebrow. That's typical for low testosterone. I don't, here you see this inner, that's typically on the dominance of testosterone. The thinning of the own, this flat hair, dry eyes, and looks also paler, pale face. And loss of the firmness of the face or the cheeks. That's testosterone deficiency. So the face looks less attractive, less masculine. And it has a health consequence is the organs inside of his body, including his heart, don't work as well before. So higher testosterone levels may increase longevity. And you see that lower serum testosterone levels during a 5-year follow-up are increase the cause of death from all causes. So it's not healthy. You would say, oh, I don't care, that man is okay, he feels good, he's just aging. No, he will die sooner if you don't treat the testosterone deficiency. Every man from age 30 years on, almost every man needs testosterone supplementation to remain healthy and young. And so each 6 nanomoles per liter of serum testosterone decrease the mortality by 19%. And so that's a lot. So you can count, there can be differences between men of 4 or 5 times this level. So you can decrease by maybe 80% the mortality by man just by giving him testosterone. If he has a very low level, he will benefit even more from the treatment to live longer. And so here's men, and following their serum level, the mortality was rated, and those who had in the lowest 25% of the category of men having testosterone levels had the highest mortality, and it decreased. Middle low quartile or you had middle high, or etc. Highest quartiles. So you see that it makes a big difference, and when you see the difference here. So when you give testosterone supplementation, can you make a difference in patients who have disease? And cardiovascular survival, for example, you have testosterone deficiency and testosterone treatment. What we see is that men who are middle-aged or to older age, the lower the testosterone is, the more risk you are of dying of the heart. And that is normal, because what is the heart? Muscles. It's a muscle. And the hormone of the muscle is testosterone. What are arteries? Arteries. 85% of the wall of the arteries is smooth muscle cells, also influenced by testosterone. So if you don't have enough testosterone, all these muscles weaken and disappear even. So this is a study with men who had initially quite low levels of testosterone, and if they received the testosterone therapy more than 3 years, it decreased the risk of major adverse cardiovascular events by 26%, 27% less risk of myocardial infarction thanks to the testosterone therapy, and 35% less risk of dying. So it increases their longevity. And what about COVID survival? There the statistics are even more impressive. This is a SARS-CoV-2 patient with pneumonia, and so men with pneumonia with the COVID virus, those who had this acute respiratory distress syndrome, compared who did not, those who were high risk of dying, had 70% lower testosterone levels, 65% lower free testosterone levels, and this will also shake you a bit. What you see here is, these are men with pneumonia, and I think the same study. You see those who had very low levels of 5 nanomoles, which is here, very low level, 5 nanomoles. They had then if they were lower than that level, very high risk of dying. Look at how the risk of transfer to intensive care unit, and we'll see later for mortality. So the lowest levels is at normal levels of testosterone would be here. Levels of young adults, almost no risk of having to go to intensive care. So 23 times more risk of going to intensive care than those who had higher levels. And also same for free testosterone. So when you look here for the mortality, it's even more impressive. You see here, for example, this the 5 nanomoles, and you see that you have in mortality a very high risk that increases very lot compared to lower levels. 31% more risk of mortality if you're at a level that is about half of between the lower limit and the 0 point. In critical ill patients, testosterone deficiency is not good because patients septic shock, for example, the higher the testosterone level is, the better their survival. So for them also, low testosterone levels are not good in sepsis. You should probably supply these patients. And patients who died from septic shock, for example, 11 times less lower testosterone levels. So those who die from something have very low testosterone levels. So patients who survived actually had also low levels, but 3 times lower testosterone levels, not 11 times lower. So why not supply them with testosterone? Probably that will help somewhere. Cancer survival. These are men, lower the total testosterone was, the higher the deaths due to cancer are. So there's more cancer mortality in low testosterone. So you have no choice, you need to treat the testosterone deficiency in your patients. And you're this very good doctor who's able to do that. You can even personalize the treatment to the patient so it feels really good. When you look here at the laboratory test, you have a lower limit and an upper limit of testosterone. Here you see that at this level, there's more mortality from aggressive prostate cancer if you're below the 840 nanograms per deciliter. So you're within the reference range, and you're even at a level that is higher than the average of young men. It's around 6,500. You're here, and you still have a higher risk of dying if you have aggressive prostate cancer because of low testosterone. Low testosterone is not related to prostate cancer, except to aggressive prostate cancer, and there are low levels of serum testosterone give more aggressive prostate cancer, more disease of that, and more mortality. So don't be low in testosterone if you have a risk familial of prostate cancer. Here's another patients who received testosterone. And what you can see after a long period of almost 12 years, is that those who received testosterone therapy, they had better urine flow. They had lower incidence of prostate cancer, and they had lower mortality. And so basically, testosterone was extremely safe for them. It's not more, it's less prostate cancer. It's not more mortality, less mortality. There are many, many studies showing that low testosterone levels are related to more mortality. I think I counted more than 30 studies on the Medline data bank that you can find on the internet. So researchers say there remains no evidence that testosterone therapy is associated with more risk of prostate cancer, more risk of prostate cancer recurrence, and overall mortality. On the contrary, there's strong evidence that testosterone therapy increases the quality of life and the survival of these patients. So you have no reason not to give testosterone to men. It also makes patients happier. They feel better in their skin. So we live in a strange world where we have a very good medicine that treats the consequences of disease. And we already have, since decades, the tools to treat the causes of disease, not only the consequences, with hormone treatment. And it's safe if you give the right dose. You don't overdose. If you have overdose, patients don't tolerate it, so it's safe also because quickly they will stop or lower the dose and come back to safety. So what is the treatments you could give? Well, the number one treatment in men is to give bioidentical testosterone. You have choices. You can give transdermal testosterone, I like the liposomal cream, 10%, and that's spread not on the arms, it's spread on high absorption places. So you put on the forehead, sidewards of the neck, above the collarbone, and you put several layers, not in between your rub. So not just one layer where you push that doesn't penetrate well, it's remains whitish. So you have to do several times the operation, and then it penetrates very well. And because it's in the skin, it will be slowly released, and during 24 hours released, you have a constant efficacy of the treatment. You can give testosterone injections, then it's, for example, 250 milligrams testosterone enantate or cypionate, and during 2 weeks you have a supply that is okay. And then you can give also implants, pellets, doses between 200 and 600 milligrams every 4 months. I wouldn't do it every 6 months, I would do it every 4 months. You probably need even higher amounts, but you need to check what are the levels obtained, otherwise you need to supplement extra doses. So what to do when there's an emergency situation? Can testosterone help a patient to survive what is happening? And so for acute emergency like stroke, myocardial infarction, or the traumatic chest injuries, they have high risk of dying. you should supplement more testosterone. So when I had this stroke caused by a vaccine, it was the Moderna vaccine, that's the most potent of all the vaccines. 4 days later, I took much more testosterone. So of course I didn't have the consequences of the stroke longer than 6 hours. Still, I did have long-term consequences because the vaccine had cost me at the end heart failure, and I was very healthy before. I just overreacted to it. I had heart failure, so that's more or less in order, but it takes 1.5 years to recover. But I was also in a fantastic condition. I could run marathons, so I come from very high, so I'm not used to not being able to do everything I did. So in that case, you can give every 2 days or every day an injection of testosterone. The risk when you give a lot of testosterone is that it increases the hemoglobin and the red blood cell production. And then you can have too much hematocrit and have a sticky blood. So you may not do that too often. But in emergency, you can give that because it takes weeks and months before the red blood cell production gets too high with testosterone. And so this treatment can really save from myocardial infarction. It can decrease infarction. So from who did I learn that? I went to see Dr. Muller. Dr. Muller was a Danish physician who gave high-dose testosterone to his patients with gangrene, so as his foot. And he reversed the atherosclerosis completely in those patients. The patients had to be amputated, and he reversed it with testosterone, anabolic. And he told me, you can give 6,000 milligrams per day in Baxter's, pour it in the body of the patient. It will save his life and his heart. In women, if you have to give it, you probably have to give a lower dose, like 100 milligrams, and you give 1 or 2 injections, and that's it, because that's for women much more. But that also can be helpful. Testosterone for a woman's heart is very safe. I have lectures on that. That's the cardiovascular model that I'm making is for me very exciting, and I found all those studies. When I do lectures, I usually review the 40 last years of references. So I get a sort of information all over. And that's helpful because sometimes we forget the major accomplishments of before, and it's really, really interesting. So testosterone is life-extending at physiological doses in women. You have the adrenal glands. It's made in all these glands, the ovaries and the adrenal glands make testosterone in women. And they also make other male hormones like DHT, androstenedione. And you see that the levels at age 40 decline quicker than in men of testosterone. That's why a woman often at age 40 loses libido, or she gets cellulite. It's often due to lack of testosterone. And so birth control pills aggravate the situation. In saliva, there's 20 to 30% less free testosterone, and in the serum, at least 20 to 50% less free testosterone. So really, it gives a sort of androgen deficiency. It blocks the ovaries that make 50% of the testosterone. And testosterone deficiency, you can see that on the face of a woman, dry skin, muscle hypertrophy, and severe depression. When a woman has low testosterone, you can do everything you want in the world. The best psychotherapy doesn't seem to work. If you then give testosterone, especially injections of testosterone once a month, intramuscular, wow, what a change. Unbelievable sometimes. They really become themselves again. And I had a woman who said, look, I'm so grateful. I was always depressed in my life, and I thought I would live till the end of my life with this depression. You give me the best hormones, and it did improve my situation, but it wasn't fantastic. But since I take the testosterone, I'm so much better. And her arteries are also better because it reverses atherosclerosis in women. Now, what she also said is, and I'm so reassured, I'm still completely feminine and I just have much more strength in my mind and in my body. So you remain feminine, but you have to give, when you give testosterone injections, finasteride, like 2.5 milligrams to 5 milligrams to avoid having hirsutism, body hair overgrowth, and otherwise. So typically when a woman has testosterone deficiency, I feel deeply depressed, nothing helps me. One injection can already make the difference of testosterone. So higher testosterone levels may increase longevity in women. And long-living women, you have higher serum testosterone levels. And you see, for example, this study showing that the lower serum testosterone is more mortality by ischemic heart disease. Another study showing lower free testosterone, lower quartile, linked to more than a doubling of all-cause mortality and almost 4 times more cardiovascular mortality. Again, I repeat, the heart is a muscle. You need a muscle hormone for that. So when you look at a woman of Okinawa and a woman of the United States, I already showed a bit this information. Women of Okinawa at 100 years old have 39 nanograms per deciliter testosterone, which is 3 times higher than women of 70 years old, like here, or in the States, or in, so it's really, really, what a difference. At 100 years, they have more than a 70-year-old. That's why they live up to 100. It's one of the major aspects, or reasons, probably. What about testosterone supplementation? One with short life expectancy, coronary heart survival. You have these atheroma plaques in the coronary arteries that are here, and atheroma plaques here. And you see that the lower the total testosterone is, the more this ischemic heart disease mortality in diabetic women. In breast cancer survival, you see this is studies showed that actually what you see here is that all these women after breast cancer receive testosterone. And when they receive testosterone, you have a lower mortality. It means they have 3 times more survival if they receive testosterone. There's normally 33% women dying, and here the percentage is much lower, about 3 times lower. So what you can give as treatment to women, you can give a 0.5% gel, and there you put in women on the inner arms. If they have to put estrogen, because usually I always give estrogens when I give testosterone to women to have a right balance, you can put on the same place estrogen and testosterone, it won't compete, and you put on the inner. You change arms regularly, and that helps. A liposomal cream is good, but an alcoholic gel can also be acceptable. In men, you need liposomal creams. And then testosterone depot injections, what happens is that you have you can give them 50 milligrams on average per month. It's an overdose. So during 3 weeks, they have higher than upper limit levels. They can have up to double the upper limit levels. But then you have to give finasteride like 2.5 to 5 milligrams. I sometimes give I give 7.5 milligrams, but generally these are doses that are necessary. For 50 milligrams, 2.5 milligrams is generally enough. And then you can give the implants. In implants, it's a dose like 75 to 150 milligrams every 4 months, I would propose. But the physician who will talk after me knows it better, so please follow her guidelines. She is used to giving implants. I'm more used with injections and with transdermals, but the implants are certainly a good alternative, especially for non-compliant patients otherwise. What about catabolic diseases when there's stroke or myocardial infarction? You can give higher amounts. I already explained that before with the slide that you give, for example, 2 injections of 100 milligrams per day at 2 to 5 days interval to save the life of a patient and to decrease the infarction zone in myocardial infarction. So how much longer can we live with hormone therapies? Well, with healthy psychology and spirituality, we probably could live 7 years longer. Of course, if you're extensively improving, maybe it's 15 years. But basically, let's say 7 years as a separate effect. And healthy breathing and physical activity, about 4 years longer, maybe. I have studies showing the relationship between breathing and living longer. If you have disordered breathing, you can double or triple your mortality. Snoring at night is not healthy, for example. And then you have healthy food. You probably could also gain another 4 years as a separate finding. And with nutritional supplementation, also maybe 4 years more. So in total, you could probably gain 16 years longer life by applying all those things. What about hormone treatments? Growth hormone IGF-1 probably can give you 4 years of life independently, and quality of life certainly. Sex hormones, between the 2 years and maybe the 3 years for testosterone in men. In women, you need to have estrogens and testosterone taken together that can increase the life expectancy in total by maybe 3 years. Well, or 3 to 4 years, okay? Now, if you supply thyroid, maybe you can have an additional 2 years of life. Cortisol, DHEA, maybe also additional 2 years for each. And melatonin, maybe 2 years also with melatonin. Oxytocin, probably also 2 years. And vasopressin, aldosterone, maybe just 1 year, not more. So basically, it supplies you with an additional 16 years of life if you count all that. So that if you do both, you might have 32 years of longer life. And then we have other therapies like the gene therapy they're talking about. Lise Parish is going to talk about that, I think, the last day, Friday. I talked with her. So there's so many other techniques, telomerase activators, that can help. Getting out of the pollution. In Belgium, we die 1.5 years earlier because of small particle pollution. So if you're in a healthier area, it is better. I live in a healthier area in Belgium, in the south, not in the north. There's more pollution in the north of a city. And I live next to a forest, so maybe it's not just half a year I'm losing by fine particle, not 1.5 years. So again, I'm talking about the e-learning. You have information here. It's really worth because it will change your practice. It will not only increase your income because patients will be more satisfied and bring you much more patients, but it will give you passion in your medicine because you see transformations in your patients, not just small changes. They're really much happier with that. And you have, for example, on inflammation. I'm talking in Orlando in the big congress there. Anti-aging medicine, inflammation, giving a whole workshop there, whole day workshop. Reversing physical aging is the one that we sold the most. It's really interesting. You will see how what is possible. Female hormone supplementation, if you want to know everything about, including what to do in cancer. You have many more studies than I show you, but you also, again, have always practical information. Laboratory tests to do, how to interpret laboratory tests, and so on. And so we have chronic fatigue and burnout. It's also topper, thyroid diagnosis and treatment, including autoimmune thyroiditis, hypothyroidism, and so many more. Melatonin, interesting. In melatonin, you have also a talk of Russ Reiter, extremely interesting on COVID and melatonin, much more in details than I did it here. And you have testosterone treatment in men, testosterone in women, extremely interesting, cutting edge, very updated. And you have also in Spanish, actually, all these models for the moment. And then you have among the most recent, and if there's one course I would propose you to first start, is this one. You can take all courses separate, you can also take lectures separate. This is the one that really will be helpful for beginners at least, but even advanced physicians will learn a lot. And then adrenal hormones like cortisol, DHEA, pregnenolone, growth hormone, IGF-1. it will satisfy your passion of learning. Psychological disorders, you will see there's a lot we can do with psychological disorders. And longevity, you want to know almost everything on longevity. It's here. Sexual therapy, unbelievable what can be done to improve sexuality in a healthy way that also the body improves at the same time. And then there will be the cardiovascular I'm working on in obesity that will normally be finished in June. Useful addresses, hertalkmedicalschool.eu, office@hertalk.eu is the email, so it's like my name in the middle. And courses in Russian are these. Okay, I think I'm now at the end of my time. It had to be shortened because people stayed a bit longer, but in the meanwhile, there's the next speaker, but I don't know if you're there, next speaker. Otherwise, we can wait for the next speaker and can have questions in the meanwhile, but somebody should maybe warn are you the next speaker? No, next speaker is not in the room? No? Otherwise, I can answer questions. Do you have the microphone? The microphone? Otherwise, we'll do it here, and while they are searching for the microphone, maybe we can do a little physical examination, or do you want questions? What do you want? Questions? Raise your hands. Oh, and who wants maybe a physical examination of a person while we wait till the next speaker comes in? No? So, okay. So let's ask questions, and then if we still, the next speaker is still not there, then we'll do a physical examination. Okay, so what is your question? Can you come here and so the audience hears it? And later also.
You gave me lots of chance to ask my questions. I'll ask about a metabolic perspective of longevity. We are talking about all the hormones, but let's talk about just the metformin molecule. You know the TAME study, it's going on. So just taking metformin goes a very long way. So what about the metabolic part of the longevity?
Okay, so my personal knowledge is basically based on what is called bioidentical molecules in our body, and I'm not favoring non-bioidentical, but metformin has a good press. There's not many studies. There's, I think, 2 or 3 studies that show a decrease in mortality. I think one in Parkinson disease shows a decrease in mortality. So I talk also in my longevity model about these studies. But it's not so impressive as the studies with hormones, and the efficacy of metformin compared to the hormones is moderate. It's not bad, but it's not. But the metformin is based on the fact that it decreases one of the mechanisms of aging, which is called the glucose formation, the glycation, and so it decreases glycation, and that's very good. So metformin, I think, can be additionally given, but it doesn't replace the hormone treatment. But it's certainly a good suggestion to add metformin, like 500 milligrams a day, or 2 times that dose, 2 times 500 milligrams, because it doesn't stay in blood very long. But because I already have a big efficacy with the hormones, I don't tend to give it, except in people with high sugar levels. I think it could additionally give a good level. But if your sugar level is sometimes too low, metformin is probably not indicated. So you need to choose your patients where it worked. I think obese patients with tendency to high sugar levels, that's a very good indication for additional metformin, but normally they don't remain so. If they get hormone therapy, sugar goes down and they get slim. Other questions? Yes? You have to come here. They seem to not to have the microphone we had before.
Good day. Do you control metabolism of estrogen, 2 or 4 hydroxyestrogens, especially for patients with high risk, cancer risk?
Yes, you have to have a good ratio of 2-hydroxyestrone on 16-alpha hydroxyestrone. So we could check that in the urines sometimes. And thyroid hormone improved this ratio. And then you have, of course, eating cruciferous vegetables can help, or giving them can help in that cases. But generally, with thyroid hormones, you really go in the right direction. And I also give iodine, which I suspect also has good effect. Iodine is a cancer blocker. And so if you have cyst in your breast, you put iodine on your breast in a liquid during 1.5 years, and you have all cysts disappearing. So it's very impressive. So I do sort of combined treatment when I have. I don't look at the methoxyestrone just because we don't have a lab in Belgium doing it, or in Europe. I think the only lab is a lab in Seattle, Meridian Valley lab, who can do those two, methoxy, etc. And that would be also helpful because methoxyestrone metabolites are favorable. So if you have more of those during treatment, that's good.
What's your opinion about pilots hormone therapy? I think it is not jovial therapy because we implant with 6 months, we cannot change this therapy.
Yeah, so let's say pellets is very good for patients who are negligent and not compliant for the treatment. They don't want to bother, you give it. But I do very fine tuning, I personalize the dose very much. It's easier with treatment you do every day because you can, in the meanwhile, change the dose. You're not during 6 months. That's, of course, the disadvantage of pellets. But there are so many patients who don't treat themselves. If they don't get an easy treatment, their pellets can be a solution. For compliant patients, you can do personalized treatment where you can really very top and personalize it, and their transdermal, estradiol, and oral or vaginal projection can probably be better adapted because, for example, with when you do a lot of sports exercise, you need to increase the dose. But with pellets, you cannot increase the dose. So you can really from day to day adapt doses, which are not always necessary, but may be necessary. Okay? Is the next speaker still not there? No? You want a question? Savannah?
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions on testosterone. One is in our clinic, we find middle-aged men who are in the late 40s or 50s. They come to us for weight loss. They come to us for diabetes or hypertension reversal. We get them to lose weight. But after losing weight, quite a few of them also lose libido, their erectile functions. We would expect that after weight loss, these people should perform better, but then we find that they have a libido loss, they have performance loss. The only difference we are able to find the blood is that their SHBG has gone up. Other than that, we don't find anything else. Insulin has come down, SHBG has gone up.
Yes. We need to put the lights on again? No? More lights? The next speaker is still not there? No? So the question is, why do men lose their libido? When you go on a weight loss program, you're also lowering your hormones. Lower hormone production. Some are better, like for example, the ratio IGF-1, IGF-3 increases, your cortisol levels increase, but the testosterone levels decrease when you eat less. Of course, those weight loss programs are probably very good. They take out the sugars, which is also not good, but they probably eat less and eat less proteins, there's less efficacy of testosterone, etc. Now, what is important is not the testosterone level in blood. The ratio between testosterone and SHBG, because if there's too much transporting binding protein, SHBG is sex hormone binding protein, transports testosterone in blood. If it's too high, it keeps the testosterone in blood, and there's not much bioavailable testosterone. So there's less testosterone in the cells. So you need always, when you ask total testosterone, to like SHBG. And what we have in our lab is bioavailable testosterone based on this ratio. And that's the index. For example, it has to be in men, it's between 30 and 150. If you're at 50 or 60 or 70, it's too low. You need to have additional testosterone, and that's often because SHBG is high. When is SHBG high? It can also be just due to dehydration. And so if you drink more water, they will have lower SHBG, but they also will have even lower testosterone. So you need always the ratio to ask the hormone and the binding protein. That's also valuable for IGF-1 and IGF-BP3 and things like that. Yes? Other question?
So I'll have just one more question. Is there a concern about testosterone resistance when somebody is put on pellets where the levels remain very high for months on together?
So you mean that there would be a testosterone resistance once you give high levels, or what? Or that there would be a customs?
Yeah, if the testosterone level remains high for a long time, can the receptors become resistant?
Yeah. Let's say when you give high levels to a man, you have more receptors in testosterone, because it's the opposite. The more testosterone you have, the more receptors for testosterone you have. So there's no real resistance in that sense. The problem is with high dose of testosterone that is often overlooked, is that there's also a higher conversion to estradiol. And then men who do bodybuilding, they have to take Novaldex, which is a blocker of the estrogen receptor, because otherwise they have breast pain, they get breast development. And so that's the real problem of high dose of testosterone. It's like in rats. I proposed in rats, male rats, they given very high dose their whole life of testosterone. When you stop, the older rats kept on doing the same amount of testosterone that they should have done at young age. They were as good as young age. Everything was okay. So the receptors is, testosterone itself stimulates its receptors. So it's actually the opposite. And that's why the people who take high dose get intolerant to it. They get too nervous, too impatient, too much libido, and a red face and things like that. And the red face is mainly due to the excess estradiol they get. So you should always do physiological dose, that's the best. And some people need more because they do a lot of sports, they consume a lot, and that's the reason, okay? The next speaker, are you there or not? Oh, because we were waiting for you. Okay, so please take it over. Or we'll have maybe a question more, or can you already talk, or, okay.
Дорогие друзья, пока мы настраиваем мою презентацию,
I am
хочу
a doctor of
представиться.
dermatology and endocrinologist. I am a doctor from Ukraine and one of the founders of the BioPale company. In 2019, we founded this company. This brand will successfully conduct a project in Ukraine. At the moment, we are represented in Europe. We have a European registration. We are represented in Kazakhstan, and already today's beautiful day in my beloved country, Azerbaijan. Tickets are attracting more and more attention, and I am glad that such number of listeners gather to exchange experience, to listen to me, of course, to sort out my personal cases. My experience of installing pellets began in 2016. You know that the tickets appeared a long time ago in the world. In principle, the history of the creation of this project is the beginning of the 60s America. Tickets have been around for more than 20 years, and today we'll talk about this topic.
So the ticket market is growing every year as we see the company market. Data breach market is one of the most important and informative sources on forecasting the growth of pharmaceutical markets. We trust this data, and you see that the market will grow, and we see that it is 12 billion in the 29th year. That is predicts the market of biocentric hormones is experiencing growth by 6.6% from 2023 to 29. This indicates that market value is 3 billion and it will grow to 12. And this suggests, first of all, that the demand for hormonal therapy is really growing, and estrogens dominate this list. It's not just tickets. That I mean creams, gels, and all kinds of patches that are used in order to correct the hormonal background. Now, as we have with sound, there will be sound. Okay, I'll have to voice my videos without sound, unfortunately is the case. It's two classic surgeons filmed the Snowman. He was filmed in 1990. Two plastic American surgeons go to the Congress on the train. One says, why are you going there? It's the same Congress on hormonal wool replacement therapy. And the second says, well, rejuvenation is not only with a knife and scalpel, and also with hormones. So this video is on page. You can use it in the clinic to show patients that even in the 2090s have already been told about it. Everyone talks a lot about hormones. Many are afraid of them, and indeed we especially have an option in the post-Soviet space that hormones are bad. Hormones are overweight, hormones are problems, and of course we have a fear of hormone therapy. Thanks to the acquaintance of Steri and the fact I read all the books, I bought 3 sessions of lectures. I was never afraid. The main thing was to be harmony. So hormones play an important role in all our processes. Hormones affect mood, at our libido, on our activity, our mood on the physical activity, and a lot of processes are tied to hormones, so can raise and lower the level of the vital activity of our body. Is therefore very important first of all to start with the correction of the hormonal background. Of course there are problems. So what are hormones? From the Greek is I wake up, bring movement. This is also our alarm clock. This is our activator. This is our engine. And from what our hormone level depends on how we move. Here are biologically active substances produced by iron, by internal secretion. They are released into the blood, lymph, intercellular flood, into the cell activity, trigger all processes. Hormone have a specific selective effect. The effect of hormones is remote. The target organs are located far from the gland. The action of hormones. It acts specifically on certain cells or many types of cells at the same time and has a high biological activity. That is, it acts on only living cells. Hormonal disorder in men. That is, it's clear that you will start working like women with them honestly. I recommend you all, of course, to have a male percentage because it's easier, to more comfortable and easier to work with them, and they always have a good result, and they always want being in anti-J, as you see the experience of American doctors. If you subscribe to American doctors, then you will see that there are a lot of American doctors, no matter what their profile is, at endocrinologists, gynecologists. They work with both women and men because, first of all, what our problems for men, with what problems they come to our clinic. It's depression, it's overweight, decreased lack of libido, chronic fatigue, apathy, lack of mood, loss of muscle mass, poor physical shape, unwillingness to exercise, and lower strength indicators in the clinic. I have of many of you use this technique. We have a device. They may have other devices. Then is when the percentage of the male sex, we measure the state of this body. First of all is the level of muscle, tissue, adipose tissue, visceral fat, but these scales show such an unpleasant moment as the metabolic age, and of course the metabolic age of most patients. The age is higher than the age stated in our passport. Regarding those questions that women come to us are also depression, swings, mood, PMS, overweight, overtaking, overrating, reduced or absent libido, chronic fatigue, apathy, quality, skin weight gain, decreased muscle volume, poor physical fitness, unwillingness, go for sports, sagging skin, dry mucous membranes, and hair loss. It's logical we start with a physical examination of our patients. That's a necessary impedance measurement. Very often patients do not follow this process, so we invite them to come all the time. We will conduct this procedure for you in order to assess the quality and result of treatment. How we correct our hormonal disorders in men first. We recommend sports in healthy lifestyle, healthy sleep, herbal preparations, injectable form. We also use growth hormone in our practice, also pills, psychotherapy. The company produces a huge number of technologies to correct this problem, and of course tickets are main. The methods that we use in women are similar to sports, herbal drugs, all kinds of injectable form of hormone therapy, also pills and plasters are similar to physiotherapy and pellets. Now let's compare. After all, correction methods. Yes, here are gel, cream, tablets, subcutaneous injection, hormonal patch, and the tickets. As you can see, the first line is how many hours does this drug work. Tablets work for several hours. I want also add the table used works at each patient is different because the level of activity, acidity, and the work of all patients is different. So specifically how it works, 24 hours here is a very important point. It's necessary to correctly explain to the patient how to use this product. Was the right one indicated on me? For example, I had a case when the patient recently, I was afraid to use the tickets injection form, and we offered a gel cream a month of use. Unfortunately, it gave results because it applied it incorrectly. It's very necessary confidentially explain to the patient how this product is worn correctly. Subcutaneous injection works somewhat days. There are nuances. You need cold storage conditions. Mostly patients inject themselves, sometimes also incorrectly, or invite someone to therapy at the clinic. Hormonal patch is a wonderful thing, but in summer it's very it's inconvenient because the same sweets, these patches are lost, disappears. Well, it's not very convenient at sea, or it works 3 to 6 months later. I will tell you why it's from 3 to 2. The duration of the effect only after taking the tablet works. Gel cream will spectrum of action. In principle, there is no subcutaneous injection. The duration of action is limited. You understand it's not a long process time. The effectiveness also limited, but tickets work 3 to 6 months. Usually the effects tablets load on the liver through the gastrointestinal tract. There is a course, a question, and load for our liver may have an allergic reaction to the gel. Although the new generation of all these products is very quantitatively, I rarely meet allergic reactions. Subcutaneous injection, possibly an allergic reaction, antiseptic, perhaps hormonal, similarly rarely seen, but there are cases with an allergic reaction. At tickets, there is no small remark. Here, when we use pellets at redness in the area of administration diameter 10-15 centimeters, norm variant. And also to add that there is no such reaction to all other tickets. This operator also causes such a reaction all the time before to improve while we are talking somewhere produces or is it with vitamin D? And I'm sure that by the end we'll also close this question. Lots of interesting ones later. I'll tell you what we plan to launch this year, and the frequency of reception daily. Also the daily subcutaneous injections should not very carefully monitored by the time of the number of hours. Intentionality also needs to be mentioned very much. Of course, it works every day. We will now talk about biopharmaceuticals. So what is it? After all, a biological medical product. It is, as we say, an identity, and these preparations, they can form sugars, protein, nucleic acids, complex combinations of these substances. That is in the composition of the forward is to soy and wild YAM. That is completely natural biological preparation. What is biological drugs? You can find an explanation on Wikipedia. This is all research on biological drugs. And of course, the most top popular studies against synthetics. Tell me which of you I counted this book. The story of one pill no one has read. Please write down this book. The story of one pill is a story of the real story of creation. Cocoa systems, systematic synthetic hormonal drugs. The book is very entertaining and interesting. Is considered in one breath. I recommend it to both practicing doctors and those who are not connected with medicine but are not a doctor but want to develop clinics. Or is this your clinic about how this first one was created? Is the idea of creating the cooks had to create their genetically hormones, but the budget of the creators was small, and they ordered the synthetic prototypes from China. I highly recommend the book. Is really worth. What are pellets? Tickets are also actively used in America. I take the American market because it's more identical to us, because the Brazilian, it is different to compare the market with our countries, because Brazil, if you are without pellets, this is very strange event. America is more mundane. Yes, they start using this therapy after 30, when they have already the first problems and the first money, because the pellet therapy in the USA is not covered by insurance companies, as well as not covered in Brazil. Well, for example, we had patients from Dubai where the insurance covered this therapy. We built from a Ukrainian company, and the insurance covered the therapy. So who works in Dubai is a big plus for you. So the American market firstly is injections. As you can see, a person uses from 52 to 156 injections per year. This is a very large amount of cream. 730 clicks per year. Pellets 3 to 4 procedures per year. Little American pellets differ from ours. I'll tell you later what the difference is. As you can see here, they are more often, therefore, in principle, pellet therapy is probably the most economical and convenient for the patient and the doctor. So the minimum dose of the hormone is the maximum effect is bureaucratic. Pellets can be used in men and women. It's true, our small size pellets are small, inconvenient to use, convenient to implant psychological doses. That is the minimum dose, and the absence of side effects are founders of the theory. Robert Benjamin Blood is Canadian doctor who specializes in endocrinology. Robert Goldman is a very famous American Academy anti-aging endocrinologist professor, wrote more than 40 books. Robert Goldman sports books could be seen at Congress. Next, Ron Tissue is a founder of growth hormone therapy. I think about him. Perry told Susie Valia today, this is well-known gynecologist and endocrinologist. She's her well-known Valia protocols. I think gynecologists even more now, more than I do. That is, she used HRT, created artificially ovary, after surgical removal of uterus and ovaries. Also, she uses HRT therapy for endometriosis and other female diseases, and she does not use drugs in the form of tablets in her kind of work, and only through leather preparations, that's creams, gels, injections and pellets. And she also the author of many books of gynecology is also recommended to pay attention. So, what is the subconscious implant is, firstly, the story is very old skeletons. They appeared really long ago, just they came to us, and so not so long ago, 2019. So 39 years is the use of eliminating the symptoms of menopause after a radical hysterectomy. 38 in America, Europe, Australia set a record the number of subcutaneous implants. I want to stop here, and the first implants in general, they were not degradable. Then there were silicone tubes that were filled with the active substance implanted in the buttock of the patient. They were larger in size, and of course after a time of 6 or 12 months they had to be filled out. So there was all the problems, because there are many complications, and in the 49 year they started using testosterone with estrogen to eliminate menopausal symptoms. Usually this story of creating pellets of what a subcutaneous implant consists of. Firstly, it's plant exercise of COE yams to the molecular structure is completely identical, that is biogenetically, to our own hormones that we secrete in our body, and the body does not distinguish the difference between the biodonic hormone at its own, but it's a long-term form of HRT. That's every second, every minute, every hour, the intake of hormones in the United blood, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 5 days a year. If the patient, of course, puts all around the effect of pellets from 4 to 6 months, biodegradable implants, they are created on the basis of natural ingredients. Therefore, after installing this product, the patient begins to feel the effect already at 7 to 14 day, but notice the result of therapy. Perhaps not in a week, not in 2, not in 3, but that's the body mood, skin condition, hair condition, libido, they will change gradually. Today I was preparing a report I met gynecologist with whom we met 2 years ago at Pomegranate. You can lose weight for yourself. I have not lost weight, but still slow. The effect of hormones therapy is simply the structure of the body, and of course it's to add additional correction methods will eventually have a great result of such a correct physical.
Наши пациенты, они приходят и обследуются у нас в клиниках комплексно, у нас есть что предложить.
Future patients come and get examined. We have a lot to offer where it is not only about pellets. I'm a fan of patches, injections,
физиотерапии. Это все представлено в моей клинике, потому что я считаю, что нельзя одним методом коррекции добиться такого качественного и стойкого результата.
Because I don't think that
Конечно,
we can get all stable results at once with one single method. We also need to cover the deficiencies of micro and micro elements. If women want to have a nice hair, good skin, and no cellulite, then they need to pay attention to many aspects. And this therapy should be an integrated therapy. Bioidentical and synthetic, bioidentical versus synthetic, they have less side effects. Indeed, we can really help our patients, and also they help to do a lot of prevention. Bioidentical, they are identical in their chemical composition to hormones synthesized by a human body. As I said, first of all, they're produced from products of a vegetable origin. Why pellets are considered to be born in Brazil? Clearly, slightly above Rio de Janeiro, medical personnel noticed that women are more fertile, more resilient, when they chew wild yams and soya. They were taking the leaves and chewing them. Indeed, South Brazilian women, they are more in better shape, more sexy, healthier. The other parts of Brazil, they're different. And you notice that using these leaves changes the hormonal background. So I started using these leaves in a dry form and make them in form of granules. It's a long process, very complicated. There are some points in the production of pellets because they have really short period of validity. They're not as stable as you wish, and you can harvest the products only twice a year. You have to dry them, you have to process them. So it's quite a complicated issue, the production of these pellets. Synthetic substances, they are different from, have no affinity, and they produce from different sources. The market of synthetic market is very wide. They can work immediately, can produce everything. They are cheaper, they're easy to produce, and of course the prices are different. And advantages. Why us, not the other forms? First, hormones are stably supplied right into the blood, especially if patients have liver problems. So pellets are matter the option of choice for them. And pellets do not cause hormonal peaks. After pellets are installed, you gradually, in 1 month, you're getting to your own ideal plateau. That's a stable process, condition. When the nervous system is calm, you're happy, your physical activity is on the top. It goes on 3-4 months, and after that, it starts fading out. Nothing is eternal in the world, including the medicine. No medication can work forever. Some medications works, and after that they stop, and the patients come first for the repeated therapy. That's the point in pellet therapy. So we're talking about hormonal correction that I was speaking about, and now I would like to compare that. We travel different countries, different conferences. In December, do you go to FIM? You win. They still give lectures. There are companies that produce non-absorbable pellets, that are silicone tube with fill them with the components, but it has all points. First of all, size. If you are not good with the surgery, you will have hard time to install it. You will have to remove it later. They are identical forms. They vary for 3 to 5 months. These ones, they last for 12 months. There are different types of hormones that are covered with them. Non-absorbable, they act like contraceptives, but vitamin D is being tested now. And hope this will be the most popular pellets with vitamin D. For last 4 years, we produce in Brazil our pellets work from 3 to 6 months. They are dissolvable completely. It's a 5 millimeter size. Now it is 2.5 millimeters, but because our last pellet is just 2 millimeters, and they contain testosterone, anastrozole. And the most popular one is metformin and quant. Sexual Medicine Journal, and there are a lot of other magazines. They will show you. I will show you more that these are covered by different articles in different journals. So again, a lot of testosterone studies equal for men and women. Gail Jackson, she was the first one who started speaking about testosterone for women, especially in menopause period. Very interesting author. Anthony Bazin has a YouTube channel. You can find a lot of literature of this on integrative medicine. Kapidonovitz, probably you read this book. He is owner of a biotech company. They also produce pellets. They have only 3 types of pellets. They are working on in the United States. I recommend these congresses because this is a very great educational platform. Age Healthier and Life Happier. This is a book that became a bestseller, and if you have good English, then every Friday you can find this person lecturing on the radio. This list of our pellets, probably this is the most important table that you should have on a desktop. Why? Because you have the name of implants, you have dose. Protractor that tells you which size of tools you should use. There are 3 and 5 millimeters. So not all pellets are suitable for 3 millimeters instruments. They can be single use and multiple use instrument. It depends on what you like. Brazilians use single use devices. It depends on you. The key here is how many times a day you use them. Meaning, how big is the daily dose? So we have recommended dose. So how many pellets we recommend? Here we should understand that age, wish of a patient, the condition of the patient, and the weight of the patient determines how many pellets you will insert. And the average time of effectiveness of the pellets. Why it is 46, 47 months? It all depends on the body of a patient, metabolism, physical activity, and lifestyle. Healthier the patient, longer the effect will be. Let's stop on the first pellet. This is anastrozole. We use only for men. It stops the conversion of testosterone to estrogen. If our patient refuses to have this pellet, yes, we had a patient that that they refused. I had a patient that refused. So, for example, there was a patient from the United States who was taking tablets of anastrozole. They didn't have pellets. So those who want to increase their testosterone, yes, you can install testosterone pellets, but anastrozole is also must recommended because you increase your testosterone, but this testosterone can easily transform into estradiol. Estradiol, this is something that I will have a lecture on, so I'm not going to speak a lot about that. Estriol is one of the forms of estradiols. We rarely use it, but one of the options, available options. Gastrinol, A group B, most popular pellets in Brazil. Why? Because
Без ее голоса.
they have
Без
high
ее голоса.
statistics of
Чисто
endometriosis.
переводчика. Нормально,
It's also
полностью. Все.
beauty
Onda
check
sabaha da böyle yola
by A
vereriydi.
and B.
Bundan
This
da
one
yapmamış.
is
Allah. Ben çıktım.
long acting, another one is fast acting. We usually combine them. The most popular combination is gastron A25 and the B35. One acts immediately, the other one starts acting late, but works for longer. And of course, they are contraceptives. So if your patient wants to have children, then this is not the option for them. We had a case in our clinic where after 2-3 years of testosterone treatment, they basically had some photos of endometriosis, and our patients were happy, and that's because that's the quality of life and the weight loss. HCG is over 2 doses, 5 and 10,000, mostly used by gynecologists. It's a great pellet that improves our woman health and helps to have a happy pregnancy. This medication is available as an injection, but our pellets are more affordable. Hydrocortisone used by gynecologists, metformin. That's our future. Many of our patients have metabolic syndrome, and this is very popular pellets. Metformin with sedacryptina is the most interesting because it saves you from sugar cravings. Look at the column before the last one. This is the recommended type of pellets that we need to install. Well, up to 60 kilograms. It's one pellet, but if it's more, then it's 3-4 pellets. But it has one unpleasant side effect, that's diarrhea. So pellet is not just a magic tool to improve your lifestyle, but you have to also pay attention to your food. Alcohol, non-healthy lifestyle, fatty food, that can be a problem. NADH, that's what we like most of all. It's a little bit big one. And you can see that we recommend 2 to 4 pellets and stars. Basically, Men can install up to 10 pellets, no side effects identified. Besides rash and high fever in the area of injection for a couple of weeks. You should explain your patient that this is just a normal reaction. DHA and progesterone, very popular one. We have 3 doses. Tadalafil, and this is important for the boys. First to 25 and 50. We installed before 40, after 40 we recommend higher dose. Tadalafil 150 is available. Our distributor will give you better information. Tadalafil, that's higher dose. Works softly and doesn't cause any rash on the face. Raise your blood pressure, erectile function improves. Anybody who needs testosterone should have this tadalafil. If you install tadalafil with testosterone, this patient will love you forever. And after 4-5 months, this patient will call and ask for new pellets. On testosterone, the most popular one, 200, 150, and we have 175 milligrams. 150, 200, these are for boys, and the other 2 are for girls. We don't use 154 women or generally use it. So, indications: aesthetics, anti-aging, sports, and sex. These are the indications for the pellet. We promote healthy lifestyle, and we also advocate for happy patients. Pellet therapy changes not only the structure of the body, but also change the mood of our patients. Our patients have better mood. They start telling you how they felt when they were 18. We have a big family. We have more than 500 doctors that were trained in Ukraine, and we also look work a lot with doctors in Europe. So implants, they're very small, but effect does not appear immediately. Tablets are not that effective because, not the whole 100% of active substances get absorbed and start affecting. In 21, we have installed more than 50,000 pellets only in Ukraine. More than 1 million all over the world, yes. This is true. In 2020, only in California, we have installed over 600,000. After 30 years, efficiency of hormones gets reduced from 3 to 10%. But when we install these pellets, our patients become young, Before hormonal therapy, we collect anamnesis. We do the physical examination and the blood analysis. We ask for TSH, T3, T4 antibodies. glycohemoglobin, insulin, whole index, sometimes leptin, tryptophan, and homocysteine. Liver, liver tests, hormones, testosterone, prolactins, estradiol, and cortisol, cellular and micro and macro animals, to understand whether we have some deficiencies or not. Before we install the pellets, we have to have clear information on the analysis, what the medications are used, and what are the expectations. This pellet should be available always in your clinic because this is the most popular one. That's why you should have a really good stock of it. This is our battery. It launches the active metabolism processes. It is a part of oxidation process and facilitates the transportation of electrons from one molecule to another. So this is the contributor to the ATP production. We put minimum 2, maximum 10 pellets of NAD. We have NAD plus and NADH. NAD plus, what does it mean? That's nicotiniamide unipolypeptide. And not H, that's with hydrogen. The difference is in the number of hydrogen atoms. Not plus has 2 and not H has 3, but it's only one atom, but this is important. It's vitamin B3, which first was mentioned in 1964 for the first time. And why David Singler worked on that. He has a book of on the life plans, which speaks about how we get aged. In 1999, when he was lecturing in Harvard, he met the philanthropist, which was interested in anti-aging, and he allocated $5 million for the studies. And David Sinclair started his path this way. He had a statement that I like. She said, in 2000, in the 22nd century, a person who will die at 120 years of age will be described as he had a great but really short life. And he's using NAD himself to his patient. The first experiments were made on a mouse. He used mouse with the early aging genes. And the mouse that was getting NAD, it won this race. It got recovered from glaucoma and it stopped aging. Also, David Sinclair used metformin. He thinks this is an anti-aging product in medicine.
только просто ученым, самым популярным человеком, признал его не только просто ученым, самым популярным, но и человеком, который вошел в историю людей мира. Потому что его теория антиэйджинг положения, она очень доступна, она простая. Но самое интересное, что подкреплена миллионным исследованием на базе газа. Так вот, функция надо, о которой говорили Цинтер, это преобразование ключей в энергию, восстановление поврежденной ДНК, укрепление защитной системы клеток, установка циркадных ритмов, антиэйдж, реальный антиэйдж, лечение генов теломер и поддержание функций митохондрий. Это все функции НАД. Это запись. И также исследование по надашу. Это уровень НАД, который у нас меняется возраст. То есть уровень НАД падает в клетках мозга, и который падает у нас позже. Как видите, с возрастом уровни изменяются.
Теория старения по Дэвиду Синклеру – это ожирение, сахарный диабет,
Теория старения по Дэвиду
болезнь Альцгеймера,
это ожирение, сахарный диабет, сердечно-сосудистые заболевания, болезнь Альцгеймера, болезнь Паркинсона, потеря зрения, клеточное старение, синдром хронической усталости, исцеление иммунитета. С этими всеми проблемами борется НАД и подача.
According to Sinclair, we have this mechanisms of aging. And that's obesity, diabetes, Alzheimer, Parkinson, loss of sight, and separate. He was teaching glaucoma in mouse using the nut, and he got really good results. NAD activates the anti-aging ferments. It improves treatment inflammation, improves the metabolism. Patients who take NAD, they say that they wake up easier, they sleep better, they get better muscle tissue, they get better memory and cognitive function. We have two trichologists in the clinic. They use this therapy for the alopecia treatment. It is an oxidative substance. On the other hand, this is a reductive substance. Both of these molecules, they can substitute each other, and they work as a balance for our metabolism. Biosynthesis of NAD is described here on this picture. Another important function of NAD is not just what I said, but also it is quite active in gene expression. It is engaged in the improving the resilience and helps to regulate ferments. It is good for stress management. It protects telomeres, improves the energy, improves the cognitive functions. It counteracts the depression and improves the condition of the skin. It's a really interesting product. We had a time where we had the active COVID, and we already had pellets. NAD was used pretty fast, and even in the United States there were problems. If you use IV therapy, NAD, you use in the United States there were times that you couldn't buy NAD IV injections because it was sold out easily. It was good for post-COVID patients as well, especially if there were some complications. Yes, indeed, we're losing this substance as we age. We get higher oxidative stress, our tissues change, and NAD is a part of regulation of a huge number of processes. Our dermatologist use pellets and tablets. We use it for the therapy of rosacea. And laser therapy has a temporary effect. Retinoids and other forms of retinoids also have a short-term effect. So NAT therapy disturbed its place in the treatment of rosacea. So outcomes. First of all, I would like to show NAT and testosterone 150 milligrams. In 2020, this is a young patient. She had 64 kilograms weight. She became 62. Hidden obesity, as indicated here, and impedance measurements showed the standard outcomes as a result of a therapy. Look at the mass of the muscular tissue. It has grown up due to testosterone, and she had less visceral fat. Unfortunately, we can have sound. Well, for as long as she's happy, it's okay. We'll have a short break now, and I will ask the organizers to run this video again. So, Pellet changed her life and her husband. Yeah. Yeah. Pellet changed a lot of things in the life of our patients. So how we can improve the level of NAD? Sports, first of all. Doing sport as a healthy lifestyle, beautiful body and good mood. It doesn't matter whether you have this therapy or not. Good nutrition, right nutrition. Any therapy cannot substitute the healthy lifestyle. We have to explain that good sex, good sleep, and good food, this is the basis for your good body. If you can't get it all, then we can add additional therapy, meaning supplements. This is NMN. We also have nicotinamide riboside, NR. And also we can recommend pellets, IV therapy, and other supplements. The best way is to start with the minimum doses. How long this can last? Well, if you read David Sinclair, it's a decades, and you should not stop. I actually agree with him that you cannot just take one course of treatment and hope that the effect will be long. IV therapy, 250 milligrams, and not IV therapy has one peculiarities. It lasts from 4 to 8 hours. You have to infuse very slow. It is from 20 to 100 drops a minute. We start 250. We, of course, we do 500, 1,000 milligrams, depending on the condition of the patient. If the BP elevates, heart rate increases, patient is not feeling good, they start fading out, then this is just a normal thing. Yes, IV is not a pleasant thing. Some people try it once and stop and prefer pellets because you install pellets and that's it. IV is more complicated, but the advantage of IV is that it affects immediately. As soon as IV stops, all the side effects stop, and the next day, our patients are happy. Also, I do not recommend our patients to use pellets and IVs. Usually, we recommend pellets. If they refuse, then we put pellets one after the other. If they refuse to have pellets, we make an IV injection, and next day they feel immediately how it works, and they become happy. The recommended number of pellets to be installed is 2 to 10. We recommend more than 8. No age limits. It works in 25 years and in 65, 70 years. It is suitable both for men and women. Contraindications, no identified. No side effects, not a single case on rejection or any negative influence. We will have some break, and after that we will continue.
Хочу представить новую серию пилет, которые у нас недавно появились. Это бупропион, это молекула нашего времени. То есть это действенный антистресс и уверенность в завтрашнем дне. Ну, на фоне последних событий, которые происходят в моей стране, это, наверное, самая сейчас популярная пилета, потому что сочетание бупропион и налтрексон – это двойной буст в борьбе со стрессом и с такими зависимостями, как еда, алкоголь, табак, ну и это фактически антидепрессанты будущего, в которых нет зависимости. Что интересного касательно этих двух пилет, да? Во-первых, с нарушением этой дофаминовой системы связывают такие расстройства у наших пациентов. Это депрессия, ангидония, деменция, патологическая агрессивность, нежелание просыпаться, фиксация патологических влечений, синдром галактории, аменореи и синдром беспокойных ног. То есть это периодические такие движения, вздрагивающие в конечностях. Что наши пациенты говорят по поводу данной терапии? Ну, во-первых, эти пилеты зашли вовремя на наш рынок и действительно стали популярными. Мы используем в сочетании всего лишь одну пилету налтрексона и бупропиона, то есть фактически мы совмещаем эту терапию как для мужчин, так и для женщин. Дофамин – это нейромедиатор, вырабатываемый в мозге человека и служащий элементом системы вознаграждения мозга. То есть мы знаем его по болезни Паркинсона очень хорошо с вами. И многие даже не догадываются, что именно он отвечает за жизненно важные эмоции в нашем организме. То есть за удовлетворение, банально, за голод, жажда, страх, агрессия, тревожное состояние, тревожность, половая и родительская мотивация. Хочу также добавить, что данные препараты, которые мы используем, они очень сильно влияют на состояние наших пациентов. То есть дофамин – это гормон и нейромедиатор. И очень важно объяснять пациентам, что данная терапия, она будет проводиться не один цикл. Цикл мы имеем в виду одну установку, а несколько циклов от 2 до 6 лет в среднем. Итак, вернемся к анатомии. То есть можно найти дофамин в 3 разных частях мозга. Это первое – гипоталамус. Вторая – это субстанция нигра или черное вещество. И третье – это вентральная покрышка. Очень важно, что формируются 3 пути в мозге, где есть дофамин. Мезокортикальный путь, гипоталамический путь и нигростриальный путь. Все эти процессы очень важны, потому что надо понимать механизм действия. Воздействие дофамина на организм зависит от его базового уровня, то есть от того количества дофамина, которое циркулирует у нас в мозге, в теле постоянно. Оно оказывает влияние на то, как вы себя чувствуете, какое у вас настроение, в целом хорошо или комфортно вам в данной ситуации, достаточно ли у вас энергии и мотивации для того, чтобы выполнять определенные функции. И вы должны понимать, что у всех пациентов разный уровень дофамина. Иногда это обусловлено генетически, а иногда на это влияют многие сопутствующие факторы. Таким образом, рецепторы. Также хочу добавить, что очень важно понимать систему доставки. Что интересно, что при работе с пилетой мы решаем несколько вопросов. Да? Первое – это чувство удовлетворения. Второе – чувство любви и привязанности. Третье – когнитивные функции дофамина. И дофамин участвует в процессах обучения. Мы все хорошо знаем, что есть исследование 2007 года, где немецкие нейробиологи в эксперименте на людях показали, что дофамин обеспечивает эффективно учиться на ошибках. Нехватка дофамина может приводить к игнорированию негативного опыта. Круговорот дофамина в нашем организме играет большую роль, то есть он влияет на процессы зависимости, на процессы настроения, а также на процессы активности и работы нашего метаболизма. Процесс старения. Что происходит вообще в принципе с дофамином, когда стареет наш организм? В первую очередь, со снижением уровня дофамина в подкорковых образованиях передних отделов головного мозга также связывают процессы нормального старения. То есть с возрастом мы просто теряем это вещество, мы должны понимать, как важно восстанавливать данные процессы. Итак, механизм действия нашей уникальной пилеты бупропиона заключается в стимуляции нейронов гипоталамуса и к выработке основного гормона, который является предшественником меланостимулирующего гормона, который связан с рецептором меланокортицина 4. Используя бупропиона как антидепрессанта, в первую очередь, лечение зависимости у курильщиков, то есть лечение курения. Тут хочу добавить, что такие пациенты еще обращаются к нам, и мы добавляем терапию НАД. В комбинации с налтрексоном показан для лечения ожирения, уменьшения переедания. Тут я хочу остановиться более подробно, потому что наши эндокринологи столкнулись с такой проблемой. Когда мы используем базовую терапию BHRT, да, метформин, НАД, тестостерон, гормоны, в зависимости от того, каких нам не хватает для пациента, мы видим хорошие результаты. Идет снижение жировой ткани, висцерального жира, растет мышечная масса, в принципе, они чувствуют себя лучше, но проблема переедания, особенно ночного голода, не уходит. И поэтому появилась данная терапия, именно комбинация налтрексона и бупропиона. Что такое налтрексон? Это синтетический антагонист опиоидных рецепторов. Вы хорошо знаете, что он блокирует фармакологический эффект экзогенных опиатов. То есть, в принципе, интересный препарат тем, что налтрексон в длительном этапе не вызывает толерантности и зависимости. То есть пока есть препарат, он работает. Нет препарата, он не работает. И именно эта комбинация дает нам очень хорошие результаты. Такие пациенты в течение 6 месяцев они теряют от 3 до 10 килограмм. Наш главный эндокринолог клиники Юлия Михайловна, она очень активно использует последний год данные пилеты, и пациенты действительно видят результаты, они очень счастливы. У мужчин уменьшается тяга к алкоголю, и, соответственно, это такой положительный момент, потому что исчезает проблема переедания. Бояться их не стоит, это идеальная комбинация, мы именно в такой комбинации используем, как для мужчин, так и для женщин, мы используем по одной пилете. У меня есть коллега из Казахстана, вы также, да, используете их? По одной ставите? Да, тоже по одной. То есть очень удобно. Здесь в компании уже разработан полноценный протокол, как для мужчин, так и для женщин, по одной пилете. Бупропион является ингибитором транспортеров дофамина и норадреналина и одобрен для лечения депрессии и никотиновой зависимости. Аналоги есть в виде таблеток, вы хорошо их знаете, а налтрексон аналогично есть в виде таблеток, неселективный антагонист опиоидных рецепторов, который используется для лечения опиоидной и алкогольной зависимости. Но именно эта комбинация себя заявила очень хорошо в Бразилии в проблеме переедания и ожирения. То есть это пациенты, у которых очень высокие показатели висцерального жира и жировой ткани на импедансометрии. Хочу еще также добавить, что мы используем как для ожирения, так и для переедания и комбинируем все равно с другими пилетами. То есть это не является как бы заменой использования базовых основных пилет, которые мы предлагаем. Следующая пилета – это пилета DHA, которая у нас представлена, одна из самых популярных пилет, особенно для женской категории пациентов, потому что эта пилета, она является прогормоном и основой нашей красоты, здоровья и физической активности. некоммерческое название простерон. Вы хорошо знаете этот гормон. Это стероидный гормон, и прогормон синтезируется в коре надпочечников. Слабый андроген. Суточный ритм утром и прогормона 20 выше, чем вечером. То есть очень интересный показатель, потому что нам этот гормон нужен с утра в большей дозе, нежели вечером. Дети этого гормона – это тестостерон, эстроген, прогестерон, а вот папа этого гормона, прегнолон. Что очень важный такой момент, хочу добавить с этой пилетой, она является 5-миллиметровой, то есть вам нужен большой катетер, большой троакатор, извините. Вот. И эта пилета устанавливается в среднем 1 для женщин, 2 для мужчин, и мы рекомендуем устанавливать каждые 5-6 месяцев. То есть вы можете устанавливать эту пилету в одном цикле установки всех пилет. Во-первых, она является предшественником половых гормонов и ключевая роль в половом развитии. Что она контролирует, особенно у женщин? Это плотность тканей, количество жировой ткани, либидо, память и настроение. Очень легко проверить уровни DHA в крови. Мы это проверяем с помощью лабораторных анализов. Почему вообще DHA снижается с возрастом? Это естественный процесс старения, то есть это стресс, избыточный вес, гиподинамия, недостаточный сон, препараты, которые мы используем. Вы знаете, что КОК прекрасно блокирует выработку DHA, собственное старение, избыточный вес и такие заболевания, как заболевание Аддисона, синдром Эссенка-Кушинга. Какие симптомы у этих пациентов? Ну, во-первых, они жалуются на ухудшение памяти, на ухудшение когнитивной функции, перепады настроения, усталость, стресс, отеки, лишний вес, неэффективность тренировок, отсутствие физической активности,
inefficiency of
ухудшение
sports
качества
training
кожи
and
и даже волос, а
problems
также
with the
снижение
quality of
либидо.
hair and
Поэтому мы
skin and the
рекомендуем
problems with
женщинам
libido. So
40
we recommend
плюс
women above 40
передозировать
years of age
возможны
and
акне, выпадение волос,
in
раздражительность,
case of
высыпание в области спины, зоны
which with
декольте,
overdose can cause to
гипервозбудимость,
the loss of hair,
повышение работы
irritation,
активности
acne,
сальных желез за счет активации 5-альфа-редуктазы и нарушение менструального
hyperirritability,
цикла у
and
женщин. Поэтому с
disturbance
этой
of menstrual
пилетой надо
cycle.
быть
So
осторожными. Мы не
you've got
ставим
to be
больше
careful with
одной,
this
честно
pellet.
говоря, для
We
женщин.
don't
Поэтому,
put more than one.
пожалуйста, запишите эти данные.
So
Пилета очень
keep a
интересная,
note of
потому
this. This
что
is an interesting pellet.
она дает действительно хороший результат.
It gives really
Многие
good
пациенты наши
results.
получают в виде сапплементарной терапии от 5
Most
до
of our
25
patients get
миллиграмм
this
в
as a
сутки,
supplement
но
therapy
пилета более
from
удобная
5 to
форма
25
доставки.
milligram a
Клинический
day.
кейс.
But
Как видите,
clinical
пациентка
case,
41 год,
41
жалобы
years
на
old,
сниженный тургор, повышение веса, сниженная либидо,
reduced skin
отечность. На
turgor,
основе лабораторных
reduced
тестов
libido,
выполнена постановка. Мы поставили 2
weight gain,
пилеты.
and edema.
Был
We have
установлен НАД и
used
1
two,
пилета
one
DHA. Такой
NAD
базовый
and
набор.
one DHA, two
Как видим, вес в начале был
pellets
63.
together.
Обратите
So it used to
внимание,
be
что он
63
стал
kilos,
выше после
and
первой
it
установки,
after
буквально
first
в течение
pellet
месяца.
in
А
1
потом
month
упал,
it
стал
weight
69.
increased, and after that went
Но
down to
обратите
61.
внимание
But
внизу на тоните, вот здесь, видите,
here, over here,
стандарт, а
it's a
уже на
standard,
в конце
standard,
терапии
and at the end of the
мускуляр
therapy,
тонкий и мышечный.
thin and muscular
Показатели веса вот
type.
здесь,
This
дата
is the weight.
установки тоже есть, вот они,
This is
дата
when it
установки,
the
видите, да?
pellets were installed.
Что важно, висцеральный
So
жир
what is
был
important here?
3,
Visceral fat
после
was 3,
нескольких месяцев тоже 3,
after
а уже
several
в конце
months 3,
терапии
and at the end of the
двоечка.
therapy 2.
Как изменилась жировая ткань у данного пациента? Было
So
26%,
adipose tissue
стало
26,
23, и мы
then
закончили на
23,
показателе
and we
22.
finished with
То есть
22.
фактически 3 базовые такие пилеты, НАД и да еще
Three
делают такие чудеса с
pellets,
пациентом.
2 NAD and 1 pellet
Мышечная ткань
caused
тоже
such a
изменилась, видите,
miracle. So
44,
muscular tissue has
45
changed. It's
и
44,
46. То
45,
есть она
and
начала
46.
медленно расти. Вот почему у нее
It
вырос
started
вес
growing
после установки.
gradually. This is how
Конечно, пациенты
her
все
weight
переживают,
increased.
но
Yes, all
могу
patients, they
сказать, что всегда
worry
делайте
about this, but
импедансметрию. Это доказательство
do
того, что
impedance
данная
metry
терапия
all the time.
действительно работает.
This shows that
Следующая
this
пилета, одна
therapy
из самых
really
популярных,
works.
это
Another pellet
глюкофаж.
that is
Все
popular,
хорошо
that's
знаете,
metformin or
таблетированные
glucophage.
формы. в
in the
чем
form
же
of tablets.
интересность
So
этой
what's the
пилеты?
point here?
Нет привязки в принципе, к рациону, да, то есть пациенту не надо принимать таблетку в одно и то же время. Не
You
надо
don't
с
have
собой
to take
свозить. Очень удобно.
medications
Имплантировано, и получаешь свое
uh,
активное вещество каждый день, каждую минуту и каждую
every time.
секунду.
You just implant it.
Препарат
You
из
don't have
группы
to
биогуанида для
keep your
лечения
tabs with
сахарного
you.
диабета,
So this is a big
а
need
также
for treatment of
ожирения. Изобрели в
uh,
2022 году.
excessive
Начало
weight
коммерческого использования в
and
1958. Дэвид Синклер
and diabetes.
неоднократно
David
говорит о
Sinclair
том, что
several times
метформин,
mentions that
пилеты с
metformin
метформином прекрасная терапия,
pellets are
дополнение к
great
антиэйдж-терапии. И много источников сейчас используют метформин как антиэйдж-препарат.
extension of
1000
anti-aging
миллиграмм.
therapy. It's a
Снижает концентрацию
1000
глюкозы в
milligrams.
крови,
It's a beginning
снижает
dose
уровень
for the
холестерина,
anti-aging therapy. It
нормализует
reduces
обмен
cholesterol,
инсулина, снижает аппетит,
improves the
а также повышает
metabolism of
количество калорий, сожженных во время
insulin,
физической
reduces the
нагрузки. То есть
appetite, and
благоприятное влияние
improves
метформина
the
действительно есть на
sensibility
организм. Хочу напомнить, вот в первой таблице,
to
которую мы
the calorie
показывали в первой
burn
части
during the
своей
physical
лекции, там
exercise.
были пилеты метформин 200 миллиграмм и
In our
метформин с
table of
синолептином
products, we had
150 и 50 миллиграмм
metformin and
соответственно.
a
В чем
combination
же
of
разница?
metformin
Синолептин
with
оказывает
simvastatin.
благоприятное действие
Simvastatin
на организм с точки зрения
favors the body in
остановки
terms of
процесса тяги к сладкому. Поэтому комбинированный пилет
sugar
сейчас
craving.
становится более популярной. Очень
So
рекомендую на
combined
нее
pellet
обратить
is
внимание.
more popular. So
Итак,
really pay attention
показания
to that.
постановки пилет с метформином. Ну, во-первых,
Indications:
метаболический синдром. Мы
metabolic
начинаем
syndrome.
даже в раннем возрасте.
We start in at early
Инсулинорезистентность,
ages, insulin
гиперинсулинемия,
resistance,
синдром поликистоза
hyperinsulinemia,
Это для
polycystosis.
гинекологов будет очень такой
This is
приятный
interesting
момент.
for
Ожирение, лишний вес,
gynecologists.
сахарный диабет второго
Obesity,
типа,
type 2
инсулинорезистентность и
diabetics,
гиперинсулинемия.
insulin
То есть эти все
resistance, and
показания мы используем для того,
hyperinsulinemia
чтобы устанавливать данную пилету.
together.
Метформин. Во-первых, преимущество.
So,
Постоянное
advantage
попадание
of
в кровь.
metformin is
Мы
a continuous supply to
полностью
blood,
не влияем на ЖКТ, то есть мы
bypassing
практически
the
сразу препарат
gastrointestinal
доставляем в
tract,
кровь, это очень приятный момент. И также минимизация побочных эффектов желудочно-кишечного
and
тракта,
minimum
отсутствие
side
необходимости
effects,
контроля приема. То есть каждый
especially
день мне надо
to
контролировать этот
GI
процесс. А вот интересные факты о метформине,
tract.
которые,
An interesting fact about
возможно, вам
metformin,
даже неизвестны. В 50-х
which you
годах
didn't
его
know,
считали препаратом для лечения гриппа.
it was considered to be a flu medication, and after that,
бактериостатическим,
it was decided that it
противовирусным,
has a bacteriostatic,
антивирическим эффектом.
antiviral,
И
antiphilic effect, but
самый интересный момент, что это самый назначаемый
this is
антидиабетический препарат.
the most frequently
Это
administered
правда. Поэтому
anti-diabetic
метформин сейчас
preparation in the
очень
world. So
популярен и
metformin
одна
is
из
very
самых
popular
основных пилет.
and one of the
Недавнее высокоэффективное исследование
famous pillars.
продемонстрировало, что метформин снижает окислительный стресс и воспаление, а также увеличит продолжительность
It
жизни
reduces the
здоровья. То,
oxidative
что было
stress
описано
and
в книге
inflammation.
исследования Дэвида Синклера, обратите внимание,
David
что
Sinclair also
это
says
антиэйдж-препарат,
that
и
this is an
многие
anti-age
компании метформин
preparation,
рекомендуют как
and
раз-таки в
many
своих протоколах.
companies
А вот это интересный
include that
кейс, потому
into
что
their
барышня у нас
anti-aging
молодая, 23
guidelines.
года,
Young girl,
жалобы на
23 years old,
отечность, лишний вес, усталость,
Other
сниженный
excessive
голод,
weight,
повышенный
fatigue,
тяга к сладкому.
night cravings,
Кстати, у нас было
and
очень
sugar
много
cravings.
таких пациентов,
That's
как
the
раз
main
в первый
complaint.
этап, первую волну ковида. Все
We usually
набирали
started
активно вес
having this
на
kind of
фоне стресса.
patients
И
during phase
действительно эта
weight of
пилета очень хорошо
COVID.
тогда
And
зашла.
this pellet
На основе лабораторных
was
тестов
really
мы
effective at that
поставили
time.
данной
Based on laboratory tests,
пациентке пилеты
we
тестостерон 75,
used
метформин
testosterone 75,
150,
metformin
с
150,
синолептином
and
и НАД. То есть было установлено 3 пилеты. И
combined
вот
and
ее
with
измерения в
simvastatin
течение
and
3
NAD.
месяцев.
So 3
6,
months
7 и
data.
8 месяц. Вот
June, July,
измерение
August.
массы тела.
Body
Посмотрите,
weight,
висцеральный жир, прекрасный
visceral
показатель.
fat,
Видите, молодые
rates,
пациенты, они реагируют лучше на
indicators.
данную терапию.
Yeah,
Уровень
young
жировой
patients,
ткани,
they
уровень
react
мышечной
better.
ткани. То есть все
So
показатели фактически
muscle tissue, fat
улучшились в
tissue,
несколько раз. Чем
all
моложе
these
пациент, тем
indicators
лучше
improved
результат.
several
Вот такой
times.
результат
Younger
пока
the
имеет.
patient,
Фотография она
much
делалась
better
сама
as the results are.
самостоятельно. И как видите,
These are her
результат,
photos,
как говорится, налицо.
and
Это
you
один из
face the
отзывов
outcomes.
пациентки. К сожалению, со звуком у нас проблема.
Again, we
То
have
есть она
problems with
рассказывает о своем
sound.
первом опыте установки метформина. У нас много таких
She
пациентов.
speaks
И на
about her
странице
first
Биофил, в
experience
принципе,
with
этих отзывов
metformin.
миллион. Вы можете посмотреть.
You can see a lot of
Теперь еще один кейс на
feedbacks
тоже с
like
использованием
that.
метформина.
Again,
Это уже
metformin,
45 лет пациентки. У
45
нее
years of
жалобы были на
age.
отечность, лишний вес, усталость и сниженная
She
либидо.
complained on the libido,
Мы приняли
fatigue,
здесь
excessive
решение
weight.
все-таки поставить
We
данной
decided to
пациентке
use
пилеты НАД, тестостерон, DHA и
NAD,
метформин
testosterone,
150 с
DHA,
синолептином. И как видите,
and
аналогичные
metformin
результаты
combined
импедансиметрии.
115% active.
Да, мы видим, как изменится
Again,
жировая ткань, висцеральный
impedance
жир,
nutrient, we see visceral fat,
какие изменения по мышечной массе.
changes,
Но мне кажется, здесь даже
muscle
импедансиметрия
tissue.
не настолько актуальна, как актуально изменение состояния тела. Видите, даже талия выше, с учетом того, что мы
Actually, you can
начали
visually
работать
see
с
the
ее
results
метаболическим синдромом.
because we started working with her
Напомню, что
metabolic syndrome.
побочным эффектом от воздействия метформина может быть диарея, поэтому передозировка здесь
Diarrhea could be
нежелательна.
a side
Помните,
effect,
что
so overdose
всегда
is
пилету можно доставить. Когда вы сделали первую установку пациенту, провели консультацию,
should be
можете
avoided. So when
пациента
you do
пригласить
first
через
counseling,
2-3-4
you
недели,
ask
сделать
the patient
физикальное
to come
обследование,
2-3
сделать
weeks later,
фотографирование его тела
do physical examination,
и
take photos,
дополнительно назначить ему
and
лабораторные тесты. И уже
make
через
some
2
lab
месяца после
tests.
первой
And
установки
in
вы
2
можете доставить
months
пилеты, если эффект от
after
первой
the first
установки был
installation, then you
не
can
столь ярким и эффективным.
remove
Пилеты можно
pellets
и
if
вытащить, если была передозировка. Но
pellets
я
give
желаю
the
вам
overdose.
использовать ту
But
таблицу всегда и не
I
превышать
recommend you to use that
показатели для того,
table
чтобы
and not
не
to
было
exceed
никаких
the
осложнений. Потому что все
recommendations in
осложнения
order
это
to
исключительно
avoid this
от
complication because
передозировки, неправильного
complications usually
использования
come
дозировки
with the
самих
wrong
пилет.
use and overdosage.
Итак, новые пилеты, это, которые недавно у
New
нас
pellets
появились, где-то
that
6
we
месяцев
have
назад, это мелатонин.
got
Я очень
only like
благодарна
6 months
доктору
ago.
Сирертоку, потому что
Uh,
в ноябре 2022 года он
I
привил
really appreciate
любовь
the efforts of
к мелатонину,
Thierry Hotok
потому что у нас о нем были
for
ошибочные мнения и не
his
было столько много
efforts for
данных.
giving us
И мелатонин
information on
сейчас стал
melatonin.
такой пилетой must-have в антиэйдж-терапии. Во-первых,
Melatonin actually is a kind of a must-have for anti-age
вы
therapy.
ее уже послушали. Просто
He had
хочу
the great
добавить, что
lecture on
это удобная
melatonin,
форма.
and
Как форма
this
не в
is
виде
a
таблеток,
really
не в виде
useful
масла,
form.
спрея,
It's not on
вы
spray,
можете
not ointment,
имплантировать
no
пациенту.
tap.
Очень удобно,
You just
потому что
implant
одна
it,
пилета
and
каждые 6 месяцев.
one
То есть
pellet
эту
every
пилету
6 months.
включайте в ежегодный цикл установки пилет. У вас
And
в среднем 2-3 для женщин и
2-3 times a
3,
year
возможно,
for
4 для
women, and
мужчин.
3, maybe
Возможно, и
4,
2 цикла. Все зависит от того, какой набор пилет вы
maybe
поставите.
2 for men.
Один из самых продаваемых БАДов в мире мелатонин. Но зачем покупать БАДы,
This is
нагружать
one
свою печень,
of
ЖКТ,
the
если есть вот эта
most
чудесная пилета. Поэтому
one of the
пилету
best sellers
мелатонин мы
as
включили в протокол как для мужчин и для женщин. Дозировка
biologic
простая,
active
всего лишь одна
active
пилета в одном
supplements.
цикле установки. Поэтому эту
It's one
пилету мы
pellet per
очень
cycle, and
любим, и она
we
действительно
like it,
полюбилась
we love
нашими
it, and
пациентами.
our patients love it
Во-первых,
too.
снижает артериальное давление,
Reduces
обладает
blood pressure,
противоопухолевой мощный антиоксидант и
anti-cancer, anti-age, antioxidant effect,
а также
immune
удлиняет
stimulation,
теломеры.
and
Почему снижается уровень мелатонина?
extends
Все вы знаете, да?
telomeres. So
Это смена
why?
часовых поясов, это частые перелеты, бессонница, нарушение режима сна, стресс,
Why it gets reduced? Because we travel a lot, we don't get sleep, overdose of caffeine, and aging. So this is a great medication, good for
В
everybody.
принципе, как мы диагностируем пациента, которому нужен мелатонин? Это
How we diagnose a patient who
концентрация на
needs
бессонницу, нарушение
melatonin?
сна, циркадных ритмов,
Sleep disorders,
анализ на
circadian
мелатонин в
rhythms.
моче. Если в ваших лабораториях это есть опция, это прекрасно.
If your
Но
lab
еще не
can tell
одно.
you
Это
how
пилеты
much
мелатонина.
melatonin
Кстати,
is
перед
in your
дозировкой
urine,
и
then
нежелательных явлений
there is
у
one
нас
treatment, the melatonin
в
pellet. We never
Украине,
had
да и
overdoses
в
and
других странах, потому что
unwanted
мы не
effects,
превышаем
neither in Ukraine nor in other
одна
countries,
пилета
because we
за
don't
полгода.
exceed
Но передозировка это сонливость,
dosage.
головная боль, тошнота, беспокойство и временное
Overdosage,
чувство
that's a
депрессии.
headache,
Ну вот, поверьте,
sleepiness,
ни один из пациентов не жаловался на
anxiety.
данную пилету.
No
Следующая
patient so
пилета
far complained
неоднозначно
because we use
популярная,
only
любимая
one
пилета с
pellet.
тестостероном. Все ее
Another
боятся,
favorite one,
но все равно
or
за
a
нас
biggest one,
уходит
that's
продаж. Почему?
testosterone.
Потому что
Everybody's scared of that, but we have
тестостерон
a lot
это
of
тоже
sales.
наш такой основной двигатель
This
нашей
is our
активности, хорошего
main
настроения
drivers of
и
our
бодрости.
good mood
Итак,
and
у мужчин синтезируются клетками
energy.
лейдига и корой надпочечников.
It is
В США были
synthesized
проведены
by
исследования, к
leydig
сожалению, Украина
cells
не может
and by
похвастаться таким уровнем
adrenals.
исследований, как Америка, но в Америке
Nobody
провели
can
исследования, и у 4-5 миллионов действительно мужчин
refer to
низкий
so
уровень
many
тестостерона.
studies as
От
United States.
65,
So
я бы сказала, раньше пациенты страдают от
53% of
низкого
women
тестостерона.
men above
После
65 years,
30
they
лет
suffer
эти
from
исследования
lack of
показали, что он
testosterone.
падает со
After 30
скоростью
years,
1% в год. Низкий
it
уровень
gets down
тестостерона становится
1%
все
a
более
year.
распространенной проблемой.
Low testosterone
Итак, в
becomes
1987
more
году мужчин
prevalent
было на
problem.
17% больше этого гормона. Это правда.
In 87,
Потому что образ жизни наш
17%
стал
of
качество
men had
воды,
more
питания,
testosterone than now.
скорость сахара.
Lifestyle,
В принципе, образ жизни действительно
sugar,
влияет на здоровье нашего организма.
environment, that all
Поэтому,
affect our body.
скажем так,
So
надо обращать внимание на уровне тестостерона даже
we need to
уже
pay
у
attention
молодых
to
пациентов.
testosterone of
Если
young people
тестостерон– это
as
статированный
well.
гормон, все вы его хорошо знаете, синтезируется тестикулами у мужчин, играет ключевую роль в процессах полового созревания.
It's a main
И, конечно
hormone
же,
for
источник тестостерона– это
sexual
вещество
motivation,
холестерин,
and
которое путем
cholesterol
стероидогенеза через ряд
is
биологических
the
процессов
main
превращается в
raw
тестостерон и
material
его метаболиты.
for this
Очень
hormone.
интересный процесс, потому что мы
It's a very interesting
пилеты
process
фактически
because
всем устанавливаем пациентам,
we apply
потому
this
что
pellet
функция
almost to
тестостерона
all the
очень,
patients
ну, во-первых,
because
это гормон мышц. Все наши
testosterone
мужчины,
is
которые
a
к нам обращаются,
hormone
они
of
жалуются на понижение мышечной массы и рост
muscles. All
жировой
our
ткани.
patients complain that
Также
they get more
кардиопротективное
fat, less
действие.
muscles.
Ну и, в
It
принципе,
protects the
тестостерон– это гормон,
cardiovascular
который
system,
влияет на
and the
настроение.
testosterone
Поэтому
affects our
не
mood.
только влияет на, вот как написано, на плотность костной ткани, но еще и очень много
It affects
процессов
not only
решает.
on the
Это
density
наша
of
активность, функция памяти и
bone
настроение, наша
tissue, but
физическая активность.
it affects
Хочу
our
остановиться,
physical
так как у
activity,
нас
our
больше
mood, our
женщин, на
memory, etc.
тестостерон у женщин.
Testosterone in women
Да, он повышает выносливость,
improves
повышает адаптивность,
resilience,
улучшает
activity,
настроение,
improves the
повышает иммунитет у
mood,
женщин,
increases the
особенно в
libido,
послеродовом
and
периоде. Если вы
especially
обратили внимание, что очень
after
много американских
birth.
докторов,
A lot of
например,
American
подписано
doctors,
на Марьяну Бабучу, да, вы знаете,
like Sveta
послеродовая
Mariana Babuchi,
пилеточка. Она всем
they
делает эти
prescribe
послеродовые пилеточки.
post-delivery
Это
pellets.
очень популярно, пациенты
It is
счастливы,
very
потому что они
popular.
быстрее
Everybody is
приходят в
happy because
нормальный ритм. Они не ждут,
they
когда их организм
recover very
восстановится сам,
fast.
а они все-таки получают эту дополнительную вспомогательную
They
терапию,
get a
и это очень
booster
прекрасно.
therapy, and that
И
is really
правильная
great.
дозировка данного
And
препарата
the right dose,
тестостерона
of
дает
course,
возможность выстроить тело своей мечты. Вот наша прекрасная
allows you
пациентка
to get your body of your
до и
dream
после. Единственное, что импланты, конечно же, это
before
не
and after.
тестостерон, это
And of
силиконовый
course,
имплант, установленный в клинике. Кстати, если ваших
she
клиниках
has silicone as
есть
well.
замкнутый цикл, как говорится,
If you have
реставрации, реинкарнации пациента, вот как у меня, да, у нас и пластическая
in
хирургия,
your clinics full range of services like implants, plastic surgery, dermatology,
косметология, всякие эстетические
cosmetology,
процедуры по
then
телу, да.
you
То есть
may
у нас это
have
замкнутый круг. То есть мы, в принципе, все эти
something like
процессы
this. So
делаем
once the patient
одновременно.
gets
То есть
into your
пациенты делают
clinic,
липосакцию, и
it
он
gets
сразу устанавливает
full
пилеты, потому
options.
что
They
перед
get liposuction,
тем, как прийти
implants
на консультацию, он
immediately
уже приходит к нам с готовыми анализами, или мы
because they
рекомендуем их
come
сдать,
for procedures with
и
all the
объясняем, что
analysis.
все эти
And we
эстетические
explain
процедуры, да,
that
которые
all this aesthetic
прихорашивают наше
process
тело,
that
это не
makes you
есть
look better,
здоровье.
that's not
Это
health.
просто коррекция, да,
This
коррекция
is just a
каких-то проблем.
correction of
Но
some
истинное
problems.
здоровье– это состояние внутреннего нашего организма. И без такой вот сапплементарной терапии,
But true health
без
is within,
BHRT,
so
конечно,
without
добиться хорошего
supplements, without
результата, сами понимаете, мы
good
не можем,
additives,
потому что
you
ни одна
cannot get
липосакция нам
good
не
results
гарантирует
because
эффекта
no
похудения.
liposuction
Поэтому
can
я
guarantee you
призываю, если в ваших
weight
клиниках
loss.
работают пластические хирурги, обязательно с ними тоже
So if you have plastic
провести
surgeons, then
такой
talk to
вот
them
диалог, да, мини-лекцию, потому что
about
это
this,
все
give them some
взаимосвязано.
mini
Вот мой
lecture because
пластический
this
хирург,
is
она
related,
сама
interrelated.
использует
My plastic
пилеты,
surgeon,
прекрасно выглядит.
she uses
Все
pellets, she
пациенты
looks
тоже
great,
привлечены, потому
and
что ни
all her
одна из ее
patients
методов,
also
ни
use
один из
pellets
методов
because
коррекции, не, к сожалению,
none
не
of her
делает
corrective
тело
methods
идеальным.
doesn't make the body
Поэтому мы всегда
ideal.
это все сочетаем. Вот как проходит консультация в клинике.
This
Наш
is how it
пластический
goes.
хирург– это
This is our
пациентка,
plastic surgeon.
которая
This is a
приехала
patient.
на увеличение груди. Ей объяснили, что
She came
вместе со всеми
to
другими процедурами вам
enlarge
надо
her
чуть-чуть
breast,
привести свое тело в порядок.
and
Вот
we
она
explained
через
that with
месяц
all the
уже показывает,
procedures,
какая она
she just
красивая.
shows her
Вот
body
как
after
меняются
months.
ее весы.
This is how the scale
60 килограмм.
changed 60 kilos.
Тут она рассказывает, что она, оказывается, еще и ест.
She
Конечно, с
also
едой надо быть
describes
более осторожными, понятное дело.
the
Кстати, у
food that
пациентов
she's
падает аппетит,
eating.
поэтому они легче сбрасывают вес.
By the way,
Снижается
patients
вес.
have
Тут она
reduced
рассказывает,
their
что она добавляет
appetite,
спорт. Ну,
and
через какое-то время
now
после
she says
операции
that she's
уже
doing
врач
some
разрешил
sport.
заниматься спортом. И вот как она, у нее падает вес. То есть, в принципе, терапия пилета. И вот, собственно, финишная через 6 месяцев.
6
Прекрасно
months
выглядит,
later,
все у нее хорошо.
looks great.
Вот. То есть комплексная терапия– это всегда выигрыш.
So
Поэтому мы
integrated
всегда
approach
стараемся
always
рекомендовать
wins.
нашим пациентам здоровый образ жизни и Видите,
we
во-первых,
recommend
даже
our
осознаёт
patients a
да,
healthy
сама
lifestyle.
снимала,
This is
что она ест,
her video, what
как
she
она
eats now
ест и
and how
худеет.
she looks. So
Прекрасно.
she eats and loses weight.
Вот. Я в своей практике, мы никогда не ставим одну пилету, мы всегда используем
We
несколько.
don't
То есть в
put
нашей
one pellet,
практике
we
нет
usually
такого,
use
что у пациента
several.
терапия как монотерапия. Мы отказываем таким пациентам,
This is,
потому что терапия должна быть
we do not do
комплексной.
monotherapy.
Следующая тема.
We do
это-
integrated therapy.
Ну, к сожалению, это видео мы не послушаем, потому что здесь
We
тоже
cannot
один из
hear what she says
эндокринологов, он
because this
известно,
is
что
one of
сказывает
our
про действие
endocrinologists.
тестостерона у женщин
She
после 40.
describes
Теперь я
testosterone
остановлюсь на
impact.
основных пилетах эстрадиол и эстриол. Одни из самых
Estradiol
популярных
and
пилет у
estriol,
гинекологов, кстати. Это эстроген, это женские
one of
половые
the most
стероидные
popular.
гормоны. Скажите, пожалуйста, сегодня Тири кого-то выбирал из вас на физикальный осмотр?
Did Thierry did medical examination of one of you?
Эстрогенов нашел?
Did he find
Нашел,
estrogen
да?
deficiency,
Тестостерона?
testosterone?
Все низко, да?
Everything is low.
Действительно,
Yes.
гормон роста тоже, да, рекомендовал?
And I guess IGF was
Вот.
recommended.
Один из самых любимых гормонов Тири – это эстрадиол и эстриол.
He loves, Thierry loves estradiol. Yeah, you have to be careful with this one because
Ну, мы с вами, да, славяне, у нас все-таки
because,
есть
we
вопрос
are
эстрогенодоминирования, мы должны быть очень аккуратными с этим.
in this part
Ну,
of this
должно
world,
быть,
like
что
Slavic
такое
people,
вообще
etc.,
эстроген,
we
да, что такое эстрадиол. Синтезируется
estradiol estrogen
аппаратом
dominated person.
яичников.
It is synthesized by the
Репродуктивная
ovaries,
система
makes you look more feminine, helps your
сердечно-сосудистая
reproductive
система
system,
сохраняет эластичность сосудов, контролирует
elasticity of blood vessels, cholesterol level,
это предупреждение
bone
резорбции
system,
костной ткани,
blood
синтез
resorption,
кожи
bone
для эстрогена. Ну,
resorption,
конечно же, это гормоны
skin,
молодости, гормоны
and
красоты,
it's a hormone of
коллагена,
youth,
пептидов, гиалуроновой кислоты. Это, в общем-то, действительно
beauty.
магический коктейль. У меня есть очень много
It's a great
трансгендерных
thing.
пациентов, которых я веду.
I have a lot of transgender patients that I'm
Которые
managing.
остались после того,
So we
которые
basically
остались после операции, да,
finish the
пациенты,
post-op loops. We close
конечно
those
же, мои
loops
пациенты,
with the
которые
skin and
превращение мужчин и женщин,
those men that became women, they get more than 3 milligram of estrogen every day. They get great skin, they lose hair, and they become happy. And the hair quality is great. Estrogen is a very great transformation hormone. Last week, there was a patient.
Я не знаю, кто ему посоветовал, но
He was recommended to treat his acne. Yeah, acne removed, but he started having belly. So estrogen is something that you have to be careful.
Ну и для мозга эстрогены это участие в формировании новых нейронных связей.
And estrogen for brain is new neuron.
За эстрогенами тоже надо следить.
Connections, and is also good for the memory and concentration. It makes us fresh, young, and beautiful. Lack of estrogen, that's a pain sensitivity reduction, thermoregulation, disturbances, urogenital infections, chronic cystitis, atrophic palpitis, and painful sexual intercourse, dry vagina, and libido, reduced libido. So you have to be careful with that. We have a number of doses for these pellets, 12 and a half and 25. So great video. No sound, but I can tell you this is my favorite series. We didn't understand what they were talking about when it was 20 years ago. She says, girls, I found my way in endocrinology. There are some patches and injections with hormones. And she can imagine I use estrogen, progesterone, and even testosterone. So over 20 years ago, everybody was quite okay in the United States about these methods, but it was not popular here in our part of the world. So what's the effect of estradiol and estriol? Well, first of all, lack of these hormones would get non-feminine body. get it
проблемы
more
с
masculine,
беременностью, это действительно, и
pregnancy problems,
преждевременное старение. Поэтому этот
and
гормон
early
очень
aging.
играет большую роль, и мы должны за ним следить.
So this hormone
А,
plays an
Мы
important
за то,
role. We
чтобы
have to be
проверять
careful about it.
лабораторных тестах. Причины снижения
Everything is
эстрогенов —
tested
это
into lab.
менопауза, дисфункция
Menopause,
яичников,
dysfunction,
нарушение
ovarian
работы
dysfunction,
гипофиза, изменение пищевого
pituitary
поведения и
dysfunction,
злоупотребление силовыми видами спорта. Должны понимать, что,
and excessive
кстати, пациенты, которые получают терапию
sports,
тестостероном,
especially like
те
heavyweights,
пациентки, которые проживают сейчас,
that
у них нет
kills
никаких
the
таких
level of
нежелательных явлений, и, в принципе,
these
мы не
hormones.
замечали падения уровня эстрогенов. Но есть такая у нас пилета, как сандролон, она используется для
Sandrol
мужчин.
is one of the pellets. It is recommended for men.
Помните, в Советском Союзе ее называли Оксана? Нет?
It used to be called Oksana in Soviet
Потому
times,
что
if you remember.
это вещество дает очень быстрый эффект наращивания мышечной массы, такой
It gives a
бодибилдинг.
really good
Конечно,
effect
женщины,
of
которые используют
increasing
оксандролон, у
the
них есть
muscle
проблемы с
weight.
падением эстрогена. Сейчас таких женщин уже мало,
Yeah.
потому что
Not
препарат фактически не
very many
используется,
women
специальная
use it.
форма.
That
Пилет
the
работает более
injection
мягко. Но
is not used anymore.
аналогично,
Pellets
как и
are
тестостерон,
more
мы
soft, but
комбинируем
like
двойной
it works
постановкой.
as
Это мой
testosterone,
клинический
but
кейс.
we
И вот,
combine it.
собственно, вот на этом
Women that
фото
use it, they lose their hair.
впервые я вообще, впервые мы привезли в Украину технологию,
For
тогда
the
был
first
навес
time, we
такой,
brought
потому что это,
this
кстати,
technology to Ukraine.
профессор,
This was
как они там,
our weight.
профессора, да,
So this is
моложавые,
professor.
красивые.
This is how
Он
all of
говорит,
them
взвесься, потому
do
что
look
этот
like.
вес ты уже никогда не увидишь.
They said,
Ну,
just
я думаю, еще посмотрим.
measure your weight because you're
Вот,
not going to see it
и,
anymore. I said, okay, well,
собственно, бразильцы,
let's
когда нам
check it.
показали впервые
So
технологию,
Brazilians for the first
продемонстрировали в
time showed us
Украине,
this technology in Ukraine.
вот буквально через 4 месяца,
So 4 months
какой мой вес
later,
был. Это, по-моему,
this
апрель,
was my
а это ноябрь, извините, 5 месяцев.
weight, 5
Вот.
months,
Это уже в
April
промежутках
to
2 года, да, аналогично, то
November.
есть как я поменялась на
So
пилетах. Это, кстати,
2
моя
years
фотография
later,
до рождения ребенка.
this is
второго.
before the
То есть
second child, by
пилеты
the way.
действительно меняют качество жизни, меняют
Pellets really
настроение.
changed the quality of
Изменилось не
life,
только
the mood.
уровень жировой ткани,
Not
мышечной
only
ткани,
the
понятно,
fatty
фото до и
tissue
после всё
changed,
это показывает.
of course you
Самое
can see that in
главное
the photo, but
отношение к себе, к миру и свое настроение. И, конечно же,
attitude towards yourself,
суд
to the
станет
world
длиннее и
has
более
changed.
эффективным.
Life
Это
became more
точно. Это еще один интересный
pleasant.
клинический кейс.
Another
Мой
clinical
прибалтийский партнер по бизнесу, потому что
My
у меня есть
business
бизнес
partner,
еще и в Прибалтике.
I have business in
Там пока
in
что мы
Baltics.
только начали развивать эту тему, мы в стадии
We just
регистрации.
started this. We are
И
doing
в
the
Прибалтике
registration now.
тоже есть интерес к данной
They
терапии,
also
потому что
are interested
много
in
европейских
this
стран,
therapy.
которые
There are
заинтересованы
few
коррекцией
European
своего
countries
тела,
that
потому
are
что
interested
все-таки мы с вами
in body
заточены,
correction.
да,
We
дамы
are
следят за
more
собой,
interested.
следят за качеством
Our
волос,
women are
нижним,
more
верхним
careful
этажом,
about
я
that.
сейчас про эстетическую
For the
боковую. Конечно, Европа
with
немножко
the
в этом
ceiling, with the
плане
roof, with the floor.
но
Europe
Прибалтика одна
is
из
a bit
первых стран. И
behind,
вот, собственно,
but
полгода
Baltic countries are one of the few.
мы поставили 8 тысяч
So
метформина,
in half a year we
тестостерон,
have this,
тадалатин,
but
мелатонин,
melatonin,
нолтраксон
testosterone, metformin,
попробовали.
naltrexone we
Ну, на
tried.
своих можно пробовать все. В общем, там набор был порядка 14 пилет. Да,
Well,
парню
about
29 лет.
14
Тут ему уже
pellets,
30.
29 years old. He's
Вот, поэтому
30
можно
now.
перенести
He looks much
и
better.
привести свой
We can stop the
организм
time
в,
and bring our
скажем,
body
более
into
лучшую
much better
форму.
shape.
А это еще одно такое интересное видео. Мы специально
Another
снимали
interesting
для
video.
Конгресса по биоидентической
We
гормональной терапии. Это я
made
своим персоналом
this
провожу
video
тренировки, марафон,
ourselves. So
брокколи.
we did our
И,
trainings,
конечно же, они
broccoli,
тут кричат, что мы не хотим брокколи,
and
мы
they
хотим
say that we
пилеты.
cannot
Вот они
broccoli, we
заходят
want
в
pellets.
операционную, и уже
They come
выходят все
to OR
красивые,
and
стройные.
live it beautiful, happy,
Конечно, не
and
происходит так быстро, как хотелось,
fit.
да?
Of course,
Но тем не
real
менее.
life is different, but
Таких видео очень много в интернете.
we have
Как
plenty of
происходит
such
процесс
videos.
установки пилеты, да?
How pellets are
Во-первых, нужно
installed?
обработать
First,
операционное поле,
you
обезболить.
clear,
Все-таки рекомендую делать в
you make
операционной. Делаем
energetics.
разрез, делаем
It is
установку
recommended to do that in
тракатора,
OR.
да?
We
Здесь
put the
используем
cartridge.
5-миллиметровый, и, собственно,
This is
идет
5
введение пилет и
millimeter one,
заклеиваем
and
место постановки.
after that we put
Первую
the
неделю
patch.
мы рекомендуем
First
пациенту
week,
не посещать сауну, хамам, не плавать в
we
общественном бассейне, ну и
do not recommend
минимально
swimming
скажем,
pools
давать
and
активную физическую
bathing,
активность в данной зоне. То есть если мы ходим
and
в спортзал, то быть
minimize the
более
physical
щадящими,
activity
потому
in
что
this area
корневой канал еще находится в стадии
because the
воспаления, и
OR
мы должны объяснить
wound
пациенту, что
is
пилета
still
просто
under
может банально
inflammation.
выйти.
То есть мы нарушаем закон. И сейчас короткое видео, потому что
A short video.
будут ли все завтра на установке пилет, я не знаю, но
I don't know
как
if
происходит
all of you
процесс
will be on
установки пилет
pellet.
в Украине, да? То есть обычно мы работаем с
Insertion,
ассистентом.
but this is how it works. We have assistants.
Все это происходит в операционной.
It
Пациента
happens in
укладываем
OR.
на стерильный стол.
Conditions are
В
sterile.
принципе, установка занимает 10-15 минут. Это очень
Basically,
быстро. У нас эндокринолог
whole
делает
procedure
назначение в
works for
клинике, наш
10
главный,
minutes.
а уже наши
We have endocrinologists
доктор может это делать
who
очень
administer that.
несложно.
Any
Тем более
doctor
здесь есть
can do
врачи в
that.
зале, которые это делают уже давно.
We have doctors that do that for a long period of time.
Здесь есть врачи в зале, которые это делают уже давно. Все стерильно. Сейчас, кстати, интересный момент. Вы, если посмотрите наших американских коллег, то они ставят ягодичные складки. Да?
Usually our
Мы
American
ставим по бразильскому методу
colleagues,
ягодицу.
they put
Объясню почему. Под ягодичные
these
складки это очень заметно. И у нас, в отличие от Америки, очень
pellets
популярная
to
процедура для
under the
пластических
butt,
врожаний. Я смотрю,
lower part of the butts.
это
We
аппараты, которые
use the Brazilian
работают
system.
HIFM технология для стимуляции мышц. Да? Это
In
технология
Azerbaijan,
BTL.
we
У нас
I
модно
saw
вообще, в
that this
принципе,
BTL
ягодицы
technology
приходят. У нас активно используются такие технологии,
is
как инъекции
fashionable here to
полимолочных
have
желез. Да? Наши
lifted
женщины
butts.
дамы следят за ягодицами. Вот это
So our
красивая
women pay
проинвестированная
attention
ягодица, и под ней
to their butts. You said this is a highly invested butt,
неэстетично. Мы все-таки используем
and
вот эту
having
точку
a pellet
введения.
installed underneath it, that's not going to be
Одна из самых
aesthetic.
популярных. То есть это
There's a much bigger space
надлежащая
here for
зона.
installation.
Делается разрез, устанавливается пилетом. Такой
We
более
make an
незаметный
incision
метод установки.
and
В принципе, здесь
apply.
все.
That's it.
Такой более незаметный метод установки. Межягодичная складка. Вы можете
It's
ставить
just a
пилет
fissure,
в любую часть тела.
the single one, and you can put it anywhere you want.
Доктора ставили всем пациентам в область живота.
We have doctors that install it in the belly,
Были пробы установки в области талии.
next to the cesarean section
К сожалению,
scar.
неудачно, потому что не хватало объема жировой ткани. То есть главное,
You need to
чтобы
have a sufficient
это было
amount of
безопасно,
fatty
стерильно.
tissue.
То есть вы
It has
можете
to be
выбрать любую
safe, it
зону
has
для
to be sterile.
установки.
You can put
Конечно,
it anywhere you
зона
want.
бедра рук нами не исследована, не могу сказать.
Hands
Ну,
and
у каждого
femoral part
врача
are not
есть
studied,
своя
but
кайфочка.
every
Эти
doctor
три
has
пилета
own. You
устанавливается.
see 3 pellets here.
То есть нет кейсов, когда мы устанавливаем одну пилету. Это просто
We
неэффективно.
do not put only one pellet. That's not
Шрамы
effective.
незаметные, маленькие, все аккуратно.
Little scars, they're not visible.
Шрамы незаметные, маленькие, все очень аккуратно. Вот эти пилеты, вот они как
These are
выглядят,
the
видите,
pellets.
они такие
This is how
маленькие.
they look. They're really small.
Вот эти пилеты, вот они как выглядят, видите, они такие маленькие. Делается укол, это анестезия проводниковая. В принципе, процедуру пациент не чувствует, ему не больно во время установки. Конечно, все волнуются первый раз, вы понимаете, да, уже когда это
First time, of course,
твоя
that's very
9-я
exciting.
установка, ты просто забегаешь на стол.
Да, уже когда это своя 9-я установка, ты просто забегаешь на стол.
If it's your 6th or 7th or 9th time, you just come. Who is doing pellets? For.
Кто ставит пилеты?
Самый пожилой пациент у меня в клинике это был 78 лет. Самый пожилой пациент первый установка, да.
The oldest first time installer was
Кстати, большой
72
плюс у таких
years
пациентов, им
old
не нужны большие дозы, большие количества пилет. Там
man.
был установлен
The advantage here was that they don't need the
200, анастрозол
big
5, 2 на Даше,
doses, a lot of
то есть
big
очень
number
такой
of
минимальный, скромный женский набор. Да-да.
То есть очень такой минимальный, скромный женский
pellets.
Первый
There was a
набор,
minimal
когда
set.
небольшой, тогда был только тестостерон, моя первая пилета.
My first pellet was
Мы
testosterone
тогда,
only.
нет, наверное, мне еще тогда над поставили, но мы не понимали, что это. Потом у меня была, да, красная
I had
ягодица,
that
была,
as
вот я
well.
поставлю постоянно.
I had a red butt, but I have it
Момент
constantly since then.
установки, да. Вы можете пинцетом брать пилету, стерильными перчатками, как вам удобно.
Вопрос по поводу антибиотикотерапии в послеоперационном
Antibiotics
периоде. Это
after
зависит
the
от вас,
surgery.
не
It depends on
рекомендуем
you. We do
антибиотики,
not
но я знаю,
recommend
что
it.
есть доктора, которые рекомендуют.
There are patients that recommend
Поэтому, в
doing it,
принципе,
so
тут все зависит от вас. Все.
it all
Тут есть два
depends on you.
варианта. Обрабатываем, зашиваем или же просто заклеиваем.
So
Раневой канал
you either put a
затягивается,
stitch
шрам
or put a
минимальный.
stitcher, minimum
И, в
scar,
принципе, пациенты все довольны.
everybody's happy.
Зашивает.
In this case, our surgeon puts sutures. That's fine.
И, к сожалению, самое крутое видео, которое я специально
Again, the
включала в
coolest
свой
video
Инстаграм,
I
это Пчела
used
Тетрадзе,
on
известный
Instagram.
грузинский
That's
дизайнер,
Vishal Titradze,
который
famous
впервые
Georgian
поставил
designer,
пелеты, ему еще не было
who
30. Вот,
put
и ну, по
his
лицу
first
видно, что
pellet.
он счастлив, поверьте, это видео в
Looking at his
Инстаграме.
face, you understand that he's happy.
То есть
This video from my
друзья его
Instagram.
все отговаривали, ты молодой, зачем тебе
All his friends
фотография?
were against that.
Вот, но он
You're
поставил,
young,
и на его творчестве
but he
это
decided to
действительно
use it,
отобразилось, открыл
and
свой бренд,
he
то есть
became
ушел
happier
из
now.
международного бренда, открыл свой и стал еще более
He left
популярным.
his
Вы, наверное, многие
company,
клубника его
created
знают,
own
он надевает
company.
лободу на все ее концерты, вот, потерял вес, добавил
He
настроение,
lost weight. He is much in a better mood,
благоприятно повлияло на него, на его творчество, на его карьеру.
and
Вот.
now
Касательно пелет,
he says that
еще
he's
получила
more
ряд
happy now.
вопросов сегодня в течение лекции, да.
I
Хочу
have
ответить
received
по
a lot of
поводу
questions.
коллег, которые сейчас работают в Баку, в Азербайджане. По поводу закупки пилет, да, вы должны обращаться к своему дистрибьютору, да,
You have to
организатору
go to
нашего
your
конгресса,
distributor.
вида, и они непосредственно занимаются продажей пилет.
That's
Касательно
Viva La Vida.
стоимости
They organize the
установки,
sales.
да, для женщин рекомендуемая цена в Украине, это мы
In
сейчас, я
Ukraine,
говорю
we
про
recommend
украинский рынок, так как у нас самый большой опыт
in
на
Ukrainian
этом
market
рынке,
because
это
we have the biggest
$1500
market.
для
That's
мужчин,
1,5 and
а
3 to
казахстанский
5,000
рынок, да, в Казахстане немножко цены
dollars
выше, да, у вас.
for men.
Да, это связано все-таки с налоговой системой и системой
In Kazakhstan,
разработки.
it's bigger. It depends on the
Для женщин, да,
taxes
и
and
в
the
среднем
customs.
5-6 для мужчин. Если вы меня спросите, ну, вы же видите американские цены, да, но в Америке вы получаете только 3 вида пилет. То есть Америка нам
You
предлагает
see American prices as
эстроген,
well.
да, эстрадиол, и нам предлагает прогестерон. Других пилет
They don't have
далеко не
other
найдете.
pellets.
С нашим набором у
With
вас
our
действительно
set,
развязаны руки. Вы можете
you can do much
создать
more things.
идеальный запуск, идеальный старт здорового,
You can
красивого
make a
тела.
great ideal launch of a healthy body and
Поэтому у
a
вас
great
есть
mood.
большой
So
выбор. И
you
установка
have
пилет – это творчество.
great
То есть, если
choice,
вы
and
делаете
this is a
первую
creative
установку на
process.
таком
If you do it,
сегменте, да, это не значит, что вторая установка
that
будет
your
такая
first
же.
installation
Возможно,
in
вы
this
поменяете набор пилет,
segment, that doesn't mean
дозировки
that
и
you
кратность
will do the
установки.
same
Поэтому
way.
вы
But
тоже должны этот момент учитывать. Третий момент по поводу установки. Всегда приглашайте своего пациента через 2 месяца после того, как мы установили пилет. Надо осмотреть
after first
цену
pellet, you
введения.
basically
Второе,
have to see a
сдать
patient
лабораторные
2 months
анализы
later, do lab
и
tests,
пригласить пациента
check
на
the
дополнительный
insertions
метод
placed,
обследования.
and do
Дансиметрию и,
additional
возможно, до установки
examination like
пилет.
impedance metry
Могу
and
сказать по осложнениям.
maybe add some pellets.
Осложнений
Complications,
в виде то, что пишут да, какие-то
what
явные
they say in the
наследства, на самом
literature,
деле, в Украине. Но
we didn't have
самое
them.
частое осложнение – это выхождение, то есть отторжение пилеты. Поэтому, пожалуйста,
The most frequent
соблюдайте
one, that's an
правила
expulsion.
антисептики. Это самое
So
главное в
be
этом
careful with
процессе.
the aseptics and
Вот. В
antiseptics. This is the
принципе,
key in this process, and that's it.
теперь, наверное, у нас есть много вопросов,
Well,
и я жду.
now we have, I guess, plenty of questions. Please give us the microphone.
Да, компания Viapel проводит индивидуальные курсы обучения врачей.
Viapel is doing training. Yes, today masterclass
Как онлайн, так и
can be online and offline.
Мы планируем делать следующий у нас будет в конце марта. Вы можете приобрести
We will
онлайн-форму
have
для того,
next one
чтобы
at
более
end of
подробно
March.
заглянуть во все виды пилет, потому что, если вы заметили, то я не указала достаточно времени на такие пилеты, как сандролон, задолофил.
Sandrolone to Dolafil, this is something that I couldn't mention. If you will get deeper in anatomy and endocrinology, and when you look at the clinical cases, we have an immunologist, a endocrinologist,
that are doing the teaching.
Мы добились больших успехов, потому что наша тренинговая группа, она самая сильная.
Our training group is one of the strongest one.
И, конечно же, разные практические кейсы. Если будете оффлайн, я рекомендую вам прям быть моделью для обучения, чтобы, конечно, поставить
I would recommend you to become a model on training because you will get a great experience yourself as well.
онлайн дешевле.
$1,000 online is cheaper.
Вся информация есть на сайте biopel.com.
Look at BioPel and you will get all the information on our website.
По поводу гистринона, да. Интересная тема. Мы тоже
Interesting.
Спасибо за ваш кейс, поделюсь нашими. Ну, во-первых, это пилета, которую не стоит ставить в предменопаузальном периоде. Все-таки это пилета молодых.
This is not a predmenopausal.
Чем интересен? Чип красоты, действительно.
Pellet, yes, it's a beauty.
Полтора-два месяца может быть набор объема, то есть пациенты просто говорят, меня заливает водой. Мы дополнительно назначаем тогда спиронолактон. Дозировки 100-150
volumes, but we apply spironolactone, 100-150 milligrams a day. Those who don't have endometriosis younger than 35, this ideal patients
надо комбинировать, не ставить только один вид,
for
а два
such
надо.
patients.
И обязательно комбинируйте с тестостероном. То есть саму
And should be combined with testosterone.
мы комбинируем с тестостероном всегда. И тогда мы получаем хорошие
We always
результаты.
combine it with testosterone. This is how we get great results.
И тогда мы получаем хорошие результаты. Да, поэтому мы комбинируем.
That's why we combine.
25 миллиграмм. Одна из
Remember,
них
25 and 35
пролонгированного
milligrams.
действия,
One is
4-5 месяцев, а вторая
extended for force
короткого
takes
действия, но
one.
быстрого действия. То есть она работает
The other one is a short term but fast.
короткого действия, но быстрого действия. То есть она работает конечно, да.
Of course.
УЗИ-диагностику в первую очередь, потому что надо оценивать
Ultrasound diagnostics.
состояние эндометриоза, конечно, до, после и во время терапии.
Endometriosis should be tested before and after therapy. And usually we're talking about 3 times a year.
Да, тестостерон мы 2 цикла. Один
Yes, testosterone twice. They also
особенно
ask one.
75-й,
Especially 75. They say it's not enough.
Компания BioPel выпустила соточку.
That's why I'm happy that BioPel was doing 100 milligrams because 150 was too much.
Ломается? После чего? В ампуле сломано.
In ampules,
Эффективность не снижается, просто вам
efficiency
сам процесс установки.
doesn't get reduced. It's just more difficult to insert it. Metformin was broken? Yeah, yeah, we had it.
Проблем нет.
Because it's not a case for NAD. Yeah.
Ну, не встречала?
And not case for testosterone. Yes, it may happen with testosterone. Yeah.
Никаких осложнений в виде там нарушения эффективности. Просто вам сложнее ставить и все.
You just have it more difficult to install. Yeah.
Есть такие кейсы, когда, например, у нас не было пилеты 100 миллиграмм, взяли 200, поделили. Ну, ребят, мы же
There were
доктора, мы
cases
вас не делим, поэтому это точно нет. Но если пилета просто
when we didn't have good dosage, so we took 200 milligrams, divided in half, and install it. Even if it's in the cap and it's broken, you can put it inside. Well, if ampoule is broken, of course you cannot do that. But if within the ampoule it is broken, then it's fine.
Смотрите, самый большой рекорд, который у меня был в клинике, не так сложно
My record in our hospital,
потому что раньше мы каждый кейс там обсуждали, да?
we discussed every case. It was first year.
Конечно, мы за каждым кейсом следили, каким хорошим собирали отзывы. Сейчас очень сложно, но мой рекорд за год 35 килограмм. Ну, не мой лично, а в клинике.
35 kilos a year in our hospital. Yeah, in our clinic. That's maximum our record.
Протокол тогда... вы знаете, я еще скажу, есть один известный пластический хирург в Украине, он 40 потерял, он обогнал. Там было 6
There was a plastic surgeon who did 40 kilos, 6 metformin, and there was a woman. Yeah.
Ну, раньше у нас был только чистый метформин, и у нас не
We
было
used to
сепаративным. Конечно,
add
используем метформин, но при большом введении метформина есть проблема диареи. Вот Классический хирург, который
There is a
поставил, он весил 140
diarrhea
килограмм,
problem.
сейчас он весит 80,
Plastic surgeon
60 он
was
сбросил. Он
140,
первый год,
now
при
he is
первую установку
80.
сбросил 40 килограмм.
He
Он
lost
говорит,
40
все супер,
kilograms
он
during
поставил
first year.
10 пилет
Everything is good.
метформина,
10 metformin.
и
10
он
metformin
ставил
pellets.
нашего пластического хирурга, то есть они вместе работали.
And our plastic
И
surgeon
10 пилет, говорит, все супер, говорит, но, говорит, я
installed
ж на
that,
операции стоять не могу. То есть,
but he said everything is good, but I
говорит, оно
cannot
того стоит.
stand
И он
and
сейчас
do the
лежит. Да-да.
surgery, but it's worth it.
Он говорит, оно того стоит. Да, и он сейчас
He said it's worth it.
Что поставить? А что поставили? А сколько вам лет? 42.
How old are you? 22.
А сколько вам лет? 42. Похудели. Ну, причина в прогестероне. А как вы дефицит прогестерона?
It is about progesterone. How do you cover deficiency of progesterone?
Прогестерон. А как вы дефицит прогестерона? ДГА? Вы бы попробовали просто один тестостерон и НАД. И все, без ДHA.
One
Потому что
testosterone
дефицит
and NAD
прогормона,
without
он
DHA.
запускает эстроген,
Because
прогестерон
it
и
launches
стабилизирует
estrogen,
процесс. Просто
progesterone,
один
and others.
тестостерон.
Just use
Потому что
one
тестостерон
testosterone.
сушит, увеличит объем мышечной ткани и падает жировая ткань. На весах, может быть, вы не похудеете, потому что вы стройная, да? Вы тонкая, стройная, красивая. А импеданс бедра изменится в лучшую сторону. Вырастет мышечная ткань и упадет жировая ткань. DHA, мне кажется, просто, возможно, нет такого дефицита, как вы ставите эту диету. А вот тот первый набор, который вам был установлен, эстроген, прогестерон и тестостерон, ну, это такая хорошая терапия. Но на прогестероне может тоже быть вариант проблемы
Progesterone
конечности.
also
Поэтому надо быть
can
очень осторожным.
create
Да, не начинайте с большого количества пилет, начните с минимальных таких базовых пилет. Вот в вашем случае поставьте
like
тестостерон
two
и
side
надо.
effects like edema.
Потом, я думаю, что и
Just
так будет
you
хорошо.
start with some testosterone and NAD, and after that, tell me what would be the
Сахарный
impact.
диабет какого типа? Второго типа?
Type 2 diabetes
Второй
or
тип, да?
type 1? Type 2.
Терапию Оземпик получает? Нет?
Ozempic? You get the Ozempic? No?
Терапию Оземпик получает? Нет? Смотрите, при диабете второго типа мы рекомендуем ставить пилеты. Какую терапию получает пациент? Просто, конечно, да, пилеты с метформином и метформин плюс сигналиптин. Обязательно надо, потому что, помните, в
Yes,
первой части
NAD
лекции сказала, что
is
надо
needed,
очень важен
and
для пациентов, у которых есть
metformin
диабет
and
второго
seralutin,
типа.
all they
И
should be
комбинирование
combined.
метформина с НАД дает хороший
NAD
терапию. Но
and
налтрексон еще
metformin
посмотрите,
combined
пожалуйста,
gives
если у
great
пациента
result.
есть проблема
Naltrexone,
пищевого
if
поведения,
they have
можно еще это добавить.
problem with the nutritional behavior, you can add that as well.
Можно еще это добавить. Что через сколько? Сразу? Можете, вот, смотрите, Марьяна ставит за несколько недель до родов.
Mariana
Понятно,
installed
что по
that
нашим
several
протоколам
weeks before
это не
the
совсем такой
birth.
правильный процесс, да?
According to
Не
our
все
guidelines,
поймут,
this is not right thing,
как
but
происходит в
everybody will
Америке. Вы
understand that.
рождаете
But how it
ребенка,
works in the United
приходите на
States?
первый
You give
осмотр
it birth to the
3-4
child, you
сутки к
come
гинекологу, и
to
вам
a
ставят пилеты.
gynecologist
Ставят они стандартно, они ставят
3-4
завышенную дозу
days later.
тестостерона от 100 до
They
150 миллиграмм,
put
потому
100
что
and
считается,
150
что
milligram
после рождения
testosterone
ребенка
after that,
тестостерон на нуле,
because it is
и
considered that
устанавливают
after the
пилеты. На
birth
лактацию этот
testosterone
процесс
is
не
zero.
влияет, это уже доказано.
It does not affect
Мало того, у нас
lactation.
после установки тестостероновых пилет у женщин наступала счастливая долгожданная беременность, которая в
And
принципе
even
не
after installing
планировалась.
testosterone,
Все-таки идет
women were getting pregnant, which was
функции
not planned,
омоложения яичников, и, конечно же,
because this is the rejuvenation of ovaries.
Поэтому после рождения ребенка, это называется послеродовая пилета. Мы ставим тестостерон и все. То есть мы не комбинируем там, с метформином, НАД. Знаем, что тестостерон
We do not
безопасен.
combine that with
Это
NAD, with
абсолютно
metformin, but
для пациента безопасно для
this is
процесса
safe for
лактации, она
patients for
планируется, и, в
lactation,
принципе, нет никаких таких побочных эффектов.
and
Пока
there is
не
no
заметно.
side effects.
Еще раз. У нас Бразилия. Мы представляем, смотрите, вы в мире, когда вы столкнетесь с... Я же не
You,
говорю, что
well,
мы единственный
I'm not saying that
перечень.
we're the only world,
Когда вы
we're the only
столкнетесь,
one in the
вы
world.
начнете больше читать, покупать
When
литературу
you
про
will start
пилеты и, в принципе, про гормональную терапию,
reading,
вы поймете, что
asking
компаний, которые
questions,
продают пилеты, миллионы. Ну,
there are a million
не
companies
миллионы,
that
тысяча точно
selling,
есть. Но
not millions, but
есть
thousands
бразильские
of
пилеты,
companies
есть
that are selling
американские.
pills.
Все
There are
сырье
American pills
бразильское.
and
Дикий ямс и соя. А Америка покупает
Brazilian.
сырье
Raw material
в
comes from
Бразилии.
Brazil.
Но Америка,
America buy
так
from
как у
Brazil.
них пилеты, они, сейчас как правильно скажу, украинский
In
язык,
US,
они проверяются компаундированными аптеками.
they
То есть
are
это не
tested by
FDA, да,
special
как дает разрешение, а
drugstores. It's
FDA
not an
разрешает
FDA.
компаундированным аптекам
FDA allows
выпускать
certain
данную
drugstores
форму.
to
То есть дает разрешение именно на аптеку. И
produce it.
аптека уже для врача выпускает пилеты. Так
И
как
these
производство
drugstores
в
produce
Америке
these
это
pellets
уровень
for a
аптеки,
doctor.
ну помните, вот как в аптеках, да, мы выписывали рецепт, нам порошочки делали, да, мази.
You remember
Давно,
Soviet
да, сейчас
times,
мы не
we were
используем
writing
такие
prescriptions,
методологии.
different
Но
powders,
у
and
них есть
the
возможности производить только 3
drugstores
типа
were
пилет.
making.
Эстроген, эстрадиол, тестостерон и прогестерон. В Бразилии производство это идет на заводе. Это большое
In Brazil, they
производство,
produce that in
которое
factory,
дает нам
not in a
возможность
drugstore,
производить разные виды пилет. Так как
and
Бразилия
produce not
давно
3
уже в
times
этом
like in
бизнесе пилетном, у них выбор
United
очень
States.
большой
They
этих пилет.
produce
Как
many
видите, у нас
types.
линейка широкая, обширная и большое количество дозировок. И вы можете, у нас каждые 3 года новые пилеты. По поводу новых пилет мы ждем пилету с витамином D. У нас был прототип.
We're waiting
К
for
сожалению,
the
она
vitamin D
нестабильная,
pellet.
держится, дает
We
только
had
3
a
месяца,
prototype.
поэтому ее отозвали
It
и
works only for
заново
3
пытаются сделать
months,
более
was not
стабильную
stable. We
формулу.
tried to make
Вторая
it more
пилета, которая
stable.
вышла сейчас, но мы еще проводим исследования, это пилет
Another
Т3,
pellet that we're
Т4.
still studying, that's
Пилет
T3
для
and T4
терапии тироидных патологий, да,
for
Т3,
thyroid
Т4.
pathologies.
И пилета на основе каннабиоидов, то есть
And
марихуаны. Вот. Также
marijuana.
проводим дальнейшие исследования данных новых продуктов. Пока что мы не выводили на рынок, мы ждем исследования, ждем
We're doing
рекомендаций.
studies.
Я
We're not
думаю,
in the
что уже
market
в
with
следующем
those
году будем
products.
запускать.
I think we will launch them next year.
Спасибо. Да-да.
Thank you.
Спасибо. Да-да. Смотрите, пациенты, во-первых, трихология, да, наши трихологи, у нас 2 очень
Trichology.
мощных
We have
трихолога,
2
мы используем
good specialists.
фотофайндер для диагностики, да,
We use
трихологических
PhotoFinder,
патологий. И у нас есть прекрасные
and
клинические
also
кейсы лечения
we
андрогенной
have
аллопеции на основе терапии пилет мелатонин, далее пилет
we have
метформин с
melatonin,
амлодипином
we
и
have metformin
НАД.
with
То есть это то, что
similitude,
рекомендуют
and
трихологи.
NAD.
Потому что, к сожалению, так сложилось обстоятельство, что наши пациенты не могут циклично получать терапию в Украине, но из-за военных действий нам многие приезжают, делают терапию и уезжают. То есть мы очень активно используем экзозомы в своей практике, и нет возможности их вводить на постоянной основе, да, как рекомендуют производители. Мы делаем IV на основе экзозом, мы делаем точечное введение, да, по коже головы и назначаем пилеты. И уже на этом протоколе пациенты видят хорошую динамику в течение 3-4 месяцев. В принципе, таких пациентов мы приглашаем каждые 3-4 месяца. Так сложилась обстановка, что мы не можем давать наши постоянные протоколы там, каждую неделю, каждые 2 недели, как раньше. Да? То есть моя практика очень изменилась за этот год, потому что пациент приезжает на 3-4 дня и хочет все и сразу. И вот тут мы начали подключать мелатонин. Нам очень в этом процессе помог тиреирток, потому что он мелатонин назначает при разных видах аллопеции, в том числе андрогенетической. И вот у нас такие хорошие кейсы. Касательно розации, мы используем НАД. НАД во всех формах. У нас, слава богу, в стране есть формула таблетки для тех, кто не может финансово позволить. Пилеты у нас есть IV-терапия для, ну, это самый дорогой вариант НАД-терапии. И у нас есть НАД-крем. Для розации это номер 1. Это самый дорогой вариант НАД-терапии. Вот. И у нас есть НАД-крем. Для розации это номер 1. Вот. А смотрите, я не знаю, доктор сегодня показывал вам масло с мелатонином? Да, вот. Он же нет рекомендации его вводить утром или вечером, да. Он такой сказал интересный его месседж. У него во втором атласе по эндокринологии, по-моему, 4-й раздел как раз по мелатонину. Это желтая книга толстая. Если он их привез, я вам очень рекомендую их купить. Вот такая книга. Так вот, доктор рассказывает о том, что мелатонин начинает действовать тогда, когда надо ему действовать. То есть вы его можете вводить в инъекционной форме, в виде крема, в виде масла, в виде таблеток, только тогда, когда вы можете вводить в любое время, но он будет работать только тогда, когда вы будете засыпать. Поэтому пилета с мелатонином не дала ни одного побочного действия в виде нарушения циркадного ритма. Мы тоже боялись этой проблемы, боялись этого осложнения. Мы не понимали, как работает данная система доставки, да, потому что все-таки это гормон, который вырабатывается во время сна, но уже поставлено более 1000 пилет, и у нас нет ни одного осложнения с мелатонином, только хорошие отзывы. Уже поставлено более 1000 пилет, и у нас нет ни одного осложнения с мелатонином, только хорошие отзывы. Да, в этом списке, это более старый список, новый список вам выдаст дистрибьютор местный, где будут уже указаны цены, дозировки и все, что у них есть в наличии. Не переживайте, они есть, мелатонин есть. Цены, дозировки и все, что у них есть в наличии. Не переживайте, они есть, мелатонин есть. Да, мы всегда, тревожное состояние мы всегда добавляем над. В принципе, все, если вы посмотрите всю нашу историю, самая популярная основная пилета, которую мы добавляем, то есть если к нам процент приходит с проблемой там, дефицит тестостерона, снижение активности, мы рекомендуем НАД. Аналогично, все пациенты, у которых есть тревожное состояние, мы всегда рекомендуем НАД дополнительно, дополнительную терапию. Бупропион мы сочетаем с налтрексоном всегда и добавляем 1, 2, 3 пилеты НАД. Ну, лучше 2, конечно. С налтрексоном всегда и добавляем 1, 2, 3 пилеты НАД. Просто не знаю, если в ваших странах есть форма спрея, вы можете спрей рекомендовать. У нас, к сожалению, этой формы нет в виде спрея. НАД в виде спрея. Нету такой формы. Ну, тогда еще вопросы? Завтра у нас будет установка. Мы у наших организаторов мероприятия уточним форму, где она будет проходиться, на базе клиники или здесь. И тогда уже, я думаю, все желающие могут присоединиться. Сегодня после лекции, после 10-минутного перерыва, я жду всех моделей по очереди, потому что я знаю, что вы привезли анализы, правильно? После 10-минутного перерыва, да, кто будет ставить? По очереди, пожалуйста, подойдите, мы разберем, какие варианты мы можем вам поставить и обсудим ваш план на завтра, хорошо? Пожалуйста, подойдите, мы разберем, какие варианты мы можем вам поставить. Сколько человек будет ставить билеты завтра? Раз, два, три. Сколько человек будет ставить билеты завтра? 6. Подождите, я столько... 7. Так, поехали со мной в Украину. 6. Подождите, я столько... 7. А у вас анализы готовы? Поехали со мной в Украину. Prepare your analysis, lab tests. А у вас анализы готовы? Окей, nice. Окей, nice. Итак, дорогие друзья, я очень благодарна вам за то, что вы после Тириертога нашли силы, желание и внимание дослушать меня. Я желаю этой прекрасной стороне прекрасного старта пилетотерапии. У нас есть опыт, хороший и плохой, поэтому мы будем учиться только на хорошем опыте. Я желаю, чтобы все ваши пациенты были не только опилечены, но еще были счастливыми и довольными. Все, до завтра. Не только опилечены, но еще были счастливыми и довольными. Все, до завтра.